What's going on, everybody? We're about to get into it right here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is, oh my God, Saturday, July 26, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. I'm sorry, where are we at right now? I don't know, chat. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. That is another Thai commercial. God damn it. That is definitely not what I clicked on. Oh my God, I'm in Thai commercial hell here. Let's try that. We're still getting Thai commercials, chat. I feel so advertised to. I feel so seen. Okay, yeah, I'll definitely get that ginseng drink. Thanks, Thai commercial. Okay, here we are, here we are. We're ready to start. I got a little surprise for you today, chat. A little treat. I had been talking about this thing. This magic. Oh my God, you can see it. God damn it. Spoiler. Spoiler. Anyway, yeah, I'd been talking about this thing called a tea sock, all right? This magical device with which, you know, really, if you want to make like Thai iced tea the way that they do it here, the way that it tastes good. I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing, and you know, like this is how you make it good with one of these. All right. Does this look weird or what? What does this look like, chat? Like, give your answer in chat of like, what could this be? This could be a butterfly net for a very small butterfly. This could be a condom for a ogre, maybe? I don't know. Lots of different things, right? But this is actually a tika? Tika? I forget. I figured out how you say it in Thai too. Let's see if I can find that. But yeah, I got one. And I'm gonna try it out with you today. Tea. I almost said Thai sock. Tea. How do you spell tea? Tea in tea sock in Thai. There we go. It also works for coffee apparently. But if I start using this with coffee, it's gonna get stained. What am I kidding, chat? It's gonna get stained regardless. Tika in Thai? I saw this the other way. Yeah, cha yen. Cha yen. Let's see if I can get it to pronounce this. So I know if I'm saying it correctly. Pronounce. Cha. Oh, come on. I just need you to pronounce this. Yeah, how do you pronounce this in Thai? Thank you. Ooh. Pronunciation female from the net. Okay, so we don't have a Thai person pronouncing this. We do have a woman from the Netherlands pronouncing this.
ชาเย็น
Cha yen. Cha yen. Let's hear it one more time.
ชาเย็น
Okay, yeah, so this is a cha yen right here. And I'm about to try it out for the very first time. So let's see what I've got, chat. I gotta heat up my water. Oh my god. So the good news is that I did have a spare cord for my headphones. Yesterday, the cord was dying. Like I was like losing audio on it. In fact, oh my god, it looks even worse now. But yeah, I did manage to find my replacement cord. I just didn't notice that this thing is like, I don't know, is this 3 feet? Doesn't seem like it. But yeah, this thing is pretty fucked up, right? Like this has been frayed for the longest time here. And then I think there's another place, yeah, right here, where it got like cinched right there. Oh my god, chat, that's so gross. Anyway, won't be using that cord again, but I gotta remember that I can't even stand up to grab the tea kettle. Can I though? Here we go. Tea kettle. Alright, so we're gonna make this happen. We're gonna make this work. And I'm not gonna spill hot water in my lap and yell into the microphone. I mean, like, talk about a crash out, chat. So let's give this a try. Alright, so I got my chatramu here. Now this is, I'm not doing Thai iced tea today. Like, I'm not doing like the, you know, what you may be familiar with as like Thai tea. This is the brand. This is like the, you know, the brand that usually you use. But this is the green tea version thereof. It's like I don't like black tea all that much, all right? So we're gonna try it out with green tea. Is this a good amount? Let's hope so. Into the tea sock. A little bit more. Let's just do double, right? Because I think that. All right, a little bit more. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot of tea. That's a lot of tea in this sock. Okay. All right. Yeah, and as you might have guessed, chat, cha, much like chai in India, cha is Thai for tea, right? So you got I got my cha. I got, you know, I need to learn how to say green tea. Actually, I should know this. Oh my god. Alright, so here we got the tika. See, it's like a sock and it's full of tea. Alright, so I got the tika and I got 2 teacups. Tika and teacups. Alright, so let's give this a try now. Oh my god, can I even fit everything on the desk? Okay, so here's the method, right? Oh wait, yeah, I think you're supposed to go like this. You go like way high, and then you start way high, and then as you pour, you come down, and you don't overfill. All right, and you let it kind of soak the tea a little bit. Oh my god. Entirely too much stuff on the counter. All right, there we go. Let's get all the tea down here. All right, so we're gonna let it soak a little bit. And then, and like, I don't know, like if this was a nicer tea, I would probably wash it. I would probably take this first rinse and pour it out. That is usually how it's done. I think chatramu, I should be okay, right? This tea is already ground up very finely. I don't think I'm gonna, you know, worry about, you know, cleaning it or getting a better taste in the second. So yeah, I'm just gonna pour this in here. Oh wait, nope, nope. These are not the ideal cups, but yeah, I should start high. Whoa, whoa, and yeah, you ended up scalding myself nonetheless. Oh, awesome. Okay, anyway, maybe I could have had better cups for this. Or you know what I should have had? I should have 2 pitchers. I should have like 2 glass pitchers, right? For easy pouring. Okay, note to self, right? But the whole method here, the way that you get a tea that is, you know, really super strong is by just going back and forth, right? In this tea sock, right? This is the method, right? To get like that strong tea. Because if you're gonna make something like a Thai iced tea, which is black tea plus what is it? It's sweetened milk and condensed milk, right? Is the traditional recipe. If you're vegan, if you can find a vegan non-dairy creamer, that can work as a substitute. There is a way, I think there's a way to do it with coconut too, but I'm not sure how, because, you know, normally if you poured coconut milk in here, the coconut milk would kind of break up, and you don't want that. You want a nice creamy tea. And very sweet as well. But today we're doing something a little different. Okay, let's try this again. Right, from up high, and just like kind of dump it, I guess. Whoa, okay. I'm losing some of the... Oh no, it's on the keyboard! Oh no, chat. What effects will that cause? I feel like Ethan Klein here. Look, I need you all to move out here to Thailand so that you can be my crew, and so that whenever I mess something up, like pouring hot tea on the keyboard, that, you know, the crew comes in and cleans it up for me, right? That just like Ethan, chat. That's my dream. Fly everyone out here, and have you clean up my messes. Does that sound like fun? I know Ethan's crew enjoys that. All right, so there we go. We'll do one more pour. So we're gonna take the butterfly net and put it in here, and then I'm gonna pour it again, and this will be the last one. Tell you what it tastes like after this. So like, okay, I can't do the fancy thing where you come from up high and go down low. This is how, like, if I was a Thai person and I owned a tea cart or something, like, or a tea stand, or a, you know, small little tea restaurant, right? That's how, you know, that's the professional way to do it. I am not quite professional. I'm not quite that professional yet, but we will do what we can. All right, and so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna let it cool off just a little bit, and let that sock kind of drip and cool off, and then I am going to give it a little squeeze. There we go. It's just like milking a cow, Chad. It's literally the same thing, except this one is okay for lactose intolerant. All right. Get all of the tea into my cup. I'm gonna actually kind of twist this a little bit to help me wring out all of the tea. And so there you go. There you go. All right, we're gonna give it a try. I'll tell you what it tastes like. I'll see if I messed up on my recipe or not. And we'll get started with the stream. How does that sound? Oh my. All right. Once again, that this object, a tika or a tea sock, or if you're in Thailand, it is called
ชาเย็น
cha yen. All right, so this is our cha yen, and this is my cha. Wait, one more thing I want to find out about. Okay, green tea in Thai. I thought I already looked this up. Okay, I'm seeing the Thai characters for green tea. Let's see, pronounce. Cha Hiao, I think. All right, let's see if I'm right.
Cha Kiao.
Cha Kiao. Cha Kiao. Cha Kiao. All right, there we go. Green tea. Okay, so I feel like that's not the word I learned for green in Thai. Green in Thai. But again,
สีเขียว
Si Kiao? All right, let's try this one.
เขียว
Kiao. Kiao. Okay, I guess I didn't like learn that one. I thought I had my colors down by now, chat. Anyway, 250 for the bonus-icle already. Maybe not. Maybe that's from yesterday. That would be amazing. Yeah, chat. Someone very generously just created a whole new Patreon tier. The $250 tier. Anna is such a coward. Yeah, we're gonna check that out. We got Ana Kasparian today going on Tucker Carlson. Just continuing her spiteful crash out on the left, on people that were her friends, on people that even after she started like attacking, like just, you know, punching down on trans people, attacking homeless people, echoing a lot of Trumpian talking points about the problem with crime that may or may not really exist. But here we go, chat. Are you ready for the moment you've all been waiting for? All right. I'm gonna try it. This very, you can see, wait, let me show you the tea. All right, so since this is Chatramu green, the yellow colored packaging, it's not gonna be emerald green, right? If you want that, I think that's called green milk or something like that, which I don't know if does it have milk in it. I haven't checked. That's probably why I didn't buy it. That's probably why I bought this instead, because I know this does not contain any dairy. Anna has lost her mind. It's been a slow descent. Let's go. Whoa, okay. Yeah, no, I like this. It tastes a lot like, I mean, this is literally tasting like the green tea version of Thai iced tea, minus of course the milk, or the, you know, condensed milk and the sweetened milk that you would usually, yeah, you mix those like half and half, and then you pour that in, and well, yeah, I guess that would take care. I think that takes care of the sweetness too. But I don't like to sweeten my drinks, and I mean, like, I could throw some soy milk in here just to see what it tastes like. I could even, you know what I don't have though? Yeah, okay, so look, I'll leave the experimentation with actually making Thai iced tea for another day, a day where I have the black version of this, and I have some ice in the refrigerator, because yeah, I'm not even gonna come close to making anything like that without ice. But yeah, no, it's definitely got that, like, that flavor. Oh, yeah. Wait, where did I see? I think I saw that this was Assam, which may contribute to the taste. I saw someone, I swear to God, it said Assam somewhere. Okay, I'm not seeing it. I swear to God, somewhere here it said Assam, which is a type of tea, but normally one that's associated with black tea. So yeah, it's A, different type of tea, and B, it might have some vanilla, some artificial vanilla flavor. If you're wondering what makes Thai, Thai tea's different, right? It does look a little bit like a black tea, but it's actually got a real reddish tinge to it. And it's also, it tastes different, right? And so the reddish tinge is actually is like some red food coloring, right? So they throw that in there so that when you mix it with the milk, it makes that characteristic color. And then there's an artificial vanilla flavor mixed into it too, and that's where the flavor comes from. That's why it tastes different than just regular Assam tea. I'm assuming it would be Assam. Wonder if I could get my hands on a tea like that. On a tea like this, yeah, you could absolutely buy this stuff. I mean, it's the most popular brand of tea in Thailand. It is almost like the, you know how like Kleenex is the, you think of a tissue. There's a ton of different tissues you could get. You could get Puffs Plus. You could get, all these different tissues, but you're gonna probably call it a Kleenex no matter what it is. If you cut your arm and you're gonna put a Band-Aid on there, even if that's not Band-Aid brand, even if it's a bandage from another company, right? You're gonna call that a Band-Aid. And in the same way, like this is kind of like, the default tea of Thailand, and you can definitely get this stuff on Amazon. You can definitely get a hold of this. In fact, all the teas that I've gotten over here, I've seen available in places like that. So still blaming it on Hassan. Oh, Anna. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. I'm your favorite YouTube show. It's now true. Wow, thank you, Zavara. And it's really pretty disingenuous despite topics I know she's into. Yeah, I mean, like, we do see occasionally, like, I think Anna had an appearance on Piers Morgan the other day where she, was arguing against a Zionist and, no notes, right? Like, TYT is not bad on everything. They're just bad on a lot, and they're really disingenuous, and it's hard to believe anything that they say when their opinions seem so calculated, right? Every bit as much as Asmongold, who is now, chat, like pivoting to being slightly anti-Trump, pivoting to being like saying that he supports Zoran because he thinks that voting for Zoran is throwing a brick through the window of the establishment, just like voting for Trump is. So, I mean, like, yeah, either of these people didn't have much of an ideology, much of a perspective, much of an understanding to begin with, like is probably the case with Asmongold, or they don't really care about anything. Coconut cream instead of milk. Yeah, I think that would still get clumpy. There is definitely a way to do it. I'll look into it. I don't like is the brown sock related to brown eye at all? Brown sock? I'm sorry, brown sock? Where's brown? It's gonna turn into a brown sock. Yeah, you're right. Kind of is taking a little bit, like, yeah, because this tea, like, despite being green tea, it's not like emerald green. It's more of a brown green. Wow, this is quite powerful. Damn. That's some good tea. I hope you're all doing well today. How are you doing, Cosmopolitics? Good to see you, Christina, as always. Yeah, don't break my keyboard. I hope I don't. Yeah, I only got a little bit on there. Listening with my eyes closed, moving truck comes tomorrow. Oh God, I hope you're okay. Yeah, with the move, or I'm assuming that's a move. Your accent sounds great. I love the Weasel community. Be back more as I settle in. Yeah, Gabby, it sounds like you're going through a lot. Moving is always a pain in the ass. You know what the funny thing, chat, is that out of all of my moves, out of all of the recent, and I've moved a lot. Like since COVID, I have moved a lot. I was living actually in the dorms when COVID started, and then I moved in with a friend. And then let's see, where did I go after that? I moved in with a friend. Then I moved in with these people that had this really sketchy landlord that wouldn't even like put me on the lease. And I'm just like, I don't feel comfortable moving into a place that I don't like. I'm not like officially like, like on the lease, right? Like, I don't want to be in a situation where I could be kicked out any second, right? Or told that I'm living there illegally, right? So I moved out of there. Then let's see, what did I do after that? Oh yeah, then I moved in with there was this like couple that were renting out their basement. They had kind of almost like a mother-in-law sort of separate entrance for the basement. It had like a kitchen and living room and a bedroom. So it was a pretty nice place. The only thing is that the people I was living with were just, I don't know. They were overseas. They left to travel overseas while I was there, and they had some of their friends stay in their place. And these people were like yelling at me for doing my stream, right? For talking, right? When I would talk on the phone, they would like, you're too loud when you're talking. And I'm like, I am just talking. All right. I'm sorry. I'm not going to whisper. This is a place that I've paid money to rent. And anyway, not a great place. And then after that, I moved into this house that like was unfinished. So I got a really good price on it. It was decent, but oh my God, there was so much wrong with that house. When I first moved in there, the internet wouldn't work. Then like, I think the power went out for a long time. It had heating, and the heating went out, and it was a very cheap place to live, but not a great place to live. And then after that, I moved into a place that was almost the opposite. Like, right? I think I was taking over. I was subletting at a condo for someone who was going on a yoga retreat for like multiple months, right? And it was a really nice place, but way too expensive. Way too expensive. And then after that, I had the whole shenanigans with the, I was supposed to house sit for someone you may watch actually on YouTube. I'll tell you more about that at some point. I haven't really talked to this person about, I don't know. I don't know if it's okay to acknowledge that on stream. Mercer B, thank you for resubscribing with a Prime sub. That is a great way to kick a little money in my direction. Get yourself the animated emojis over there on Twitch and support the stream at no cost to yourself. You take money out of the pockets of a big corporation and you give it to me. And that is super based. But yeah, then I lived at the super expensive place. Then I tried to move in. I was gonna house sit for somebody whose lease was ending. And it ended up that the landlady changed the locks before I could get in there. So I had to stay with some friends for a while. And then I moved into the place that, I was in most recently. But yeah, sorry. The point that I was trying to make, chat, is that out of all of those moves, right? Out of all of those moves, the least complicated, least time consuming, least annoying move was actually the move to Thailand, because I literally could not take anything with me. Most of that move was throwing things in the garbage. Most of that move was throwing my entire life into the garbage and trying to figure out, like, what do I really, like, how many bags can I take? how much can I fit in there, and what do I want most of all, right? And that was kind of the easiest, because like there wasn't a lot of choice. It was just we needed a T cam. We do. Wait a minute. I do have a second. Wait. Oh no, I left it. Oh chat. Oh chat. I had a second cam. I am 99% sure I left that thing behind though. Yeah, it was just a little webcam, but it would be the perfect thing to make like a T-cam or a kitchen cam or something like that. I think I had that set up for a little while where I had one camera in the kitchen. So yeah, I am trying to read through chat here. Anna's lost her mind. It's been a slow descent, honestly. Anna moved the timeline up a year and made it about Mondale. She did. Yeah, you noticed that, Mopo. Yeah. We're going to get into that, right? Anna, when she's asked about, what caused the, what has alienated her from her old audience, right? She points to Mondale quitting. And as if Mondale had somehow victimized her, right? For the record, chat, Mondale was, I don't know, like an employee, like a contractor, like he worked for TYT. And after like Anna started, showing up more and more MAGA in Mondale's words, he couldn't put his name. He's a politician, chat. Like he's a mayor. That's Mayor Mondale Robinson, and he just could not sign off. So yeah, but Anna turns it around to like it's like as if she's like the victim, as if Mondale is using his massive amount of power, the massive amount of sway that he has as a occasional contributor to TYT. He's using that to try to silence Anna, and Anna's the principled one that's taking a stand, and I won't be silenced. I won't let you tell me what to do, Mondale. And it's like almost the exact opposite. Like it doesn't get more gaslighty than that, does it? I thought Anna may come to her senses after I was hoping for that too, Sisyphean. I really was. I know that's ridiculous to think that Anna's gonna come around, but yeah, she hit rock bottom that day in a way that I never thought she could. Is the music a little too loud, chat? Let me turn this down. Oh my God, getting the music just right. There we go. I think that should be just right. Taste of the tea from the ginger goddess. Oh God, Rave, you just made me think of what would be really good in here. I love a cup of ginger green tea. Like the more ginger, the better. In fact, I would almost like, you know what I would do if I could? Like I want to press like fresh ginger like into the tea. I feel like that would be the best way to make it. Like, I mean, and you can dry ginger, you can chop it up into little slices and dry those, or obviously powdered ginger, which I wouldn't recommend. It has a completely different taste, right? But there's a lot of ways to infuse ginger into your tea. In the past, I had taken the shape, when you cut ginger for food, you like cut off the skin, and I would take the skin and I would use the skin to flavor my green tea like that, so that I'm not wasting it. But yeah, I think I feel like the best way to do it would just be to make your tea, let it cool down till it's about ready to drink, and then press like some ginger juice into your tea. I think that would be the way to do it. Moving is damn stressful. Honestly, although I said that my move to Thailand was not as crazy in terms of the amount of time it took or the amount of stuff that I had to move. I mean, I still had to throw a lot of stuff away, but it was super stressful. It was super stressful because I wanted to take more stuff with me. I wanted to bring more stuff with me. I wanted to put more stuff into the storage, but I just ended up with so little time. And then at the last moment, like I ran into my landlady. I hadn't told her I was moving out yet. So it was just this really awkward thing. Like, the other roommates moved out in, I think, January of this year. and I was left there alone, and she was like, so are you going to pay for the entire apartment now? And I was like, no, that is crazy. I do not have $3,000 a month for rent, okay? But what I will do is I'll try to move people in here. And, you know, she raised the rent. She raised the price, right? So I you know, go to Facebook. I put up the pictures. I advertise it as well as I can. I brought a few people through, but honestly, like the price that I was quoting these people was not competitive with other stuff they could find on Facebook. And so I didn't, you know, bring anybody in. And I just was like, oh my God, how am I going to tell her? How am I going to tell her that she is going to have to drop her rental prices if she wants to get somebody else in this unit? Like she's thinking of raising prices, right? It's just, you can make such a delicious pandan tea with that tea sock. I don't know anything about pandan tea, Rave. Stick a vanilla bean pod in one of my sugar bowls for tea making and wait, I stick a vanilla bean pod in one of my sugar bowls for tea. Okay, so you have like your sugar bowl, and then you put a vanilla bean, and then you're saying it flavors the sugar, basically. Rosebuds. Oh yeah, rose tea is really good. Anna and Jink didn't just become like this. They have been racist, transphobic. That's actually true. Sharon Middleton, that's a good point. Yeah, the transphobia is nothing new to TYT, and not a lot of people know about this, right? Because here's the deal. Back in the day, TYT was like incredibly transphobic. Like Jinx has said, you could do a T-slur compilation. Like Jink loves saying the T-slur. But back then, it wasn't considered a slur. I remember hearing it on an episode of Saturday Night Live, you know, making fun of Sex in the City, where the premise was that Samantha was trans, and she's like, "That's right, I'm a T-slur," right? So yeah, like maybe people didn't realize it was a slur back then, but he wasn't just using it in a neutral way to like describe a trans person, right? He was using transgender as an insult, right, for cis women. If there was the cheerleader that was super buff, and she's like, I don't know, she's looking a little transgender there. She's looking a little I don't know. Like, right? I'm afraid she might be packing something downstairs, right? Yeah, there's a whole history of Jink specifically being transphobic, and Anna just kind of going along with it, right? Now it's Anna that's like the active transphobe, and Jink that's going along with it. But yeah, it's really nothing new for them, and like their you know past is, I mean they've been around for like 20 something years, right? And their past is really ugly. But yeah, there was a short moment in between people largely accepting LGBT people and their, you know, their heel turn against trans people. There was a moment where they would at least give lip service to trans rights. And I don't think any of that was real. I don't think any of that was actually real. I think they just felt like they had to do it because we are political content creators in the progressive space. And what is the progressive take on trans rights generally for it? So they were just, I mean, like, I do believe Anna when she says she felt like she was going through the motions. Because, yeah, there's nothing, you know, sincere about a lot of her beliefs. Just live in a world where anyone and everyone looks good next to a Zionist. Yeah. Well, even Asmongold is kind of turning on. What did he say? Oh God, he kind of went weird. Like he was talking about Asmongold looked at the interview of Zoran where Zoran is asked about, well, would you ever travel to Israel, for instance, right? And it's just like, you know, a lot of people have made this point. He's the mayor of New York. He is not the Secretary of State. He is not the president. There's just like that. It's a silly thing to be like, no, you gotta travel to Israel though. How do you get along with, you gotta get along with Bibi. You gotta get along with Bibi. And so, yeah, But I think Asmongold kind of took it to like a legit like he starts talking about like this group that's occupying our government. Like he goes full Zog on that shit. Asmongold used that terminology because it's funny coming from the don't block the road kind of guy. Asmon loves ICE and genocide. Yeah, he just doesn't want to be on the side of protecting pedophiles, I guess. That's it. It's like an optics thing. So it's just an optics question. He loves his racism. He loves his ethnic cleansing. But the other thing that he complained about was, like, you know, politicians, the ones in power, being ancient. And you know, that fits for Trump just as much as it does for Biden. There are barista-style soy milks you could use. Yeah. Condensed milk is supposed to be sweet. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think it's... Is there sweetened milk too, though? Like, I just remember it's like a mixture of two types of, like, milk products that is what's used in, you know, to make a Thai iced tea. Ellie Loeb from Harvard said an alien probe could be coming to Earth in November. It's probably not a serious news report, but it was nice to think ET can finally come wipe us out. You can buy hot drink specific coconut milk and cream here in Australia. Okay, I mean, that sounds like it would work. Stir as you pour, helps emulsification. I moved 11 times during undergrad. Jeez, that's rough. I only moved, let's see, I think once during undergrad, yeah. And then I stayed in the same dorm in grad, actually. My best share house was when I rented a room with its own bathroom and in the house with two divorced dads. No one wanted to talk to each other. It was great. Is it Vosh? Wait, it was what Vosh? I am realizing... God damn. I must be, like, far behind in chat. The 5-finger key is universal to any lock. Recent cross country wasn't as bad as other moves because I get rid. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is it is slightly easier when you're dumping a bunch of your stuff in the trash rather than having to move it. That does make it slightly easier. But I still have God, I still have that stuff in a U-Haul storage, and I'm paying like almost $200 a month for that. So I really do need to check and see if I can get that stuff sent to me. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to tell the person that offered to do it that I can't afford to keep paying for this. Yeah, I was hoping you know, I'd be able to get it sent out here sooner, or that maybe they would just want to you know, take that stuff and use it for now. If it ends up being too expensive to ship it to Thailand, I can totally understand that. And I need it out of the U-Haul, but yeah, apparently I don't know. Still waiting on that. Anyway, Mondale, she's blaming Mondale. That's right. I mean, she's kind of like acting like that the Mondale thing was the crucial moment rather than she's not even talking about the birthing person stuff. And I'm pretty sure it's because she knows that if she got into like a trans discussion with Tucker, he would be like, well, of course, these delusional people that think that they can change their sex just by being called different pronouns, and of course you would be against that. And Anna can't bite the bullet on that, right? She's still pretending that she is, you know, she's still pretending that she's okay with trans people, but the underlying, you know, logic of everything that Jink and Anna say about trans people is that trans men are not men and trans women are not women, right? That is the underlying logic of everything that they say. And that's why I felt like the sports issue was such an important issue not to, you know, these fuckers think that, like, okay, here's the deal. There's so few trans athletes we're just gonna let the conservatives have the sports issue and they'll shut the fuck up about it. And they won't, they won't. They will absolutely, like every time you throw them a bone, they come back for blood. You gotta understand this about conservatives, whether you're talking about immigrants, whether you're talking about trans people, whether you're talking about like the way they're implementing this anti-DEI shit is basically making discrimination cool again, right? Making discrimination acceptable again, right? And they're not. It's never going to satisfy them. That's not the way that you win the argument. Because the thing about it is, basically you had like trans allies being like, no, I'm for trans rights. I'm for trans rights. Anything that you're saying about like trans people this, trans people that, I'm not fucking listening, right? But they're not really thinking about it that deep. They don't know anything about trans people. They just know that it was wrong to be anti-gay marriage for LGBT people, and that in general, like, you know, being anti-trans rights is the wrong side of history, right? But they don't you know, spend enough time. Like, there's no imperative to like educate themselves, right? And so when it comes to an issue that they don't really understand, which when we're talking about like sports, we're talking about physiology, and these people don't even know that, like, for instance, most trans people would be on a hormone regimen. If you're a trans woman, which is, you know, what most of the sports discourse is about, if you're a trans woman, then you're on, you know, estrogen. You're on a synthetic or bioidentical estrogen and a androgen blocker. An androgen blocker would block testosterone, right? And yet, so many of the arguments against trans participation in sports presuppose that trans people are, like, the trans women are participating in sports with a full complement of endogenous testosterone, and that's just not true, right? The regulations by sporting authorities that allow trans participation in sports specifically stipulate a certain amount of time on you know, on a regimen of hormones, right? So in other words, the whole thing that they're so anyway, this issue kind of it exposed what would you say, an ambivalence, let's just say, that a lot of cis people feel towards trans people. And that ambivalence, you know, shows up in both like not educating yourself on, you know, what is a trans person's life like, you know, what are their, you know, what are their testosterone levels like, for one thing, right? And you know, not caring enough to educate themselves on that, and yet wanting to hold a viewpoint even with that lack of knowledge, assuming that the answer must just be that, you know, well, this is like the sitcom trope where a guy that's not good at sports pretends to be a girl so they can win a championship, right? I think they did this in Futurama, and probably like a lot of sitcoms, right? I keep a permanent jar of fresh sliced ginger and honey in my fridge. Oh, the honey would keep it preserved. Yeah, true. Honey keeps it preserved, and you just scoop it. You just scoop into hot water. It's fab or cool. Fab warm. Oh, it's fabulous warm or cool. You can put dry ginger straight into tea, into your tea leaves as well. Yeah. I was. Yeah, that's what I was saying with the chopped dried ginger. Oh my god, chat, I'm so far behind if we're still talking about tea. I'm just gonna scroll past some of your comments. Bosch has grooming allegations. Yes, these are new. I'm not... Now, one thing I want to say to you about the Vosh grooming allegations. The Vosh folders allegations, in other words, the fact that Vosh accidentally showed his tax folders, and that those tax folders contained some really, you know, fucked up sexualization of like underage looking anime characters, like that was, you know, that was a slam dunk. That was undeniable, right? Although Vosh's community still did try to deny it, right? That was obvious, right? This one is not as clear cut. The quality of the receipts that we have on these new grooming allegations of Vosh is not quite as high. So I will point that out. Yeah, I don't want anybody to think this is like conclusive or anything like that. And there, you know, it's a questionable source as well. Oh wait, evaporated milk? Is that what I meant? Evaporated milk and sweetened condensed. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you mix half evaporated milk with sweetened condensed milk. But honestly, chat, these are products that I don't know anything about. I know my mom used those in cooking, but I have not. I've abstained from, you know, dairy products for a long time, so I don't know much about. I haven't used evaporated milk or sweetened condensed. I'm at the first time in my life having my own room and realizing it's too much space for me. I was joking. If you were house sitting for Vosh, that's definitely what I was doing. You got it. It's definitely for Vosh. I was taking care of his horses, apparently. Ben Dixon went too far making fun of her ethnic last name. What if she was black? If she was black, she'd be too scared to look in the mirror. Wait, oh God, because she's, yeah. The thing that she said about being uncomfortable around minorities. Is TYT even still relevant? You know, that's a good question, MK. So in terms of views, and I think the Vanguard has pointed this out pretty well, right? In terms of their, you know, TYT network itself, right? The stuff that they do on the show and the videos that they put out, not so much. Not so much. Now, where it is relevant is in terms of Twitter interaction. Jink gets a decent amount of Twitter interaction. I think Anna does as well. And also their connection with celebrities, right? Their connection with bigger people, right? So they do have the clout, I suppose, from having been more influential, and partially for being pick-me's, like liberal pick-me's for the right wing, that are useful, right? Yeah, look, their influence is all in like who they know now, because it's definitely not in their community has massively shrank. Yeah, most sports would require 2 years of hormone replacement therapy. Right, always needs a hot button topic to keep their supporters distracted from capitalist hellscape. And the thing about this is that just nobody's gonna take the time to, you know, understand the issue. And honestly, chat, here's the thing. This is why I always say trans participation in sports is not something that you should debate. That's not a debate topic, except with the exception being if you're a sports physiologist, right? If you're an endocrinologist, if you are a medical professional, specifically in sports medicine, you might have something to say about this, or you might not, because you could be a you know, medical sports medicine professional, and you could still not have any idea about like trans people's like hormone regimens, right? So but yeah, it's not a good I'm 15 minus behind. God damn it, I gotta scroll. Ginger and honey, definitely put that in the fridge. Don't think academics and sports leagues should be combined. Become really anti-collegiate sports and the capitalist capture of sports in general. Okay, I am no longer 20 minutes behind, unless chat is really, really slow today. In which case, I shouldn't be streaming at all. I should just hit end stream. Here we go. No, just kidding, chat. We're not hitting end stream. Trans women in sports things just ends up in misogyny. Yeah, well, yeah, when you get into discussions where they start bringing it into darts leagues and chess leagues, which, you know, has happened. There's a separate, you know, division for women in chess, and essentially, I think it ended up really badly in chess. Like, I'm not even sure how trans people are supposed to participate in chess. I mean, ostensibly in some of the sports, they're like, yeah, just compete in the men's division. Oh, okay. So your whole thing was trying to stop people with the benefit of a steroid hormone, testosterone, that's more, that promotes, skeletal muscle hypertrophy, right? Which is true. Yeah. Estrogen and testosterone, both are anabolic hormones. Both are steroid hormones, right? You'll retain and build more muscle with those hormones than without, but testosterone is much stronger in that regard than estrogen. So your whole thing is you're like, I don't want people with a testosterone dominant system competing with people with an estrogen dominant system. Well, guess what, assholes? That's exactly what you got. That's exactly what the discourse on trans participation in sports, specifically trans women participating in sports, the results of that, the end result of that is to force people with estrogen dominant systems, trans women, to participate in leagues with people with testosterone dominance, including fighting sports, which is another thing that kind of grosses out these people. Like, right, the idea of a man beating up a woman. Well, guess what? You've got that now. You've got that now, because if trans women want to compete in MMA, they're gonna get the shit kicked out of them by by guys with the full complement of testosterone. After I typed the message, you noticed you were behind. It's only been like 5 minutes. Yeah, why would there be gender distinctions in chess? I don't know. It sounds pretty sexist to me. Chess pieces for women are lighter. There we go. It's like the cigarettes. You know those little cigarettes? What are those called? Virginia Slims? Like the dainty ones? They're like skinny little cigarettes. The cis female runner with naturally high testosterone. Yeah, and when I say that it doesn't stop there, that's what I mean. They are now, transvestigating all kinds of female athletes. Any sort of genetic abnormality is now a grounds for literally this, for the woman to be witch hunted and for people to assert that they're trans when they're not. Why are the Oscars and Emmys gendered? Makes no sense as well. Oh God, you know why it is, I think? I think it's that the formula at some point, and maybe still for movies, for shows, right, is that you would generally have the lead, which is usually a male, and then you have the love interest, who's usually a female, right? And so they do think of those like the way that media and art has been conceived, very much like lends itself to like the categories, right? That like you're gonna make a show. You got the hero and you got the love interest. And in general, this is why the Bechdel test. Chad, do you remember the Bechdel test? This gets made fun of by people, but the Bechdel test is a test when you look at a movie or a show and you ask yourself, are there women in this show involved in conversations with each other that do not center around men? Like, right? So, first of all, you have scenes where women are talking to women, and second of all, do any of those scenes, like, right? Are they talking about, like, because it doesn't count if they're like, oh, you know what? I'm afraid my husband's gonna leave me. Oh no, he would never leave you. You've been together since high school. Oh no, well this morning he left without saying goodbye, and it does, like, right, that doesn't count, right? If it's a conversation about the man, it's not really, right? So the question we're asking is like, is any of the shit really about women? Like, are women given space on, and people just make fun of this now. People just make fun of this, like, oh no, that's like it gets in the way of telling a good story. When in reality, I feel like overcoming like this tendency to only include women, only include conversations between women when they center around men. I think that's probably the key to getting to better stories, right? But the question is, will we ever get there, or are we just going to slide back into a dark age? Mad Men is one of the better on Bechdel. We live in a world where sex is, yeah, Mad Men is an interesting one, right? Because, you know, obviously you're supposed to look at the you know, kind of workplace sexism that existed at that time, and be a little bit like, you know, you're supposed to notice that and be like, that's bad. I'm glad, but at the same time, a lot of it's like the Archie Bunker effect, where some of the viewers are, they kind of like that, like, wow, that's really cool. Everything's about the guys. Like, if there's a woman involved, she's the secretary for one of the guys. Although I'll be honest, chat, I haven't seen past the season 2 or 3 of Mad Men, so I could there could be elements of that show, or it could have gone places that I just don't know. Anime and JRPGs don't run into this problem. Plenty of strong female leads. Yes and no, Egomaniac. Yes and no. I gotta say, as a Atlas fan, I'm a little bit disappointed in like Persona, the Persona series, you know, since the 1990s, where they did have, yes, a female protagonist in Persona 2, Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, right, has a female protagonist, right? And they haven't really done it since, with the exception of a version of Persona 3 that you can play with kind of like a, it's not really a feminized version of the main character, but it's like a another character who is a woman, and they do enough to make that story different that I'm not, it's not like a, you know, Persona 3, what is it called, chat? What is the version that you can play as the FemC? Anybody know? Peggy has her own journey. Who, Peggy Hill? Or Peggy from Mad Men? Is it portable? Is it, yeah, the PSP? It's, or no, sorry, PSP. God, I'm so mixed up. Like, right, there's the PS1 or the PSX. The PSP, yeah, is the portable, PlayStation Portable. And so, I mean, like, that's kind of cool. I mean, look, you know, she is an afterthought, right? She's not in the original Persona 3. But look, for Personas, you can't really have dual main characters, so there's gonna be, although honestly, Persona 2 almost did have dual main character. They almost did have like a, I'd rather eat girl sushi than boy sushi. I mean, I think I understand. I think I get the point of that. Oh, Portable's on Switch now? Ghost in the Shell. Oh, yeah. You know, I don't know that much about the original, what is it? It was a movie in the 90s. I've only watched Standalone Complex. But yeah, maybe it's like less bad in those. I don't know. There's also like a weird genre issue like there as well, where like in anime or in manga specifically, right? You've got like shonen, which is where like battle mangas kind of fall under shonen. And then you got shoujo, and like the format is different, right? I mean, like shoujo can be magical girl, which is kind of similar, could be similar. You could imagine a magical girl, you know, manga or anime that has like similar kind of, you know, like monster of the week, villain of the week kind of stuff, similar to like a battle manga, similar to a shonen. But a lot of times it is a little bit more, it's a little bit less Dragon Ball Z, and it's a little bit more Jane Austen, if that makes sense, right? The one I have in mind is the Rose of Versailles. If you like standalone complex, watch the original movie. I feel like I've seen I feel like the original movie, it's this whole thing. Like, I can remember, like, in high school and shit, like, going to parties, and people had the original movie on, but it's like, those were kind of wild parties, and I was usually kind of inebriated, and also you're at a party, so it's like, you know, the movie's playing, but if you want to socialize or dance or like whatever else that you would more likely be doing at a party, you're not really gonna sit down and watch. So like it's one of those things that, like, I feel like I've seen parts of the movie without really knowing or understanding what the movie's about. Other than, what is she like? There's like an AI and she like fuses with it. That's like all I remember from it. I hope I didn't spoil that for anyone. I fell asleep watching Ghost in the Shell, the movie. Yeah. So I've never. I don't know. I probably need to go back and watch that. Anyway, chat. The other thing I need to do is remind you that we can hang out for a little bit longer than the normal stream. Now I'm gonna watch part of the Ana Kasparian and Tucker Carlson thing, no matter what. But the other stuff that I see, let's see what people are interested in terms of the poll. All right. Oh, look at that. Current events are winning right now. Yeah, what's going on with Thailand and Cambodia? Which I've been watching this. I've been trying to understand the background, the players involved, the two political dynasties really that this Thailand Cambodia thing kind of centers around, which is like the Hun dynasty in Cambodia, like Hun Sen and his son, who's now prime minister, and then the Shinawatra dynasty in Thailand with oh my god, I always pronounce her name wrong. Thaksin and Haitong Tai? Wait, I'm gonna say her name wrong. Shino. Haitong Tan. But yeah, anyway, there's two political dynasties, you know, kind of involved both on the Thai side and on the Cambodian side. And the funny thing about these dynasties is they used to be allies, right? So the current prime minister who's suspended, that's Paetong Tan Shinawatra, and she her father's name is Thaksin, and he was prime minister back in I think 2006 or so, and you know, got into a conflict really with some other forces, some very strong forces in Thai politics. As a result, he self-exiled to Cambodia, and when he did, it was Hun Sen that took care of him, right? It was Hun Sen that kind of you know, sheltered him or whatever. So yeah, it's a really interesting thing. Also, I want to point out, you know, the colonial kind of backdrop to all this, right? The reason that Thailand wants this territory so bad, the reason that Thailand feels so fucked over by Cambodia controlling this particular area, is that this was an area that France took from them back in the days of French Indochina, right? So yeah, it was, you know, colonized from them, right? So they want it back. Now on Cambodia's side, they've got an ICJ decision saying that land is theirs, saying that Thailand's chance to dispute the you know, to dispute those borders has come and gone, and since they didn't dispute it earlier that they've just got to accept that this is part of Cambodia now. So anyway, that's what's winning right now. Of course, it only matters. Wait a minute. Okay, so the number should not be 0. The number should be 3. All right, we got 3. Oh God, look at this chat. I'm gonna actually get to the butterfly goal before any of you can do super chats. Wait, if I can find it. Oh my God, chat. I shouldn't have announced it. Now I'm on a race against time. A race against butterflies. Let's see. What am I trying to do? I can't press button. Stop. Live chat. Something. All right, there we go. Goal. Okay, so if you want to put a butterfly in my hair, you've got 3 hours to make that happen. And 3 hours, chat, is probably how long I will stream today if we don't hit the bonus goal. So we got 3 hours to put 10 teal super chats on the board. I think those super chats start somewhere around $3, $3.50. It's 100 Thai baht essentially is where the cutoff, because I'm in Thailand. It's doing it by Thai baht. Yeah, basically, if we get 10 teal super chats, I will put a butterfly in my hair. If we get this number that is now struggling to be at 3%, if we get that number to 100% by the end of those 3 hours that I will be streaming about this, then I will stick around a little longer and I will cover another topic. And right now, the majority of you seem to be curious about what is going on in the country that I am in right now. And I've actually got some updates for you on that in just like the conflict in Vietnam that the United States was involved in the 60s kind of expanded to other countries in the region. We've got kind of a threat of that going on as well. Some ordinances, some shells ended up in Laos, which is it's right there in the region. This region, they call it the Emerald Triangle, and they call it that because there's this is where the borders of Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos meet, and so it's very close to Laos. And yeah, some shells, some rockets, shit ended up flying into Laos, which on one hand is understandable because it's so close, but on the other hand, Laos is not involved in this. So this is a matter between Thailand and Cambodia. But the question is, is this like Thailand being irresponsible in their use of their superior military power, or is this more of a question of maybe Cambodia wanting to try to draw Laos into the conflict, wanting to expand the conflict, right? Which would be pretty bad. The backers of Thailand and Cambodia have traditionally been the United States on the Thai side. Thailand was on the U.S. side in the Vietnam War as well, and China on the Cambodian side. But things have changed, and I don't think I can call Thailand a U.S. ally in this day and age, at least not compared to their relationship with China. I think they're more aligned with China. So essentially, you've got two Chinese allies, and they're beefing. They're beefing over a territory dispute that goes back to colonialism, that goes back to the French Indochina, right? And there's been ceasefires proposed. There are several third parties that have offered to get involved and try to mediate this. The United States, I think, has offered. It's probably thanks, but no thanks at this point. Thailand does not trust the United States, right? The U.S. majorly fucked over Thailand with these tariffs. And so, I don't think the United States is going to be the broker here, right? You got China offering, kind of makes sense since they're both allied to China. You've got Malaysia offering, and you've got ASEAN, which is a almost like the EU of like Asia, like it's like a organization of countries. And am I safe? Good question. Yes, I am safe. At least for now, right? Look, as long as this continues to be a border dispute, I am safe. All right. If it becomes a larger war, maybe not. Unexploded U.S. munitions from the 60s caused casualties in Laos. Oh yeah, every year. Same thing in Vietnam. Yeah, we got to hit the bonus hole. That's right, Good Heart Yoga. That's right. Right now, we're not hitting any goals at all because we're at 3% out of 100. And that's looking like a very short stream. Again, if this thing gets to 100 in the next 3 hours, which I'll be streaming, then I'll stick around and do and cover another topic. Right now, it looks like most people are voting for coverage of what's going on in Thailand and Cambodia. Right, that's in first place. Second place, boysh grooming allegations. That's right. Another horse has hit the World Trade Center, so to speak. And that in the form of somebody coming out with screenshots of a conversation between boysh and a underage person. And it doesn't look good. However, there's some questions about the source. This is somebody who's definitely a right-wing source, right? So there, there's a conflict of interest there in terms of boysh being a left creator, and the last person, and the other thing, this person does this kind of like expose stuff a lot. I think this is the person that brought out the allegations against Harry Sisson, which if you didn't pay attention, I don't blame you. We don't really cover Harry Sisson that much, but he is a younger liberal content creator. I think he comes from TikTok. He's been making a name for himself. He's been debating on Piers Morgan and stuff like that. And apparently he's been a bit of a scumbag. Harry Sisson was in DMs with multiple women who were fans of his, and each of these women, he was apparently telling them that they're the only ones. They're the only one he's interested in, and then they kind of got together and figured out that they were not the only one. So, it's not a scandal. Like, as far as I know, the Harry Sisson scandal is not like, he violated somebody's consent or anything like that. It's not like, it's not like he groomed somebody or like, it's not, it's just that, he was, rizzing up his fans, which, I don't know about that. Right. There's a power differential there. And you'd hope that a streamer would not rely on their community for their dating pool, just because, I don't know. It just kind of, there's just something kind of yucky about that, I guess. Right. And yeah, it has echoes of like rock stars exploiting groupies, like what used to happen in the 60s and stuff like that. I guess it's not just in the 60s, but that whole thing of the rock star and Led Zeppelin supposedly had a groupie party with them one night, and she passes out on the bed in the hotel room, and she wakes up with fish in her private areas because somebody in Led Zeppelin thought that was a really funny joke, right? So there's many such stories. Obviously, Harry Sisson isn't accused of shoving fish up anybody's JJ, but yeah, is maybe accused of some scumbaggery. And this is the person exposing boysh here, I think is this, or from what I've heard, is the same person that exposed Harry Sisson. So, you do have like a pattern of this person going after lefty content creators. It kind of gives me pause, that they're definitely a right winger that hates people on the left. That doesn't mean that it's not true though. And we'll take a look at it. The other thing that's missing, and I'm not sure, I mean, we'll have to check on this, right? I don't see involvement from the party, from the person that boysh was texting. Like, it may be the case that this person has been asked by the victim to the victim wanted to stay anonymous or something, but I don't think there really is any staying anonymous, right? This is a person who was in a certain Discord conversation with boysh, and it's but anyway, that is the second place. Yeah, it's really close, chat. 3 points separate what's going on in Thailand, Cambodia from boysh grooming allegations. And then just 2 points down, we have Destiny being mad at Pisco. Destiny crashing out on Pisco. Pisco has this. I don't know how to describe this, but I've been covering this, right? There's change in the wind. There's a vibe change. Even in places like the Destiny community, you're getting former Destiny orbiters kind of breaking away from Destiny on a number of issues, including Gaza and more stuff than that. And most recently, it's been Pisco who's having takes that are contrary to what Destiny thinks and what the standard DGG viewpoint is. But it's not just Pisco anymore, Chad. It's Pisco, Straighteraid, Quimon. All of these creators seem to be pivoting towards the left, making a sort of a face turn, if you will. And before we accept them with open arms, we got to remember, in my mind, anybody that was part of the Destiny orbit, anybody that is made their fame, based on their relationship with Destiny and DGG, has got to have a little bit of a scarlet asterisk on their name, right? Just because we don't want to get infiltrated. We don't want, there's a lot of toxicity that's come out of that community, and we don't want it breaking containment and just kind of, spilling into the left, right? So I'm a little bit cautious about all these people, about Quimon, about Pisco, about Straighteraid, but I'm also, encouraged that that people are able to cut away from Destiny and some of those toxic and racist viewpoints that he has. So it's watch this space. We're still looking, we're still analyzing, and we're seeing where this is going to go. They just booed Destiny? Take the win? Sorry, what? Sorry, Mopo, you gotta give me more information. No idea what you're saying there. It's not dating at that point, it's just fishing for groupies. I mean, yeah, definitely what Led Zeppelin did. But yeah, look, it's a very close poll. It may not matter, though, because we're at 3% out of 100. So just to tell you how this number goes up, how you can make this number go up if you're interested. This number goes up whenever there is a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership on YouTube, or if they booed Mitch McConnell. Okay, I have no idea. It's a Jink at TP USA reference. Okay, Jink said they booed Mitch McConnell. Okay, so when Jink met with Charlie Kirk, you're saying they booed Mitch McConnell, and so he's like, take the win, take the win. That him going on Charlie Kirk was a win because he got people to say they didn't like Mitch McConnell. And I think Mopo is also saying that, DGGers booing Destiny, we should take the win, but not. I think there's sarcasm, right? Because that's a Jink reference, and obviously Jink is somebody we don't exactly agree with. If Wick would have let me on panels, I would have been lumped in, even though I wanted to push the conversation left. Look, Infallible Foul, you're talking about a compromise that I literally made. And I still regard that compromise as being a mistake. I went on a Wick panel at one point. I didn't really know that much about Wick, but that's why I'm trying to be nuanced about this, right? Because if somebody wanted to absolutely, be like a zero tolerance, like we must quarantine the Destiny menace, they might quarantine me as well. I had a conversation with Destiny and didn't agree with them on much of anything, but so somebody could lob that accusation at me. I just I've been fighting this this orbit. I've been fighting this sphere for a long time, and I don't want to be a sucker, right? Because the thing that bothers me about the Destiny orbiters that are breaking away is that they may have broken ties with Destiny, but they're still sort of tied into the larger network. But again, we'll see. We'll give them a chance. Well, I would love to talk to one of these people. I'm really curious, specifically Quimon, actually, who I've heard Quimon say some vile shit. I've heard people who know Quimon and have talked to me about him talk about somebody that is positively disposed towards, has been positively disposed towards Nick Fuentes at times. He sounds like a very different streamer right now, though. That's not what I'm getting from any of the streams that I've watched recently. And I'm curious if he has, I don't know, has something changed? Like, has he experienced a change? I'd be curious to know. And, he's talked shit about me too. So I'm trying to, I'm trying to be open towards somebody having a change of heart nonetheless. But at the same time, yeah, I absolutely don't want to be a sucker. And, sort of having, people that have shown really bad judgment in who they threw their lot in, at the very least. Very bad judgment in terms of, character. Just welcoming them in with open arms is a potentially, really damaging. Right, because on one level, chat, we gotta recognize, all right, Destiny fans are an audience. You get that audience by being nice to Destiny, by being on stream with Destiny, by being, by having takes about Destiny, right? You get that audience, and that's why people orbit, right? But also, you are an audience, right? You're people that, a lot of you watch MR, you watch me, you watch the Vanguard, and so you are another audience. So look, it could be that people like Quimon, Pisco, Strader 8, etc. have had a legitimate change of heart, and they're being honest about their viewpoints on things, right? Or it could just be that they see no chance in taking Destiny's audience away from him on these issues, and they see all the chance in the world in trying to fill their audience in with you, frankly. So yeah, that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to give them the clean bill of health. Not personally a fan of Quimon, banned from his chat for pushing back at him. Well, that's the other thing too, is like I'm so confused about Quimon, because I swear to God, it was not long ago that I was hearing him say like horrible things about trans people. Him doing the same kind of like anti-leftist, anti-bread tube commentary that you'd expect from Chud Logic, right? And that's where he came from. He's a Chud Logic orbiter, right? Quimon at least can say he's no Destiny orbiter. He's actually a Chud Logic orbiter. So he's a few steps removed. He's got a few Kevin Bacons separating him from Destiny. But yeah, being a Chud Logic orbiter, I don't know if that's much better. They're no different than the Theo Vons and Andrew Schultzes of the world who suddenly have different opinions. There's no principles. Don't know any of these people except for Destiny and Vosh. Well, yeah, we're trying to expand the cinematic universe here. Oh, Sticky M. I'm sorry. When you said sticky, I was immediately like thinking of sticky rice. Oh my God, chat. This green tea, I will say, I've almost finished it here. It's strong. It is strong. That's some strong tea. We got to jump into this, chat. Whether or not we're going to hit the bonus goal or not is entirely up to you. I have no ability to affect that whatsoever. But yeah, like I said, super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership on YouTube, that's how you get weasels, or gift memberships on YouTube, which is how we get weasels, right? If this is how we get weasels, right? Mostly by people gifting memberships to other people, and that spreads the ability of people to post weasels and to post emotes in general, right? Which we've got on YouTube and on Twitch. If you support me on Throne, that also contributes to this number, which right now I'm trying to pay for my ticket to Vietnam. I'm gonna be going there, chat, in about 3 weeks. Yeah, I should have bought my ticket already. Goddamn. So yeah, I'm gonna be going to Vietnam in about 3 weeks. I've got to do it in order to get my visa. I've got to apply for my educational visa at the Thai embassy there. And I'm going to be spending like a week there, so I'm going to try to do some do some Vietnam content for you if I can while I'm there. So if you want to support me in that, that's throne.com/nocommentchick. If you sign up for my Patreon, of course, that also contributes to this. And if you get yourself a membership on Twitch, which you can do for free, if you've got Prime, you can hook your Prime account up to Twitch, and you'll get a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice, a Prime sub, right? If you use that Prime sub on my channel, you'll get the emojis. And you'll put a little bit of money in my pocket, and it'll cost you nothing, which is kind of amazing, right? You can also get yourself a sub for $6, and you can also gift subs, same as on YouTube, right? The most common way for people to get a sub is to be gifted one, at least at first. So if you're gifting subs in Twitch, you're also spreading the jellyfish to more and more people, and we love to see that. Or of course bits also. So any of that stuff makes this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, we'll have longer than a 3-hour stream. If it doesn't, then I'll peace out at 3 hours and see you again the next day. So yeah, that's how it works. That's how it goes. And yeah, again, it's a very close. Oh my God. It's a very close race right now between. Come on. I'm sorry, chat. I'm like having computer slow. Let's fix this. Yeah, two points separating what's going on in Cambodia and Thailand. Sorry, Thailand and Cambodia. What's going on in Thailand and Cambodia? 2 points separating that from the next one, which is the Vosh grooming allegations. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to tell you about donos is that when you do donate, no matter whether it's a super chat, super sticker, you get yourself a membership. If you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne or sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, you have the ability to tell me in the chat which of these topics you are pulling for, right? I've got the topics right up here. So if one of these topics like leaps out at you as, you know, I really want to see that, you can affect that. You can add, you know, points, right? If you tell me in chat that you want like to see the Destiny getting mad at Pisco content, for instance, then I will turn your donation into a percentage. I'll put it right up here, and that'll be an add-on to the final poll numbers, right? So if we get to 100, then it'll be more likely that we'll watch that if you if you put your money where your mouth is. If you say, you know, when you donate, if you say like I want this or I want that, right? I'll add a few extra points for that, and you maybe even change the results of the poll, because like I said, it is 2 points separating the number 1 issue and the number 2 issue, and I think the number 3 issue is like 3 points behind that, right? So it is anyone's game, anyone's race today on the poll. Destiny's views on Gaza are the only era I know him in. Not a fan, just curious how he's going to launder his complicity once. Yeah, a lot of people, right, are trying to, you know, like either pivot or something. I would guess with Destiny that he'll just continue to blame Hamas for everything that happens to Palestinians. I that's my guess, right? I don't see Destiny pivoting. In fact, of all the people, right, that are supporting Hasbara, Destiny's one of the most likely candidates for, you know, is he getting some money for it? Is he, you know, he's gone on a trip to Israel. He's talked to the IDF. He told the IDF, could you please stop filming yourself putting on the clothes of your victims? Like going into, like, you know, houses of Palestinians, that houses that you've destroyed, and taking the lingerie out of the cabinets and doing a little dress up for a TikTok video. Please stop doing that. That's ruining your PR. So, anyway, we got to get into this, chat. We got to get into this. I've already wasted 2 hours, which, you know, I'm trying to make the stream go faster. Anyway, chat, let's jump into it. Let's jump into Tucker and all the rest. Oh my God. I don't think that's the right one. I don't think we're looking for a translation of green here. Just wondering, how did that change? Oh, I see. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do... Oh my God, what the fuck? Really? The other thing I need to do is to thank my Patreons, because they support me even if no one else does. And on days like today, that is awesome to know. So anyway, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or higher, I give you a shout out at the beginning and the end of each stream. Since this is the beginning of the stream, let me do those now, right? Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers, to Funky Monkey, to Sarah, to Nadia Yvette, to Moe Noe, to Jules K, to Izzy Mandius, to Infallible Fowl, to Hot Ham Radio, to Good For Gabby, to Emily French, to Direful, to Buffy Geek, to Big Al, to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There we go, chat. I think we got what we need to get this stream started. So let's get it started. As the Black Eyed Peas once said, after being canceled, let's get it started. The dark truth about Gavin Newsom. Will Tucker ever run for president? The backlash. Anna, yeah, I think this is the one that we want to zero in on here. And what else do we have here? Okay, so why Americans care so much about the Jeffrey Epstein case. Growing nuance of America's political parties. Ugh. Why Kasparian admitted she was wrong about defund the police. Oh my God. Americans do not want to be involved in foreign wars. How radical leftist ideology is destroying California. Oh my God, chat. The dark truth about Gavin Newsom. Corporate media stoking divisions. Will Tucker ever run for president? So it sounds like she's like glazing him here. You gonna run for president, Tuck? Backlash Kasparian faced after speaking to Glenn Beck. Anger and self-hatred of liberal upper class white women. The thing is, she is, oh my God, this is so frustrating. The Kasparian effect, chat, is something that I've been describing. Now, it's not, I don't like separate the Kasparian effect by gender. I don't think of the Kasparian effect as being a political dynamic among women, you know, specifically. But yeah, wealthy people on the West Coast and on the East Coast are at this very moment being radicalized to further and further reactionary positions. They're being radicalized by, you know, people demonizing the homeless, some cases, immigrants, you know, you know, there's sort of like a turf dynamic to this too, like anti-trans. Yeah, there's a phenomenon going on amongst rich liberal elites, for lack of a better term, where they start to turn more and more towards dark enlightenment philosophy. And yes, when I say dark enlightenment, I mean Curtis Yarvin. That is where the rabbit hole ends. Anna's not all the way down the pipeline just yet, but essentially, yeah, they get radicalized through like grievance about any number of different issues. And these are people that generally, at least, started from a place of being very anti-Trump. Anna definitely fits that. And they're anti-Trump, but locally they're very right-wing. These are like people that'll vote for a Democratic candidate for president, but then turn around and vote for Rick Caruso for mayor of Los Angeles, right? So that's what we're talking about. And Anna literally is a self-hating liberal. So that's a funny title. Danger of centralized power, rise of the surveillance state, Israel's strike on Gaza's only Catholic church. Of course, Tucker, that's, a huge cause celeb for him, I'm sure. Israel's strike, Azerbaijan, Israel, Armenian Christian genocide. Why doesn't anyone mention the Iranian Christian population, the future of corporate media, the obvious Epstein cover-up? All right, so where shall we start? I think we'll skip around a little here, if you're okay with that, chat. But I'm like wondering where to start.
Right, at all. But what does it mean?
YouTube version of the Tucker and Anna video is probably easier to watch. I hate watching video on YouTube. I've got that open, Natalie. I'm just not sure. Have you seen people like watch the YouTube version? The only reason that I'm kind of defaulting to the only reason that I'm kind of like, I've got the Twitter version pulled up here, is that I don't want to see another Thai commercial. That's why. Nung Song Sam. 1, 2, 3.
So normally when I do an unconventional interview with like...
Okay, so yeah, the reason that I kind of thought, and Natalie, tell me what you think. I think the Vanguard watched this on Twitter, and I'm wondering why. I know the Vanguard covered at least part of this video. And I think it seemed like they were watching it on Twitter, and I'm wondering why. Any ideas? So we're about to get settled in, and we're about to watch this debate, and so I am getting hydrated. You should too, but I'm waiting for Natalie to let me know what she thinks about. So the one thing I'd worry about is Tucker Carlson, getting copyright claimed by Tucker Carlson's channel, and I'm wondering if the Vanguard watched it on Twitter on purpose, like in order to avoid that. Whoa, okay, it's too. Oh my god. Seen other streamers watch it on YouTube. I mean, I'd assume, yeah, it looks like we do have the same, it looks like we do have the same, what do you call them? Timestamps.
right at all. But what does it mean to be not to get too philosophical here, but what does it mean to be conservative or liberal, like at this point?
Well, I don't think that the political labels that we currently have in this country make much sense anymore, to be honest with you.
I've noticed, yeah.
But I'm talking about like traditional conservatism. You know, I believe in reproductive rights to a point.
Right.
You know, I know that you're anti-abortion.
Big time.
Yeah. So like that's a disagreement we have.
Right.
And I'm not at all going to like come on this show and capitulate on my beliefs.
Right.
But I think that those are important issues. I'm not minimizing them.
Right.
But I feel that we can't even really engage in a real debate about policy or specific issues unless we know we're living in a sovereign country and we have a government that actually has interest in representing us.
Right. Because it doesn't really matter otherwise.
Right.
If, people keep voting for different things but get the same result.
Exactly.
Then the system is fake. And that's the point where people start.
Let's roll it back. I want to appreciate what she just said, because I think what I just heard was that I am pro-choice, and you're not going to move me on that. I didn't come on here to get my mind changed or to do anything like that, right? I'm pro-choice, but that doesn't matter if we've got open borders. So what she's saying, essentially, this is a justification to vote for Trump in 2024. Like that's what she's saying. That's what she's giving. Right? She's not going to come here to betray her allegiances, her viewpoint or anything, but she's starting right off basically saying that as much as I care about reproductive freedom, I don't think it matters if we can't protect the border, if we can't protect sovereignty.
Certain issues, I'm not minimizing them.
Right.
But I feel that we can't even really engage in a real debate about policy or specific issues unless we know we're living in a sovereign country and we have a government that actually has interest in representing us.
Right.
Unless we know that we're living in a sovereign country. I'm trying to think of what else that could mean. First of all, it's ridiculous to be like, oh my gosh, there's immigrants in our country. We're not sovereign. We're not making our own viewpoints. Mexico is controlling us. Venezuela is control. Honduras is control. No. That's garbage. That is madness, right? To think that the United States, that some a country that the United States has a great number of immigrants from is somehow like in control of the country. But because what? Because they had a lot of asylum. A lot of people leave that country and claim asylum here. Is that like that's mad? You know what that is, right? That's looking at immigrants as, I don't know, foreign agents or something. And the truth is, chat, that nobody leaves their home, just on a whim. And nobody leaves their home to fuck up America or fuck up the American way, or hey, I'm gonna sneak into this country even though I don't have the proper paperwork or something like that. People leave because their country's fucked up. Often the reasons that their countries are fucked up stem back to United States involvement, stem back to United States intervention in that country. And to then turn around and be like, this isn't, the United States fucking up Venezuela with sanctions like Donald Trump did, and then and the people trying to escape that situation, right? This isn't the Venezuela, being a very fucked up, place to live right now, and people trying to get out of that. It's somehow Venezuela is trying to is invading. I mean, this is the kind of language that allows Trump to get away with so much of his bullshit, right? All of his draconian measures on immigration are predicated on this idea that the United States is not just dealing with a lot of immigration, but it's dealing with an invasion. That all these immigrants got together and they made a plan, and they're like, we're gonna take over the United States. That is not fucking that is fucking madness, and that is heavily right-wing shit. And she's just telling us that as much as she cares about reproductive freedoms, right? So this is chat. She's worse than Brianna Wu here. She's worse than Brianna Wu talks about that she mostly, you know, like that her big issue is reproductive freedom. And she's, you know, her whole, this is what, like, you know, the pretext for progressive victory was that reproductive freedom is so goddamn important. We gotta make it happen. This is the most important, you know, issue. And she's trying to bring people together from, you know, various political beliefs who have the common thread of supporting reproductive freedom. Anna has basically said that she is going to vote preferentially for the candidate that does the crackdown on immigration over the candidate that allows her, you know, reproductive freedom, which we don't have right now.
Because it doesn't really matter otherwise.
Right.
If, you know, people keep voting for different things but get the same result.
Exactly.
Then the system is fake. And that's the point where people start to go crazy and do radical, violent things, which I'm completely opposed to. I just want to say that at the outset. Yeah. I hate violent radicalism more than anything. And I feel like that's the result of people realizing their system is fake. So you have to make it kind of real.
You're right.
I hate, like, his audio. Anybody else bothered by the audio, or is it just me? Like, I feel like he's turned up too loud. I feel like they've got his, I feel like they're boosting the bass in his voice to make him sound less soy. That's the other thing about Tucker, too. This guy used to wear a bow tie, right? Him even fitting in the modern right alpha male culture is kind of, it's kind of dubious, right? Like, you know, Zuckerman trained jujitsu, got a gold chain, had a stylist try to make him look as Gen Z as possible. You know, but Tucker is, I mean, what does this guy do besides suntan his balls?
Right about that. And
he's got that early morning Hassan deep voice that I also hate. Yeah, and it look, I gotta call bullshit on this. I think that he's EQ'd his voice. He looks old as fuck. His vocal fry is annoying. Did I say Zuckerman? Who's Zuckerman? Zuckerman's like somebody else, right? Wait, what am I trying to say? Mark Zuck. Oh my god, chat. What is Zuck's name? Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, there we go. There was some like network head named Zuckerman, wasn't there?
And
or am I thinking of Zucker? Maybe their name was Zucker.
You know, we've been seeing more and more political violence in this country,
yes,
and it's terrifying. I mean, I'm not justifying it, but I can explain why it's happening.
Oh, for sure.
You know, and I don't want things to devolve further. And here's the other reason why I decided to come.
Oh no, chat. She's on the same EQ. She's on the same EQ as him. Like whatever bullshit is going on with, you know, Tucker's voice. And look, she's using the same kind of mic as I do. It does pick up some of the lower spectrum, I guess, better than other mics. But no, there's EQ going on. Zoidberg.
So I knew that you moved here. You moved to like a rural part of the country, and I live in a big city. And I think that living in a big city and spending most of your time in a big city kind of blinds you to the rest of America. A lot of Americans live in rural parts of the country.
Yes.
And I want the opportunity to like speak to them, like get to know them, understand.
They don't want to know you. You're a rich fucking coastal lady. They don't care what you have to say. Right? I'm sorry. This is not.
And where their hearts and their minds are at. And so I saw it as an opportunity to like expose.
What you think is that they're hogs, and that now that you have hogged up, now that you have gone through the Kasparian transformation, that you now have something in common with them, where you're a little hogalicious yourself, right? And you're that's it's kind of gross. It's kind of offensive, right? Yeah, like chat. Do do southern states, do Midwestern states, do rural states tend to vote more conservative than like urban, coastal, etc.?
Super chatted $9.99. Gen X vocal fray. I thought that was just a thing.
They're bringing it back, Davy. They are bringing it back, and you're bringing it back too with the super chat, getting us 1/10 of the way towards that butterfly goal. that elusive butterfly. Let me see. Let me pull this out, pop out chat, and grab the link, grab the URL, paste it somewhere. There it is, and boom. Yeah, yeah. Is it real? Maybe so. I mean, they are both Gen X, so she'll wipe her hands after shaking them. Wait, what? Absolutely doesn't want to talk to anyone in that region. Like, look, the Vanguard comes from that region. Like, what is the other I've Had It podcast, I think, is also like from Oklahoma. We love a methodical queen. Yeah. I just didn't have my shit set up yet. Maybe it's a microphone proximity effect. Yeah, okay, so Random 3PO is pointing out something interesting, right? So if I talk like this.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Shapiro's opinion on Ma and Pa Kent says everything about what these people think of the rural folks.
Here we go. Oh, God, I didn't watch that. Davy, I need to watch Superman so that I can go. Oh, my God, I'm probably too late for it. See, this is the whole thing. It's like, I can watch movies for about $3. Wait, no, is it $3? I think it's more like $6. Or $5 movie ticket here, right? And it's right down the street. Oh my God, I'm burping. Wait, why don't I see the goal? Browser, YouTube, what? That's weird. Strange things are afoot today, chat. I'm gonna try to see if I can fix this in the background. Finally back on the California coast. Was in the damn desert for too long. Good to be back in libtard country. I mean, yeah. As long as it stays that way, I don't know. The Kasparian effect is a scary thing because, like, people like Anna, they may not represent a majority in urban areas, but they do have an inordinate amount of power. They do have the connections, right? And they are very much turning to the right, at least to the, I guess you'd call it the descendant of the intellectual dark web. And in some cases, yeah, in a more dark enlightenment sort of Curtis Yarvin way.
Expose myself to people that I otherwise wouldn't get an opportunity to speak to. And, I think you've hired like drivers to bring people, to where you're at.
It's very far away, yes.
Yeah, the airport's very far. But I love that because they're not like, they're not Uber drivers.
They're like unemployed loggers and stuff.
No, but they are. And
I know.
I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed having conversations with them. So one of the drivers who picked me up, Jen, she mentioned the big, beautiful bill that just passed. And, I can tell she identifies as Republican and she wasn't happy with that bill. And I suspected that most ordinary working class Americans, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, are not happy with that bill.
Yes.
The $1.1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, that's what she brought up. She brought that up. And I thought that was really fascinating. Now, if you talk to someone who identifies as a liberal Democrat, they'll probably think, oh, these Republican voters, they're so greedy. All they want is tax cuts. They want to cut the social safety net. But no, actually, when it comes to ordinary people, there's a lot of agreement, a lot of agreement. A lot of people are suffering right now. And, you have all these different industries, especially, beginning in the 90s, offshoring, all these jobs that have been destroyed. I mean, most people work in the service sector at this point, and manufacturing jobs are gone. I think that's part of the reason why Donald Trump has been so appealing to the MAGA base.
Without question.
Right. And so I want ordinary people to just consider the contradiction here. So if you're a liberal Democrat and you're under the assumption that Republican voters are just greedy,
her thinking, this is a funny thing. She's going to talk about Newsom in a while. And obviously Ana Kasparian hates Gavin Newsom. She's no fan of Gavin Newsom, but for some very different reasons, probably than the reason that that you and I don't like and don't trust Gavin Newsom. And so it's I mean, she is very much giving giving Coastal Elite. But yeah, what's the deal with Gavin Newsom? Okay, so he's a guy that's perceived as very liberal, right? Conservatives don't like Gavin Newsom, mainly because he functions as a mascot for California, but also, chat, because he fits that typecast, right? He looks like straight from central casting as far as like liberal, corrupt, slimy liberal West Coast governor, right? Like he fits that, right? And so his solution to that is like, oh geez, I want to run for president, but people think of me in this
Debbie
way.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Its people WHO come from suburbs to the cities, and then the inherent contradictions of liberalism in cities will drive you crazy. These people are just reverting to subroutines. Stay out of my city.
Yeah. I wish. He reminds them of Bill Clinton. So yeah, Bill, the news, they also thank you for the super chat. Gavi. Oh my God. I'm talking about Gavin Newsom anyway, I did not just call you Gavi for the record. Okay. No. Here, drinks boba. But, yeah, like I'm surprised that she doesn't see herself in Gavin Newsom. She's in the same exact place as Gavin Newsom, right? She's got this perception that she's ultra left wing, but in reality, she doesn't care about much of anything, just like Gavin Newsom. He's not as left wing as people think he is, just like she's not as left wing as people think she is. And TYT really never was. Really never was that. That they even chat. Like, here's how bad TYT is, right? When Jimmy Dore got upset about Bernie Sanders being shafted by the Democratic Party, and this is before Force the Vote, this is before, almost before, Bernie or Bust, even, right? They set him up with his own show rather than keep him on the main show, keep him on the panels and stuff like that, which he'd still appear on the panels, but he was kind of quarantined over to this show called Aggressive Progressive. And so if Jimmy Dore is too left wing for you, that tells you something about the network. Sleeping meds made my brain deep fry there for a minute. Yeah, no, like that's relatable. But yeah, I'm surprised that she doesn't see herself in Gavin Newsom. She's very much like him. Yeah, so she's got this, so she's got this whole issue. She's perceived as being super left. She's not that way. So she does, yeah, she's so much like Gavin Newsom, chat. I can't even get over it. I can't get over how similar she is to Gavin. Look at what she's doing. Like Gavin Newsom, has he talked to Tucker Carlson? He's talked to Charlie Kirk. He's talked to, like she's doing the same sort of thing. She's going on the podcast circuit of right-wing people in order to make sure that the right wing understands she's not a super ultra liberal. In fact, she thinks that they're cringe. She thinks that we're cringe, right? She's a lot like, and who are the people that Gavin Newsom wants to throw under the bus? It's trans people, it's immigrants, and it's the homeless. Who are the people that Ana Kasparian wants to throw under the bus? Oh my God, chat. Is it trans people? Is it immigrants? And is it the homeless? It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing.
Greedy and they want to cut the social safety net. Why would they love Trump so much, who ran as an economic populist? Now, I don't think that Trump has carried out his promises because of, well, there's a lot of different examples I can cite, but the most recent is the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Yeah, there are some provisions in there.
Just an odd thing to say. Just an odd thing to say, that the Big Beautiful Bill is the most recent thing. Um, wouldn't you say that the promise that Trump broke most recently, that especially that his voters are upset about, wouldn't you say that that would be um the Epstein thing? She's a California. They will never accept her no matter what. And I think the same thing is true for Newsom. The question, the concern with Newsom, though, is he able to convince, like, institutional liberal voters that he is their best chance, right? Because the real danger with Newsom is that he wins the primary. There is no danger that I can't imagine what kind of candidate he would it would take for him to win the general election. Like, the Republicans would have to have somebody that's like the JD Vance of JD Vances. Oh my God, maybe it would be JD Vance.
No tax on tips. It's going to be means tested, and it also expires in 4 years.
NYC and LA create the craziest right-wing freaks. This needs to be talked about, Davy. I need to start a Substack or something, right? Because I feel like these dynamics really do need to be discussed. I find this stuff incredibly interesting. The way that NYC and LA and San Francisco, let's not forget San Francisco, create and whoa. Okay, what just happened, chat? Are we okay? Are we okay? I kicked something and a noise happened. Just let me know that the stream is still there. Okay, because I heard a little disconnect thing, and my voice is still there. Yeah, my voice is still there. The stream is still up. Okay, I think we're good. Jeffree Star has a whole ass yak farm, and they still haven't welcomed him. Didn't he move to like Montana or something? Institutional West Coast libs hate California. They believe everything. Sorry, East Coast libs, you said? Hate California. They believe everything Republicans say about it. My brother just used to have a JD Advance. He had Banjo-Kazooie on it. You're good. It was just, yeah, it was a USB connection, but I'm just like wondering what, my mouse still works. Let's try the keyboard. Oh, it's the keyboard. Wait, is it? It's the keyboard. I think it's the keyboard, chat. Okay, so follow the, oh no. Twisted web of cables here. All right, that's the. Wait, let's follow this again. Okay, so here it is. Yeah, that's definitely the. Okay, I think that means good again. All right, let's try FFF. Oh yeah, cool. We're good. Yeah, chat, I just lost my keyboard for a second, but we're okay.
Years, whereas the tax benefits that disproportionately
But yeah, no, I really want to take a look at. I really want to delve deep into this, right? Because,
benefit the wealthy are permanent. The no tax on, the elderly or Social Security, that also will expire, and it's up to a certain amount. I think it's like $6,000 if I'm not mistaken. The child tax credit, I think, was just peanuts compared to what I think this country could afford in helping families. You want to...
I mean, look, how much did the tax cuts cost? Right? I think it's, what was it, like $3 trillion or something like that? That's how much the U.S. could afford for yes, for a universal basic income, for student loan forgiveness, or student loan deletion, like for any number of things, for support for subsidized housing, for subsidizing food, for SNAP, for Medicaid for all. Like there's so many things. Yeah, like the fact that they're able to print off money for the super wealthy. That's money that could and honestly should be coming to the people who actually need it. If liberalism endpoint is always fascism, then living in the beating heart of liberalism will push you to its eventual conclusions of being a fascist. You may be right about that.
Encourage people to have kids.
Yeah.
Okay, best way to do it is to create an economic situation where couples feel comfortable bringing life into this world.
I agree.
You know? And then no tax on overtime. That's another example. That's also means tested. And that's a provision that will expire in 2028. It's just interesting to see which provisions are permanent and which are set.
Yeah, so she's pointing out that the tax cuts are permanent, whereas the some of the things that at least appeal to working class people, and yeah, in many cases are illusory. In many cases, when you look at the details, it's not quite that good of a deal for working people, right? It just sounds good, right? No tax on tips, for instance. I'm trying to remember the stipulation about that. There already was no tax on tips up to the point where most tipped employees like their income, right? So the amount of people that it's going to affect, the place where it kicks in, it's just there's not a lot of you're not getting a lot of money back from in actuality from no tax on tips. And the more concerning thing, chat, is the number of hedge fund managers, for instance, that are going to try to change their payment policies in order to sort of to consider some of the money that they're getting from their clients to be tipped, right? Like if the no tax on tips is going to benefit anybody in a substantial way, it's going to be rich people, not poor people.
To expire in 4 years when Trump is done with his term. So if you really want to represent the working class, you got to put your money where your mouth is. And I haven't really seen it to the extent that Trump claimed he was going to help the working class in this
country. Did you hear what she said?
Country.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Here's a revealing and unpleasant fact.
God. How is this guy so wet? How is he so moist, chat? Okay, so let's just skip his look. I normally do an ethical react. I'm kind of curious though. I don't know. I almost want to play his ad read just to see what kind of shit that he's foisting on his viewership
thing, in the future. But clearly you've started thinking things or thinking through things that you hadn't before, and God bless you. That's like the greatest privilege of adulthood. You get to think for yourself. It's happened to me a lot. But how did that start?
Well, I mean, it started with it started with like personal experiences, and it often does, right? Like often.
Is she gonna say the thing about I got mugged by reality? Some people say that a conservative is just a liberal that got mugged by reality, and I think that's very true. That's almost literally true in my case. Let me tell you about my supervillain origin story, right? Where I got I got accosted by two guys that I'm just going to say they were homeless, even though I have no way of knowing that. I'm just going to assume that they were. And I'm going to blame the homeless for, this incident. I don't know. Where's she going with this?
Your policy preferences will slap you in the face. And then you're like, oh, I don't like that.
Right. No, I get it.
Because sometimes there are unintended consequences. I'll give you a specific example. So I was very much supportive of the defund the police movement in 2020. And it was because, you see this video of a man like dying on camera with a police officer refusing to ease up on him. And it really made me angry. I felt that it was, whatever you think about George Floyd, I don't care, right? What was happening in that moment in that video was so disgusting to me and so unjust. And so I was like, no, I totally bought the narrative that it's not actually about like abolishing police. It's about, taking some of that funding and investing in social services or in social workers. So social workers respond to certain calls instead of the police.
Yeah, this is literally what Mamdani is talking about. Now, TYT is still playing nice with Mamdani. They haven't attacked him yet. I anticipate, though, that they're just waiting for the perfect moment to pounce up on him. They can see how popular he is, and they know that, like, coming out of the gate, being against him, even though he is, these are the policies that Mamdani is proposing, but they're not ready to take him on just yet. Right? So, the funny thing about what she's talking about, right, is that these are policies that largely, defund the police. The idea of that, like, it just didn't get implemented. No police budgets got cut. A few police budgets might have gotten the amount that they were going to increase reduced, right? That's as much that happened, and only in certain states. And I don't think that California was one of them. So yeah, it was talked about. That was the rhetoric, like, we're going to defund the police. But when it actually came to doing that, none of the legislatures, none of the city councils had the guts to actually make that happen. So it's not, she's going to claim that this was a policy that's been tried and obviously it fails, when in actuality, no, we didn't do shit. We did not do shit.
That actually has ended up being pretty disastrous in California, in Los Angeles in particular, because I've seen it firsthand.
And you're from there.
I'm from there. My best friend since childhood, she's a social worker herself. And I've talked to other social workers about what their experience has been like. And they're like, I actually interviewed one for a piece I wrote for Real Clear Investigations. And she told me, look, it hasn't really worked out the way people have thought it would work out. Oftentimes we'll go to a call and it's supposed to be a nonviolent person, or a nonviolent call. Someone's having a mental health episode, but they'll show up and oftentimes it'll be someone who does have a weapon. It's not a gun, but it's maybe a knife, and they feel threatened. So they have no choice but to call the police. And so in 2021, the Los Angeles City Council, was inspired by BLM, and they decided to take $150 million away from the LAPD's budget and instead invest it in other services. It actually ended up being even more, we're spending more on police, more on the LAPD than we ever have, like record amounts. And the reason why—
I'm sorry. Did we skip something here? So wait, what are you saying, Anna? Are you saying that they didn't cut the police budget? Or is she thinking that, like, they cut it and then they raised it again? And she's like skipping over a step. I'm not sure. LA spends $2 billion a year on police. Chat, was there even a cut? Was there even at any point, was there a actual cut? Because I've never seen, I know a lot of these cities talked about it. There's a lot of performative, gestures made by a lot of public officials, but in terms of actually, cutting the budget for the police, it just never happens in America. Not even having a tampon thrown at her was enough for her to realize that they don't want her. Just reshifting from one program to another. Yeah, what's she even talking about?
Is because you have to really ask yourself before you make these decisions, okay, do we need this many officers? Let's compare Los Angeles to other huge cities. What's the police officer or sworn officer to citizen ratio? And in LA, it's always been historically lower, much lower than other major cities. So at the peak of the LAPD and the number of sworn officers in the LAPD, we had about 10,000. After the cuts and after all the difficulty in recruiting new sworn officers, because people don't want to be police officers anymore for understandable reasons. It's not a desirable job when you have people constantly, you know, talking about how terrible cops are. So now we have about 8,500. And as a result, the remaining sworn officers are working insane overtime, like crazy. Like we have one.
Okay, let's. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. AA, you just got weaseled. Dr. McRib, you just got weaseled. Pitchforks Dragon, you just got weaseled. BE, is that Bad Empanada? Bad Empanada, you just got, just kidding, chat. I don't know. It just says B. You just got weaseled. And Made of Stardust, you just got weaseled. How long before she goes to Mar-a-Lago for mimosas? Yeah, this is like the thing. Look, these assholes, right? When Trump first got elected, they were like, oh my God, this is terrible. This is terrible. I can't believe this is happening in my country. I just want things to go back to normal. We need to get, you know, we need to get Hillary Clinton in there so we can go back to brunch, essentially, right? So they wanted to go back to brunch. They wanted to finish their mimosas. And at this point, they have basically decided that they will have that mimosa at Mar-a-Lago. They're not gonna they really want that mimosa. They really want to go back to brunch. And they, at the end of, as much as they bitched about Trump and blamed him for them not being able to, you know, finish their brunch, right? They're a lot of these fuckers at this point, whether it's Morning Joe and Mika or whether it's Ana Kasparian and Cenk Uygur, they're at the point where they will take that mimosa at Mar-a-Lago if they can get it, right? They're fully willing to surrender into that which they said they found objectionable, because at the end of the day, they just wanted their treats. And they don't really care where they come. If it comes from kissing Trump's ass, that's okay too. Looked into it. Thank you, OnlyFacts. Only 1 year they went down. So the police budget went down 150 million to 1.8 billion. Yeah, in 2020. Wait a minute. That's kind of strange, OnlyFacts. Wait, can you fact check me on this? The majority of the protests. Okay, yeah, it would have been 2020, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would have been 2020. In 2020, though, like that almost makes me think that, like, so the majority of the protests were in 2020, right? Oh no, Chat GPT, it's creeping in there, chat. In 2020, LAPD budget was 1.68 billion. In 2021. After the 1.150 million cut, it was 1.76 billion. So that sounds like more like 100 million rather than 150 million. By 2022, it was so, you know, the 150 million cut was probably a cut over a cut of the projected. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it was probably projected to go up, like, I don't know, 50 million, and so and instead it goes down by 100 million. Does that make sense? By 2022 it was 1.92 billion, and by 2023 it was 3.2 billion. So yeah, she's got nothing to complain about. The policies that she is proposing here are very much in place already, right? And, you know, if we're talking about LA, that would be by the city council and by Mayor Bass. We're talking about any statewide, that would be Gavin Newsom. But I mean, this budget is a city thing.
Police officer in the LAPD, I think his name's Nathan Corey. He made $600,000 one year because of police overtime. So right now, taxpayers in Los Angeles,
600,000.
Yes, yes. So right now, taxpayers in LA are kind of confronted with this situation where they're paying far more for less as it pertains to policing. Since there is a shortage, there's longer wait times if you call 911 and you need help. Some people complain that they'll call, and if it's not, like, let's say someone was the victim of a burglary, obviously you're not in imminent danger. So they'll call the cops and hope that someone will show up, take fingerprints and maybe find who burglarized them. They never do, but they don't show up for hours, and people get really upset, and they're like, why is this happening? And what's really,
and it's only important when it's happening to Anna. Right? Look, if you live in if you live in one of these neighborhoods that is technically over policed, right? You're used to, if you need the police, having to wait an absurdly long amount of time to get them to come out.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. In TRU America, we should just replace the police with Judge Dredd's just fire all the boring regular cops and hire like 3,000 super cops. If we're going to get a dystopia, let's at least get an interesting.
Yeah, like super cops with advanced degrees, and maybe just like I don't know, they should all have ChatGPT Plus and Google glasses. Yeah, they should be cyborgs, chat. We should have their neural linked up, Absolutely. Here's the kicker, but 90 million of that 150 million proposing number was just limiting overtime pay. And another 47 million was accounted as unpaid overtime. So that 150 million was just overtime? Wait. So 90 million was from limiting overtime pay. Another 47 million was accounted as unpaid overtime. Wait, what? The cops did unpaid overtime? They're literally doing that? They didn't pay it out? Wait, so the city's doing what is it called? Wage theft? Is that what I'm hearing from you, OnlyFacts? Hope she makes no money on her right-wing grift. Yeah, so as far as money, yeah, TYT does. We'll get into that a little later. She does bring up, the situation. Money from her, community. Yeah, she's like making a lot less. Money from TYT itself, right? A lot of the people that funded and bankrolled TYT were the members themselves, and the members are fairly disgusted at this point. So they're losing out on that. Now they may be getting, money from. They may be getting like Peter Thiel kind of money. Like, I don't mean literally from Peter Thiel, but from people like Peter Thiel, because they are definitely very useful to that strain of political actors. They still owed that money? Wait, I'm not sure I understand. Accrued liability, they say. What does that mean? With high rank, seniority, massive overtime, you can make about $300K a year. But so I can't say MK if they're making no money or less money or not. It does seem like it right now. The big thing that they're not getting is views, which is great because you would hate to think that the shit that they're spewing, like if this shit took hold on the left, right? If TYT's rhetoric took hold on the left, like, we would be in big trouble. That would be hugely bad. Luckily, that's not happening. Their views have gone way down. People are watching other new online news outlets. They do still have clout, and that's why she's on Tucker. That's why they go on Piers Morgan. So they do have like influence, I guess, and like the respect of certain people. PBD would be another person. Um, they don't have the reach that they used to have, and they definitely don't have the respect. Detroit is literally becoming the Robos cop city. They had a private security company police. A lot of bad actors trying to shut down criticism and dialogue online. Cops lie about overtime constantly since it's so hard to prove. They paid it but repaid a loan later. They did pay it out. So the cops got the money but repaid a loan later? The city owes that money then? It was like from a loan that they would repay later.
Interesting is I try to explain why it's happening and I get called all sorts of names for doing it, but I don't care. The truth is the truth.
Wait, what do you, I mean, okay. First of all, why are you one of the only people willing to admit you were wrong about defund the police? Like, why were you willing to say, again, bless you, it's the beginning of growth, but I've done it myself many times, but why were you willing to admit that?
Because at the core of who I am, I think
I just hate poor people. I hate poor people. I want my treats. And if a poor person gets in between me and a treat, I'm gonna fucking claw their eyes out. That's just who I am.
As a journalist, you know, I didn't enter this line of work to be a mouthpiece for anyone. I really care about the truth. And I feel that if you want to live in a democracy, you have to make sure that people are getting accurate information to make the right decisions for themselves once they're casting a ballot.
That's right.
And so I felt angry because I felt misled by the media.
Yep.
And now, you know, it was partly my fault too, because I was in a bubble and I was only getting one side of every story. And even if I agree with that side, I should at least hear what the opposing argument is. And I wasn't going out of my way to do that before. Now I do. And so I see things as far more
I love living in a country in the United States, which up until El Salvador went sicko mode, had the highest rate of incarcerated by far around the world. That includes, authoritarian countries like China, right? The United States incarcerates a greater percentage of its people. I love thinking, like, being in that situation and thinking, you know what? I feel like we're just not incarcerating enough, right? I feel like we just need more cops, right?
complex and nuanced. And it's hard to make an argument that's going to appease any audience at this point, because I think a lot of Americans have been conditioned to be partisan and prioritize partisanship before truth. And I think truth is what will set us free, genuinely. Truth will help us ensure that we have a better government. And I'm sorry, one side or the other does not have a monopoly on the truth. They just don't. And one side might get something right one time. The other side might have a good point when it comes to a different issue. And I think we just need to be open-minded. And more importantly, we need to have conversations with people. Because if you just rely on what the media is saying about a particular political figure or a particular media figure, why are you letting them tell you what to think about individuals? Why don't you actually do a little bit of digging or have these conversations yourself and try to figure out?
I feel like she didn't do that, though. She just plugged herself into different echo chambers, right? There is definitely a liberal echo chamber. And You can see that with the current discourse on abundance, right? And before that, has TYT covered Rahm Emanuel's transphobia? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm assuming they would agree with him. Yeah, she wants in the rights bubble. Loan was taken out in 2025 to pay for unpaid overtime. In 2020, they offered those officers that they could either wait to get paid for overtime or take vacation hours. I guess I just jumped the gun a little on that. Okay, wait. So Tucker lies daily, but she goes to him to push her narrative of truth over everything else. Talk about hypocrisy.
Out who these people really are. You know, like the speech you gave at Turning Point, you said a few things in
It made me cry, Tucker. I cried.
there that I might not agree with, but like the overall message was so courageous, and I never thought in a million years I would hear it at a conservative conference. Never.
It's just interesting. Well, I mean, the truth is wherever it is.
I'm sorry, the Turning Point USA, are we talking about the Epstein stuff? I think we're mainly talking about the Epstein stuff here.
And you try to recognize it, but I hope I'm going to give you my text, and I want you to text me, if you will, criticism of what you're saying now.
Okay.
Because I want to keep a list of people who are offended by what you're saying just in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how could
You're going to make a list, an enemies list, maybe?
anyone be offended by what you're saying now?
Yeah. Well, it might not be.
I mean, you're not the criminal here.
Yeah. Well,
I think that Tucker doesn't recognize that his own influence has crashed out hard since he was on Fox News, right? He was popular for one reason and one reason only. He occupied the same time slot that was formerly held by Bill O'Reilly, that was formerly held by Glenn Beck, right? He occupied that time slot that everybody on Fox News who holds that time slot, other than I guess Jesse Waters is kind of having some trouble, does really well at. And then as soon as he doesn't have that backing, all he's got is inflated numbers from X now. I think she's she's sort of treated by his
let me just be honest with you. I think that most people who are going to attack me aren't even going to listen to this interview.
No,
it's just
right.
the fact that we're having a conversation with each other. But I take offense to people trying to police who I can talk to. In fact, the more they try to police me, the more I want to talk to the person they forbid me to speak to. Honestly, I've always been like that.
I'm sorry, but this is fucking brainworms. And this is brainworms from the same look at the when you get a logical fallacy that gets employed multiple times with no pushback, then you start to build like a tower. You start to build a sandcastle, if you will, on this logic, right? And the logic here, the inherent logical fallacy, is somebody disagreeing with me, somebody criticizing me, is tantamount to my right to free speech being violated. It's tantamount to somebody trying to shut me up. There it is. There it is. I mean, this from the cancel culture discourse too, right? None of this ever got properly pushed back. Chat, do we understand what canceled means? Let me just make it really simple, because I've talked about this a lot, but let me just try to go through this really quick. Canceled, like X is canceled. The original meaning for that was like if I let's say there's let's say there's an actress, right? Really popular actress. I watch all of her movies. I love her. She's my fave and everything else. All right. At some point she is filmed saying her true feelings about poor people, right? And she doesn't like poor people. She looks down on poor people. She gives the modern day equivalent to the take that Marie Antoinette never actually uttered, let them eat cake, but she's just basically lets you know she's a horrible person. Now, depending on who you are, you may not want to watch her movies in the future, right? And you say, I'm done with X. I am done with this actress, right? I'm not watching her movies anymore. Chat, that's what canceled means. When you don't fuck with X anymore, you've canceled X. And you only have the amount of power that you have. You will no longer go and watch her movies. Other people will make their own decisions. But yeah, if somebody says, like, I fucking hate poor people, I think that they're absolute scum, and going forward, there's got to be something that we can do to reduce the population of the poors. If somebody says something utterly scumbag like that, yeah, a lot of people are going to be like, I don't fuck with that anymore. And that's cancel culture. That's you silencing her. But she's just giving her viewpoint, chat. How dare you silence her? How dare you cancel her? You're the woke police. I can't believe you would do that, right? No, you have every right to do that. That is free speech. That is literally free speech. These people are bitching about their own right to free speech being violated when it's not. Their right for free speech and their prominence, their reach, the amount of people that see when they say something that's offensive like that is like that. That's what creates that problem. That's what creates that perception that they've had something taken away from them. Like, I thought I would just be able to shit on poor people and continue to have them buy my tickets for my movie and continue to be in all these movies. And now somebody selected another actress for this role because they don't want to, they think that she'll sell more tickets than I do. Oh my God, I've been canceled. How dare you, by being offended by me saying that your life's not worth shit. And that I'd prefer you to not be alive, right? If you're offended by that, well, you're a snowflake. You're doing cancel culture. I thought it meant like getting blacklisted for. Yeah, that's real cancellation. See, the thing about cancellation is that like what they're describing, what they're imagining, has existed for years and years and years. You want to talk about cancel culture? Ask somebody who was drowned for being a witch. All right. Ask somebody who spent 20 years in jail because they were a queer woman in a conservative community during the satanic panic. And the entire community, cops, judges, everyone, like got involved in that moral panic and convicted them of charges that they're obviously not guilty of, right? That's real cancel culture, and that's as old as dirt. That's as old as time, all right? That's gone on forever. But that's not what we're talking about here. We are talking about literally people hearing something about a person or a thing, a movie, a show, whatever, and saying, you know what? I don't want to fuck with that thing anymore. That's what they mean by cancel culture, which is very different than actually being deported. Because you stood up for Palestinians, you wrote an article in your college newspaper, you led protests, and now you're being sent to CCOT. That's cancellation. That's real. What Anna's talking about is people disagreeing on her on Twitter. And for God's fuck's sake, Anna, I hate to be the one to tell you this because you've been in the media game for a lot longer than I have. But this is grow a thicker skin. Or find another job. There's your two options, all right? Because people are going to continue to talk shit. And if that's not okay with you, then your problem is literally the fact that you've got this reach that other people don't. That a ton of people don't. Blacklisting happened in the past, calling out transphobia. Yeah, calling out transphobia isn't being canceled. Isn't canceling, yeah.
I've been like that since I was a kid. My mom knows it better than anyone. I'm just a little bit rebellious, and I don't like to be told what to do. I hate it.
And what?
I don't think you're rebellious at all. I think you've fallen in line. I think you were part of a news organization that that freaked out about Trump before the election, and when he wins, you've fallen in line with him. I think that's the opposite of being rebellious, Anna. You're not rebellious, you're a bootlicker.
To think.
Yeah.
And who you can talk to. I mean, that's like that's a core decision. Who do I associate with?
Yeah.
Who are my friends? Who am I having dinner with? Who do I marry? I mean, if you allow other people to make those decisions for you, you're not free.
I love this. Chat by what they're saying, like somebody should come in during the interview and physically abduct Anna from the conversation, pull her away from Tucker. That's not going to happen. Nobody's stopping you from talking to anybody. What are you talking about, lady?
No, you're not. And oh my God, what a terrible career path to be a journalist who doesn't get to have conversations like with people that they're.
I mean, what a terrible career path to be a journalist. I guess that's why you quit that career path, because honestly, you're not a journalist anymore. You are a paid spokeswoman for Rick Caruso, for the Polymarket Studio, right? You're not doing. You stopped doing journalism a long time ago, Anna.
Curious. I'm curious about you. I am.
Right.
You were a neocon.
Yeah, I was.
I became.
It's hard to believe that.
It is hard to believe that. I became politicized in the lead up to the Iraq invasion in 2003.
Yes.
I was in high school, and I remember in 2002, I went to like a hippie, magnet school, and we had Peace Day annually. And
I'm sorry, did she go to a hippie magnet school or did she go to an expensive private school? Because there is a difference.
I remember giving a speech in 2002 to make the case against the preemptive war in Iraq. And I remember, you're going to laugh at this. I remember in English class, we were reading a play, The Glass Menagerie, which I found deeply boring. And I had I had a cutout of a New York Times article in which Bill Kristol was one of the people the reporter interviewed. And, Bill Kristol loves war.
Yeah.
Hardcore neocon. And I just remember just sitting in that English class, reading his quotes and seething over it. And thinking to myself, I can't wait to one day get an opportunity to confront him. And I actually did get that opportunity. It wasn't about war, but it was a Politicon panel debate about healthcare. And, I kind of brought up the fact that Israel has universal healthcare and Americans don't.
What did he say?
He was so unprepared. There's a picture of him, like he has index cards, like someone wrote notes down for him and he's just fumbling with the index cards. He doesn't know what to do. And then once the whole panel discussion was over, someone who was with me overheard him say, "Damn it, she came prepared." Something along those lines.
Yeah, it's arrogance. It's people who've been told since they were small that they're brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Kristol, Ted Cruz. I mean, it does distort you, and it actually makes you dumb paradoxically over time.
Definitely.
Yeah, because you're never pressed.
Got to stay humble.
I completely agree with
Yeah.
you. It's not hard for me. Given my circumstances. You probably heard about 8 Sleep. Lots of people are talking about it. It is a company with one mission, improving your sleep.
No, I've never heard of that. And I don't want to.
That's when we know.
Yeah, totally.
And okay, so you live in the same place. That's also hugely helpful because you can see it over time, the same place.
True.
Like, Ventura Boulevard, you've lived near it your whole life.
Right.
So what did you start to notice? What is it like? What are the effects?
Well, I started noticing that homelessness really exploded in Los Angeles. It's always been a problem in LA.
Yep.
But it now touches every square mile of that county. And it's just gotten.
So wait, what? You were okay with homelessness? As long as it wasn't changing your view? You were it's it wasn't the homelessness that bothered me. It's the fact that the homeless aren't confined to Skid Row. They're in other places, and they're in places that I am, and I don't like that. Because I've got to, I'm looking for that conversation with Bill Kristol, chat. I cannot find it. I wonder how full. Look, I get the feeling when she says somebody told me that he said she came prepared, right? I think that's bullshit. So somebody who, right? It's like one of those Ronald Reagan stories. Well, this woman named Agatha from Ohio told me that she was the government, the taxes prevented her from hiring new employees for her small businesses. And I just said, Agatha, if I ever get to be president, I'm going to make sure that your taxes get cut. He's famous for telling these stories about people that he's met. And anytime they ever try to track down who Reagan was actually talking about, they can't find him. So, what people suspect is that Ronald Reagan made these people up. Didn't Bill Kristol? Oh, is it Bill? Who's the guy that always makes up a taxi driver? I think it might be Bill Kristol. Some journalist like Bill Kristol. If it's not Bill Kristol, basically, that'll always say, I was in a taxi ride on my way over here, and the taxi driver told me blah, 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 blah. And it always just conveniently fits his narrative. I am not finding, when I type in Ana Kasparian and Bill Kristol, I don't see shit. I don't see a goddamn thing. Now, that doesn't mean that this never happened. Oh, great. Helicopters. That's the first time I've heard helicopters chat. And I wouldn't be perturbed by it other than what's happening right now. Maybe we'll get into that in the fun half, though. The fun half, where we get to know about the world event that I may be living through right now. Wait, Bernie panel at Politicon 2016. Let's take a look. I'm only finding one Politicon panel of Ana Kasparian.
I think part of the reason...
Okay, there she is. Let's see if I can see Bill Kristol here. Paul Begala, some other MSNBC dude. Come on, show other people. I'm just trying to see if we can find this. Okay, no Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol is not on this panel at all. Okay, I'm going to try it again with Politicon. Politicon 2018. Oh, I found it. So yeah, she's not making it up. She did talk to Bill Kristol. Here, let me rewind it and see what the Bill Kristol thing was about. Wait, was that? Damn it, Bill Kristol. Okay, we're gonna have to look at transcript. Bill just passed. Happy with the bill. Bill Kristol. There we go. All right, let's like re-listen to this because I just want to compare what she's saying about this panel with the panel itself, which I did find.
A cutout of a New York Times article in which Bill Kristol was one of the people the reporter interviewed. And, Bill Kristol loves war.
Yeah.
Hardcore neocon. And I just remember like just sitting in that English class, reading his quotes and seething over it and thinking to myself, I can't wait to one day get an opportunity to like confront him. And I actually did get that opportunity. It wasn't about war, but it was a Politicon panel debate about healthcare. And, I kind of brought up the fact that Israel has universal healthcare and Americans don't.
What did he say?
He was so unprepared. There's like a picture of him, like he has index cards, like someone wrote notes down for him and he's just like fumbling with the index cards. He doesn't know what to do. And then once the whole panel discussion was over, someone who was with me overheard him say, "Damn it, she came prepared." Something along those lines.
Yeah, it's arrogance. It's people who've been told since they were small that they're brilliant. You know, Bill Kristol, Ted Cruz. I mean, it does.
I don't know, maybe people that aren't reading the room as much as Tucker Carlson is, because he was able to glean that the majority of Americans are very much against the wars, that especially the Iraq War that went on in the war on terror, and Bill Kristol still sticking to those people for a new American century guns. Anyway, I think she's given us everything that we need to see what she's talking about. So here we go. If we can just get a transcript. There we go. Transcript and Control F. And what did we say that she was talking about? Oh my God. Okay, Israel and you. Okay, Israel. Yeah. It's a conversation about Medicare for all. So if I look up Israel, then I will no doubt. There we go. There's 3 mentions of Israel. Let's see if this is the one.
Healthcare right happens to be Israel. They have a universal healthcare system, and they take good care of their citizens.
So he does have some kind of something written, some kind of paper.
Now, the argument here in the United States is that we do not have the resources, and it is not sustainable to offer universal health care to Americans with our taxpayer dollars. But isn't it kind of fascinating that we still give a country that is somehow able to miraculously provide universal health care in a sustainable way to its citizens, we still give that country $3 billion a year in direct foreign aid. We just approved a $38 billion defense package for Israel. Now, why would they need that money if they have somehow miraculously found a way to take care of their citizens with universal health care?
Bill, I think that Anna's getting to a very key point where we're talking about the politics of it all.
Yes.
And historically, I'm going to point fingers, the Republicans have been against universal health care, single payer, and so forth. Why is it we can't get past the politics and do what's right, worry about what's right and wrong as opposed to right and left?
Historically, Democrats have been against it if they wanted to
That
do
is
it.
not true.
If they had wanted, the Democrats controlled the presidency and Congress in 2009, 2010. They devised a very big package. It's called Obamacare. You can debate the merits or demerits of it. If you want to advocate for universal care, fine. If you think a Democratic president, a Democratic Congress.
If I could jump in,
I just get a Democratic governor and a Democratic legislature last I looked here in California, and you seem to have had some problems going to full single payer. I'm sort of agnostic on the right way to do it. I think Israel has an admirable system. But getting from here to there, given the history of this country, the insurance companies' roles, the employer-provided health
The
insurance.
corruption, the profit-driven model here in the United States.
I mean, so she did kind of cook him there. I don't see him fumbling for cards, though.
It is exactly what stops it.
But no, actually, the funny thing is he actually brings up a good point. Now, look, I mean, it's not a point that necessarily, like, I mean, there would be a comeback for this, right? There would be a comeback for this point. And that's to say, hey, I'm not an Obama stan. I think that it was horrible. I think that this was a failure of the Obama administration to keep its promise and to hold people accountable. If Obama really had wanted something more universal, something more expansive, something that might cut costs, which is the big thing that Obamacare failed to do, then they shouldn't have started with by giving up on that in the beginning. Like, they surrendered on, I think, even the public option, like right in the beginning. Even something like Medicare for all was kind of a stopgap measure that came in as a proposal, after the failure to do, universal healthcare like Hillary Clinton proposed in 1992. yeah, their negotiating starting point was so far to the right that they just weren't going to get anything that actually dealt with cost. And Bill Crystal here is talking about the the insurance system, and saying that because that somehow that's integral to medicine in America, and you're just not getting past that because of America and how it is, and the employer based health insurance. You're not gonna you're not gonna cut it. You're not gonna cut it away from the insurance companies, or from the employer based system that we've got. Um, because of what? The what Americans are used to? But that's the only way that you're gonna cut cost, which was what the affordable healthcare plan actually set out to do like as it was proposed in the Obama campaign, right? One of the big priorities was going to be to reduce the price of healthcare, because this is, within a capitalist system, you have, you have essentially insurance companies overcharging and undercovering, right? And taking home the rest as profit, essentially. And so yeah, so there definitely is I mean, she didn't address it on the merits. She kind of just got a dunk on him, right? That was kind of a cheap dunk. That was just like, she played around with the language that he was using. But in terms of actually addressing what he's saying, I don't think she did a very good job there.
People who think their problems can possibly.
Why are we paying so much more in pharmaceutical drugs than any other country in the world? Why is the corrupt
The right way to do it. I think a governor and a Democratic legislature last I looked here in California, and you seem to have had some problems going to full single payer. I'm sort of agnostic on the right way to do it. I think Israel has an admirable system. But getting from here to there, given the history of this country, the insurance companies' roles, the work of the employer-provided health
the
insurance.
corruption, the profit-driven model here in the United States?
Yeah, she's not even addressing his points there. There is definitely a comeback to what he's saying. What he's saying, for the record, is bullshit too. But she just goes for the cheap dunk instead of like, oh, I guess you stand for corruption. But look, there's a perfect point for her right there to say, I'm not signing off on everything that Obama does. I think that there were some mistakes made. In fact, my problem with Obama is that he's too close to the Republicans. I don't like the Republicans, Republican proposal for healthcare, which is, die in the streets, right? I'm not in favor of that. But I also feel like there was a conscious effort to sabotage the kind of reform that we actually need in order to cut costs. And it's because Obama is in bed. You could have called Obama corrupt there. Obama and the Democrats are in bed with the healthcare companies. And indeed, that's what happened, right? In order to get their support, or at least to secure, that they wouldn't, spend billions of dollars fighting the ACA, or that less of them would jump in that fight, Obama basically gave them assurances that he wasn't going to come for their money. And if you don't come for their money, you can't meaningfully cut costs. Okay, so that was a blast from the past. That was 2018 Politicon. If you want to watch the rest of that on your own time, talking about Medicare for All. And yeah, the whole reason that Medicare for All came up as a proposal was because of the failure of Obama to do, universal healthcare, single payer healthcare, or even at the end of the day, even a public option. And I think I don't remember if it was Bernie or who it was, but somebody came in like, hey, how about if we take the Medicare system, which is one of the most popular government programs, and we expand it, we scale it up, and we give Americans the same kind of healthcare that every member of Congress has, right? That was another proposal. But yeah, just understand, chat, that even the public option is a step down from universal single payer, and and the Medicare for All is even kind of a step down from that. So a lot of compromising going on. Thank you. Will has got this for me. Taxi driver journalist is actually Thomas Friedman. Thank you. I was like, if it's not Bill Kristol, it's somebody like Bill Kristol. So I was in the right ballpark. But yeah, that's right, Will. It was actually Thomas Friedman. He's the one that is always regaling us of stories from his magical cab drivers. Tucker was a mouthpiece for the neocons. Oh yeah, until he was removed from Vox, and he kind of cops to that. You know, she says you used to be a neocon, and he's like, yeah, imagine that. Ha 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 ha. He was happy cheering on every war until he realized that his new listeners disagreed with him. He is as honest as Alex Jones. Yeah, like I said, he just felt the he felt the vibe shift, and he went along with that. Didn't she say there were memes of him with index cards? I can't find anything, says Direful. Yeah, it doesn't, like, I mean, I didn't see him, you know, fumbling the cards or anything like that. I mean, that would have been the place here. That would have been the place where that would have happened. The only thing we could do is check the other mentions of Israel. Israel. Yeah, no, it's all right there. Oh wait, yeah, some of it's in the. Okay, no, yeah, that's the only time. That's the only time. And she did cook him there. I mean, that would be a great place for him to fumble his cards. I don't think he did though. Dr. Drew? That's who they got to talk about Medicare? Oh, because he's a doctor. God damn it. I don't, to be real check, I don't actually know what kind of doctor Dr. Drew is. I know he was on a show where he talked about, like, he gave like sex advice. I guess I always assumed he was a psychologist, but I honestly don't know. Like he may just have a PhD for all I know.
It is exactly
just people who think their problems from possibly.
Why are we paying so much more in pharmaceutical drugs than any other country in the world? Why is it? The United States. We pay far more for pharma. We pay about $1,500 a year $1,500 a year for pharmaceutical drugs per person in the United States. You go to other countries, let me finish my point. You go to other countries, they spend a third of that. They spend about $500 per person per year on pharmaceutical drugs.
One thing I'm not hearing her do is placing the blame where it actually belongs, which is with the Democrats and the Democrats in Congress and the Obama administration, right? Because he does bring up a good point. They had control of both houses and the presidency when they were passing that shit. And yeah, the fact that they ended up doing it with the 50 votes, right, rather than requiring the 2/3 for cloture, shows that they could have done it with Medicare for all, or with a public option, or with whatever they passed. They just kind of essentially, this is where the rotating cast of villains started, where you'd have somebody pop up and be like, I will stop the drive for Medicare for all, and it was Joe Lieberman, or whoever, but essentially they'd trade off so none of them caught too much heat. But they would sort of take the blame of like, oh, looks like Lieberman twisted my arm, we can't possibly get it through without Lieberman. When absolutely, if you whip the legislature, they will do. But yeah, like this is the one. Remember when they criticized Sam Cedar and the Majority Report for being rubber stamps for the Kamala Harris campaign, which they weren't, to be fair, but that's what TYT said. That essentially they were handmaidens for the Harris campaign. And here is, Ana Kasparian unwilling to actually pin the tail of blame on the donkey where it belongs, right? That's why we don't have this. Like, yeah, he actually has kind of a point here, right? If you're arguing for Medicare for all, you're not arguing against Bill Kristol. You're arguing against Joe Lieberman, against Barack Obama, and against the Democratic establishment. And you don't hear her actually make that criticism. So if anybody is trying to kiss the ass of the establishment Dems in order to preserve their access, looks more like it's TYT than Majority Report.
Confront him. And I actually did get that opportunity. It wasn't about war, but it was a Politicon panel debate about healthcare. And, I kind of brought up the fact that Israel has universal healthcare and Americans don't.
What did he say?
He was so unprepared. There's like a picture of him, like he has index cards, like someone wrote notes down for him and he's just like fumbling with the index cards. He doesn't know what to do.
Anna's wearing the Christy Nome collection.
And then once,
she's probably her best option, like her best path for the future is probably going to be to try to get a job on Fox News. Like as much as she says she's new media and she hates the legacy media and yada, 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 independence, whatever. She is, dressed for the job that you want, not for the job that you have. What job do you think Ana Kasparian wants right here? And is it Fox News spokesmodel?
So the whole panel discussion was over. Someone who was with me overheard him say, "Damn it, she came prepared." Something along those lines.
Yeah, it's arrogance. It's people who've been told since they were small that they're brilliant. Bill Crystal, Ted Cruz. I mean, it does distort you, and it actually makes you dumb, paradoxically, over time.
Definitely.
Yeah, because you're never pressed.
Got to stay humble.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
It's not hard for me. Given my circumstances. You probably heard about 8 Sleep. Lots of people are talking about it. It is a company with one mission, improving your sleep, and it's changing the way people do.
I'm sorry, but I just want to point out again how fake Tucker Carlson is, right? Let's find, sorry, chat, I keep on going back to the past here, but let's find Tucker Carlson on MSNBC. Wait, what is this? The Tucker Carlson origin story? Another Thai commercial. Great.
Of the many truths about right-wing media that these Dominion filings have laid bare, one stands out as particularly informative about the way that entire ecosystem works. It's one that a lot of people haven't picked up on, but take a second.
So chat, let me get his name right. Tucker Swanson. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember like all the names that that he incorporates, right? Given the, his connection to American intelligence, leadership in terms of his father, the family that he married into, being the Swansons, and that family fortune.
Because there's an almost foundational asymmetry between traditional media outlets, which care about accuracy, actual reporting, and conservative media outlets like Fox, which only tell their audience what they want to hear. And there are 2 examples from these latest filings I think highlight that disparity really well. The first is in an email from a senior executive producer on Tucker Carlson's show. He's forwarding a clip of none other than NBC News correspondent Steve Kornacki at the big board discussing the election results in Arizona. Quote, "This explainer from Kornacki at MS is really good, worth watching." And my reaction reading that was, yes, it is. He's very good at explaining things. Despite all their lies about the so-called fake news, liberal media, when the cameras are turned away, when they're talking in private, Fox News producers understand that what Steve Kornacki says is trustworthy. It's not propaganda. It's not spin. He's trying to get to the facts in good faith. And the second example is similar. It's from that weird period right after the election. We were all waiting for the 2020 results to finish trickling in. We didn't know what was going to happen. The president of Fox Business texts another executive, quote, "I know Arizona's tightening, but I'm seeing reports that some of the latest votes to be counted will be Biden votes." A few texts later, that second executive replies, quote,
"You see this chat? Published 2023. I don't know when this is from. This is a younger Tucker Carlson. Does the bow tie show? Oh, it doesn't show up. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry. It's frustrating because the thing that I want to show you is the bow tie. There we go. This is who he is. He's a extremely rich. He's from a rich family, and he married into a rich family, right? I want you to contrast that with this, right? That's a put on, right? Him wearing these clothes, him looking like the dad that goes out and shovels other people's driveways, right? Is an absolute put on. That is not who he is. He is playing a fucking role, and it is so fucking cringe that he wants to run from the college Republican, the spoiled little brat with a silver spoon, you know, in his mouth, that he actually is, right?
Where are those reports? Hadn't seen that. To which the president responds, quote, "Full disclosure, the last article I read about it was a New York Times article, LOL," which in turn elicits, quote, "Ha."
Oh yeah, that's right, Crotchy. He's bringing up the Ted Cruz beef. Yeah, I mean, like, that's his, I guess that's his, like, he's his body. He's got bodies, you know, like, right? He's got like, what do you call those marks that people make when they, like, kill somebody or like they shoot down another airplane and they put a mark on the plane? What is that called?
Well, I love this exchange. That's the whole story. Forget about all the Dominion stuff. Forget about...
Yeah, exactly, infallible. Better than millions of uninsured, but still bad for the country. And really bad in that it lets them keep on making these arguments that, like, somehow we don't have... I mean, like, this is why they cut Medicaid, right? The sense that... Which Medicaid was how Obama implemented, what I think is the best part of the, Obamacare. It was the Medicaid expansion. The thing that actually got more Americans covered was the Medicaid expansion, right? Now they've used that of like, oh, look how much we're spending on Medicaid and we got to cut the budget. And, you know, so yeah, I guess we're just going to take it out of Medicaid. We're going to put like onerous work requirements that we know will end in, you know, millions of people losing their medical care, right? But they've still got that argument about, like, you know, we're spending too much on medical care because Obama failed to control costs. Yeah. It's better than nothing, but it absolutely wasn't what they promised. And if you've got a problem with that and you want Medicare for all, your problem is not with Bill Kristol. Your problem is not with Tucker Carlson. Your problem is not with Donald Trump. Your problem was with Obama and Lieberman, because that's when we could have gotten that, and we didn't get it because they didn't want it. They'd made a deal with their insurance companies, and part of that deal was we are not going to actually cut costs, because if we cut costs, we cut your profits.
You know, all the private back and forth, news side hits. This is it, right? On the one hand, those executives are clear
victory marks. That's what it's called, V-marking or victory marking. Yeah.
Kind of embarrassed.
Yeah. He wants to, you know, I know there's like another way to say it that's kind of racist, right? People will always talk about scalps, and I try to avoid terminology like that for obvious reasons.
To be citing their sworn nemesis, the New York Times. In their view, the outlet that most represents the biased liberal media. On the other hand, they need reliable information about the election results to do their job, and they fundamentally understand that is what the New York Times does, and does quite well. Because there is no right-wing alternative to the New York Times. And about 15 years ago, there was someone who very astutely identified this asymmetry, someone who...
This was 2 years ago. At this point, I would consider the New York Times to be right-wing.
Knew that the hardcore political right didn't have its own rigorous journalistic institutions that could just produce reliable, trustworthy information for people. And it was someone who wanted to solve that problem.
If you create a news organization whose primary objective is not to deliver accurate news, you will fail. You will fail. The New York Times is a liberal paper, but it's also, and it is to its core a liberal paper, it's also a paper that cares about whether they spell people's names right, by and large. It's a paper that actually cares about accuracy. Conservatives need to build institutions that mirror those institutions. That's the truth. You don't believe me? The New York Times? You don't think?
The booze. Now, I disagree vehemently with Tucker Carlson's assessment of bias in the New York Times. It is not a liberal paper. His point, though, that the political right lacks credible journalism is well taken. That video right there, Tucker getting booed at CPAC for having the temerity to say this obvious truth, might as well be his villain origin story. You see, he had just come off a series of professional humiliations. His second cable news show at as many networks had recently been canceled.
So yeah, like what did he worked at the Crossfire, which was the old debate show, and then Jon Stewart. It was just kind of like, I mean, people complained about their just, you know, people yelling at each other for 30 minutes or whatever, for an hour, which it was, right? So Jon Stewart came on to Crossfire and basically read them to filth. And I think that the show got canceled after that. I think he actually put enough bad stink on it that they canceled Crossfire. After that, he, I think, took up a job at MSNBC after working at CNN. And, you know, this is the bow tie Tucker era, right? This is who he really is, not the snow shovel dad.
So Carlson was looking to pursue a new venture. His big project at the moment that he was launching was a new website called The Daily Caller. It was going to be his conservative answer to the New York Times, the kind of project he had tried to soft launch at CPAC a year prior. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. As Alex Shepard writes The New Republic, quote, when he launched The Daily Caller in 2010, Carlson vowed it would primarily be a news site with a straightforward...
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to tell you when I'm supposed to watch the Butterfly Goal. Chat, we're at 4 out of 10 on the Butterfly Goal. You got 50 minutes left to make that happen. So if you want a butterfly in my hair today, you have 50 minutes left. That might be how much time we have left on the stream as well. We are at 58 out of 100 if I've got everything counted up correctly. If not, somebody hit me with an abacus, because I may not have added it all up, but yeah, it looks like we're at 58 right now. We're 42 away from getting some bonus content. So if you want me to cover that Thailand versus Cambodia story, which is what's winning right now, oh my God, chat, there's like literally 2 points separating number 1 from number 3. So yeah, what's going on? 106 of you have voted already. If you haven't voted already, go to YouTube and make your voice heard, because that's where you vote. What's going on in Thailand and Cambodia at 29%, Destiny Mad at Pisco at 28%, and Vosh grooming allegations at 27%. That means that if you donate, you've got a very good chance of being able to push the topic that you want to cover, you want me to cover for bonus to the very top, right? Because it's 29 for Thailand, Cambodia, 28 for Destiny Pisco, and 27 for Vosh grooming allegations. So make sure that if you donate, you know that you can possibly change the outcome, because right now it is very, very tight. But again, it doesn't matter if we don't hit 100. If we don't hit 100, you know, the poll could be whatever, and it wouldn't, because we're just not going to see any bonus content whatsoever then. So we've got about 50 minutes to either make that happen, or I will wave you goodbye and disappear for another day.
Approach to the news, find out what's happening, and tell you about it. We plan to be accurate both in the facts we assert and the conclusions we imply. There wasn't an audience. Within a few months, it was publishing fake news and outrage-driven commentary. The transformation of the Daily Caller is the Rosetta Stone moment of Carlson's career, a period during which he learned his lesson. He never sought respectability again. In hindsight, that CPAC speech you heard a moment ago was a harbinger of what was to come, and not just about these particular characters in this story. It's about the entire epistemic universe that almost half the country exists in. The audience booing Tucker for daring to suggest that the right should care about accurate news shows how little appetite there was for that kind of fact-based reporting. Tucker learned where the money was. The Daily Caller became virtually indistinguishable from fringe far-right outlets like Breitbart. Carlson's next TV venture became something akin to Alex Jones' InfoWars on Fox News. What Carlson and his buddies at Fox understand more than anything is where their audience is, where their bread is buttered. Can't run a profitable business selling accurate reporting to the right-wing base. At least no one's done it yet. They don't appear to want it. They don't read it or watch it. There's no money in it. You see that understanding on display all over these filings. Seasoned Fox veterans, even supposedly.
So the filings that he's talking about are the filings in the Dominion case. The takeaway of those filings were that while Tucker talked Donald Trump up, talked Stop the Steal up, and, on air on Fox News, he was in text messages to other people talking about how he couldn't wait for Donald Trump to become irrelevant, how he hated and detested Donald Trump. He was still being racist, so it's not like he's secretly left-wing or anything like that, right? Because there was the whole comment about that's not how white men fight, but that he's not as hardcore right-wing as he pretends to be. He doesn't believe in the conspiracy theories that he is paid to sell every night, and that really the person that he's being on Fox News was completely fake. So I mean that's where the villain origin story. He's going back to explain the time that Tucker tried to start a objective news organization that had a right-wing editorial slant, something that he did not think that Fox News, had that, right? And wanted to, and when he did, it's just a failed venture until the Daily Caller fell in line with every other right-wing source, which gave the right-wingers what they wanted, which was not, at the end of the day, accurate fact-based reporting with a conservative editorial tint. It was just, more bullshit.
Where their bread is buttered. Can't run a profitable business selling accurate reporting to the right-wing base. At least no one's done it yet. They don't appear to want it. They don't read it or watch it. There's no money in it. You see that understanding on display all over these filings. Seasoned Fox veterans, even supposedly reputable ones like Bret Baier, positively freaking out over the network calling Arizona for Biden, which they got right. Or one of the reporters fact-checking Trump when he was lying. Don't do that. Because they understand that if they start doing anything other than telling their audience only what they want to hear, their audience will abandon them. And I wish we lived in a world, I truly do, where we had basically what Tucker envisioned, responsible, fact-based, conservative mass media. There's a few tiny outlets, but we don't. And that is why, when the chips are down, when everything's confusing and chaotic in those days after the election, who do Fox employees turn to? Steve Kornacki and the New York Times.
All right. How radical leftist ideology is destroying California. Dark truth about Gavin Newsom. How corporate media stokes division. Tucker for president. And the backlash. I think this is where the Vanguard started watching the backlash. Ana Kasparian face. So that's I want to make sure to get to that because I know there's juicy stuff there. The rest of this I haven't. Anger, self-hatred of liberals. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff here. I might skip ahead a little bit just to make sure that what is this one? Radical leftist ideology destroying California and Gavin Newsom. We'll get back to those maybe if we have time. Here's the deal, chat. How about this? If we hit the bonus goal, which we are, I think, 42 points away from right now, if I'm counting correctly, if we hit the bonus goal, I will finish the interesting stuff from this Tucker Carlson interview before I get to the bonus content. How does that sound? But I really want to hear this backlash section, and then what else is this? Self-hatred of upper class white women. And then, yeah, I think the rest, we should have time for this maybe. I don't know. We'll see, chat. Like I said, there's 45 minutes left on the clock for the butterfly goal. And I'm going to try to let that, get used to this, chat. Shorter streams, to a point. If we don't hit the bonus goal, then yeah, the streams are going to be around 3. We've gone for almost 4 hours now. So I say we'll be 3 hours, but realistically, we're talking about more like 4 or 5 hours. I'll try to leave at least 1 hour for bonus content if we do end up hitting that, but I've got to, make sure that I'm not doing like, 10-hour streams, especially on days when we don't hit the bonus goal. Because if we're not hitting that bonus goal, that shows me that I need to be making more videos and doing less live streams in order to grow the community.
I'm not compensating for anything, so I have no interest. But here's my question. So you said the media are a huge part of this, which is undoubtedly true. I've been in the media for 35 years. I know everyone in the media pretty much. Mostly they're not evil. They're just kind of dumb, okay? There are some evil people. I could name them, like Joe Scarborough or something, who's like obviously really bad. But most...
He's feckless. He's got no spine. Is he evil? Is Joe Scarborough evil? I mean, as much as anybody in institutional party politics is. I don't know.
Most people are not, but they go along with this, and the question is why. And one of the reasons is because they don't want to alienate their audiences. You are on one of the biggest, maybe the biggest, certainly one of the biggest liberal podcasts, progressive podcasts, the
Young Turks is nowhere near Midas Touch, the actual biggest left-wing podcast, right? Nowhere near that. There might have been a time, maybe like, I don't know, 2016, 2015, there might have been a time where they were the biggest left-wing podcast. Maybe, I'm not even sure about that though.
Turks, you've been there.
They definitely are not now. Tucker was famous for being a pompous bow tie wearing conservative. Didn't Jon Stewart humiliate him in a debate? Yeah. That was Crossfire. So yeah, that was what I was talking about earlier with the Crossfire show where they just kind of yell at each other. Jon Stewart came out and look, not to glaze up Jon Stewart, because in this, like, I mean, yeah, Crossfire sucks, but it's not. You remember what Stewart was doing? What was his whole thing where he tried to do like Moderate Fest or Centrist Fest? He tried to do some, event where they were like, we're going to come together, rational people on the right and left, and we're going to realize that we're both human. Like, I mean, Jon Stewart is definitely not immune to cringe on his own behalf.
For almost 20 years. I was amazed to find that out last night at dinner.
Yeah.
18 years.
18 years.
I don't know how old you are, but I was shocked by that. And it's one of the biggest, and you are one of the biggest. And maybe our audience doesn't know this because they don't watch liberal podcasts, but
they don't watch liberal podcasts, so they can't call him on his bullshit. That they are nowhere near the biggest. They're TYT from 2016, Mog's TYT from 2025, right? They're the incredible shrinking news show. They are, they expanded. They had 1 million different shows on their network, 1 million different channels, and they couldn't even pay for those. Rally to restore sanity. Thank you, or else ellipsis. Yeah, that's what Stewart did. A rally to restore sanity. I don't remember. Was it during the Bush administration or the Obama administration? But yeah, basically it was like a you're right. It was called the Rally to Restore Sanity and or Fear. Wait, what?
You're one of the biggest. So you start saying stuff like this, you're gonna lose audience. You're gonna lose money, like actual money.
Yep.
Has that happened? Do you worry about that happening?
Yeah, that's happened. Let me just say that for whatever anyone might think.
Okay, so confirmed. It has hit their bottom line. If you're wondering about that, it has, right? Even with whatever they might be receiving in terms of money from billionaires that they're useful for, the Rick Caruso's, the Katzenbergs, or the, whoever is there at Polymarket sending the money, right? They're losing money, right? So that part is confirmed. I was kind of wondering about that because, again, they are very, very useful. When Colbert joined, they added the and or fear. Oh, I see. That's where it came from. But yeah, so this is what's confirmed, right? Their views are way down, way fucking down. Like their YouTube channel is low key kind of dying. I mean, it's big enough that it's not gonna like the light's not just gonna go out, but it's like the light is a lot less bright than it was 10 years ago. So their views are down. their income is down. The only thing that's up is maybe their influence in terms of, being able to get on Pierce Morgan, being able to, even get on like Glenn Beck or Tucker, right? They definitely have connections to people, especially, and they're forging more connections on the right. They're somewhat in with PBD, but yeah, one wonders, chat. PBD like allowed Adam Sosnick to come over to her take, and oh god, that would have been a good bonus content for today. I think there's a her take that we haven't watched. Anyway, doesn't look like we're gonna get it to it today. I don't know if we'll get it to it anytime soon. We're not even hitting the bonus content at this point, let alone like trying to expand onto more content. But the response to the Beck March on Washington, thank you. Okay, I remember that now. But yeah, so money's going down, views are going down. They probably have a little bit more ability to, a little bit more clout, I would say, right? And part of that is like right-wing clout. Although, like I said, you got to wonder how close Anna actually is to PBD. She's on the Her Take show, but she's getting disrespected on there. Like, PBD's co-host is the one that threw a tampon at her. That might as well be PBD throwing the PBD. The only reason that PBD didn't throw a tampon at her himself is that he's too much of a coward. He's too much of a coward, right? But you can think of that tampon as coming from Patrick Bet-David himself. If Adam Sosnick was allowed to do that, if Adam Sosnick did not get fired for, and yet, like literally, like saying you're being histrionic, you're being a woman, Anna. Here, let me throw you a tissue since you're so emotional. And then when that didn't get any reaction from her, he's like, here, I'll throw a tampon at you, right? So she's being massively, massively disrespected on the PBD broadcast. One wonders like how much actual respect TYT and Ana Kasparian really have in terms of the right, in terms of right-wing outlets like PBD. In terms of views, Majority Report gets more than TYT now, even the Vanguard. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, the Vanguards can, I mean, they don't put us, let's be real. Total views, TYT gets more than the Vanguard. All right, but per video, it's pretty close. It's pretty close now, right? And that's coming way down from what TYT used to do.
About Cenk Uygur, who's the founder and CEO of the Young Turks.
Can I get a shaky Gurga? Can I get some shaky Gurgas from Twitch chat? Show me your live chat.
You know, he's a very, like, he's sometimes brash, combative, loud, and that
annoying, obnoxious. What is the word? Detestable is a word that I could use for Cenk Uygur. Oh my god. I'm trying to remember the word that they called, what do they call Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm? There we go. You know, you can post more than one shaky Gurga. I don't mind if you spam. And if you do spam, it'll show up on stream. Reprehensible. That's the word. Reprehensible. Definitely applies to Cenk Uygur.
Turns people
there
off.
We go.
I get that.
That's how you do it, Woody Red.
They might not agree with his politics, but I just want to talk about who he is as a person, because if it weren't for Cenk, I wouldn't have the confidence to publicly admit I'm wrong, or the confidence to be genuine and honest about.
The thing is, you've been really wrong on this election. You know, you've been especially wrong since this election. You and Cenk have been wrong about the reasonableness of the right wing. The fact that you know they're going to stand up against something that is literally against the economic interests of the American people, like the big beautiful bill. You were wrong, and we're not going to hear that from you. You're not going to cop to that. So, this is kind of cap right here.
What I really think, because he provides a platform for you to actually say what you think and not get punished for it if it hurts.
Unless you're Bonnie, unless you're Francesca, unless you're Mondale, unless you're Ben Dixon, right? We can think of so many examples of people who absolutely did, you know, lose that platform because of disagreements with Cenk and Anna.
the business, and it did hurt the business.
Wow.
Yeah. So we lost a portion of our audience for sure.
Based on what you said?
Based on what I said. And more
what
importantly,
did you say that alienated people?
I mean, okay, I would say that the straw that broke the camel's
So here's where I expected her to bring up birthing person. But watch where she's going to go instead.
back was I agreed to go talk to Glenn Beck. He invited me to go on his podcast. You know, I obviously have disagreements with Glenn Beck, but I was actually shocked at how much we agreed on. You know,
Yes.
we talked about war. We talked about all sorts of things.
So for the record, chat, I believe that this would have been summer of last year that she went on Glenn Beck. This was right before Mondale quit. This is right before Mondale went on clickbaity political thirst trap with Pastor Ben Dixon and announced his, that he was not going to appear on the TYT network anymore.
And there were areas of agreement. It was a pleasant conversation, but I didn't capitulate my values at all. Just because I'm talking to him doesn't mean I've done anything wrong. My views are my views. His views are his views. We had a conversation. Well, I come home thinking nothing of it. And one of our employees, someone who...
I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I don't believe that she came... Look, chat, she was doing that to get a reaction, to make herself, to have people on the left say bad things about her so she can make herself a victim, so she can ingratiate herself to her new right-wing audience. That shit was fucking calculated. He was doing a false equivalence between right-wing extremism and Code Pink. Wait, who was? Oh, Glenn Beck was? Talking to Glenn Beck was barely a blip on the radar. Well, look, it did make Mondale realize, in his words, she's showing up like goddamn MAGA. And that's when he realized that, you know, it wasn't just going to be a thing where, like, I'm not comfortable with this, but maybe I can reach out to Jink. Maybe I can have a conversation about this. You know, maybe I can like let them know what I'm thinking. He realized it's not that. I got to get out. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Birthing person, yeah, it happened way before the Beck interview too. And that's what I thought she was going to, you know, bring up as the watershed moment. But no, she brings up Glenn Beck,
who's a contributor to TYT, or was a contributor to TYT, decided to take that as an opportunity to make a big spectacle about the fact that he's quitting because I decided to speak to Glenn Beck.
He made a big spectacle by going on clickbaity political thirst trap? What? No, he's just like telling his people, his audience, right, Chad, and the audiences of you know, the other members of clickbaity political thirst trap, that he's just letting them know, hey, I'm not going to be on TYT anymore. Like, I love the idea of blaming Mondale for this. That being said, I mean, maybe it was a moment where people, you know, realized that Anna converted to Christianity. I don't know. Did she? She said it was okay to spam. Oh, to spam the shaky Gurgas. In Twitch chat. That's if you spam an emote in Twitch chat, it shows up on the stream sometimes. So since we were talking about Jink Uger, I thought it appropriate to spam the shaky Gurga.
Who's like a threat to black bodies or something. I don't know, but it was.
Is Glenn Beck?
I don't think he was doing bodies in spaces. Chat. I feel like she's strawmanning Mondale here. I don't think he mentioned anything about black bodies, or that's not
A threat to black bodies?
I have no idea. Is he? I mean, I didn't get that. I don't think Glenn Beck's much of a threat to anyone, to be honest with you. He might have some ideas people don't like, but okay.
But it was nothing that you specifically said. It wasn't like...
No, nothing.
Interesting.
Nothing that I said. I mean, no one was citing anything I said during that interview that upset them. That was so...
absolute bullshit, chat. That is absolute... Look, do I have to go to my video? We don't have time, do we? I don't even know how much time we actually have. Fuck. We're running out of time here. 27 minutes potentially left of the stream. Look, chat, like, it doesn't have to be that way. We're 42 points from getting some bonus content, which would mean that, you know, we're not running out of time. But yeah, I am planning accordingly just in case we don't make that go forward any much, because it feels like it's kind of
So offensive that it was worthy of like publicly
it feels like maybe it's not going to happen tonight.
condemning me and making a big
I don't know though. I shouldn't get negative.
spectacle about how I can't work here because of Anna, and she spoke to this dangerous man.
Did Beck say anything like so over the top that you were supposed to respond
God damn it.
to it or something?
No. I mean, Glenn Beck.
He's a pretty moderate guy, actually.
I mean, he might have some views that aren't moderate.
He
but
is
we didn't talk about any of those things.
100%
Like, the
not
conversation
a moderate
was
guy.
Really not offensive at all, in my opinion. And
But they didn't cite anything. He didn't
No,
like endorse Hitler or anything.
it was just the fact that I spoke to him. But, you know,
Wow.
unfortunately, you know, when you have someone make a public spectacle about quitting and making it seem as though I had done something so wrong, it signaled to a portion of our audience like, oh, maybe Anna isn't who she says she is. Maybe Anna is like a secret, like far right winger or a Nazi or I don't know.
How long had you been at the show at this point?
17 and a half years. It wasn't
So
too
that's
long
deep
ago.
cover. So you've
Yeah.
been a secret Nazi for 17 and a
Totally.
half years.
Yeah, I'm really good at
You're
I'm really
playing
good
the
at what I
long
do.
game, baby.
Yeah.
Or you're
yeah.
just a fucking grifter.
I'm sorry to
Let me
laugh.
just say this. I started working, like as you mentioned, I've been there for 18 years. Started working there in 2007. Okay. When TYT was basically a startup that no one knew about, the revenue for TYT at the time came from Air America.
Mhm.
Air America had gone bankrupt a few months after I started working for them. And Cenk Uygur is amazing because he's like, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to find a way to keep this company afloat. And he did, to his credit. But I can't even explain to you how much of a grind it was building TYT. It was a grind, long hours, like blood, sweat, and tears, but we believed in it and we loved it. And I actually have like great memories of those years. We barely made any money at all, but we believed in what we were doing. And there was something really exciting about that. I went through all that. I helped build.
I'm still not sure what she means by we were funding it on the Air America money. Anyway, this is the video that I did about Mondale and et al.
I can't call me for no more shows. I'm done with it. Yeah, in real life.
It's over.
Damn, that's 100.
It's never been more over.
You gotta recognize when the ship is turning directions. You can't wait till it has completely turned directions. TYT.
What was her allegation again that Mondale said? Air America, secret Nazi, far right. We're running out of time here, chat. And I am actually going to end it right as the timer runs out this time, because I've got to do that at this point. We're running up into like the material considerations for like what conditions can I continue to stream in here. And I know this is summer, and summer's usually a lean time, but this is starting to get scary, and I am gonna absolutely cut it off when we run out of time, because if I don't have enough people in chat to support the stream, that means I've got to do more work on the backside as far as putting out videos and bringing more people. It means I'm doing something really wrong and potentially, you know, need to find something else to do for a living other than streaming. That's the worst case scenario, chat, and we don't want to jump to that just yet. But I'm trying to. God damn it. Black bodies. Okay. Is Glenn Beck a threat to black bodies? That was the question, right?
Is shifting. It is shifting because the captain and the co-captain are shifting.
So I should probably introduce this. This is the Benjamin Dixon Show. Benjamin Dixon is the man on the right. The man on the left is Mondale Robinson. I feel like I was told, but I have forgotten the name. Let's check really quick and see if we can figure out who the... what are we looking for? Bodies. I mean, I'm pretty sure I watched most, if not all, of this video here, and there's no mention of bodies. Let's see, black. I mean, there's going to be black threatening. Okay, so the closest thing I'm finding that Mondale said to what Anna is describing is maybe this.
Threatening our lives. I'm a black person first. They can keep that money for them videos. I'll go back to kissing my wife and not having to create videos in the afternoon. I don't care. It's not what I'm not comfortable. We should all be mad. That
the 50% of federal employees are getting ready to boot out. You know how many black people that's going to hurt, right? So they're going to platforms.
So that's Pastor Ben talking about black people being inordinately affected by the, what ended up being the Doge cuts and the federal workforce reduction.
Smartest. I don't care what people say. And I went to 2 HBCUs and none of them were FAMU. One of the smartest historical black colleges. You know why Harriet Tubman had a gun. It won't just be white folks. It was for them Negroes that was supposed to be running with us that were willing to go back because their feet were hurting.
Oh, yeah. No, Master got chicken cooking tomorrow.
Look, because think about them Negroes who was a problem trying to get free. There's always going to be a subset of us, whether it's in the black community, we got them in the black community. The same folks who sold us out on the west coast of Africa in the first place, same folks who sold out Harriet Tubman in the first place, all these people in our history, they in present today.
Hold on, Ben, I'm busy right now. Hold on, Ben, I'm busy right now. Do you, Ben, I'm asking you questions directly. Do you have a paid subscription like TYT?
Okay, there it is, chat. She's lying. Like when she said that Mondale said that Glenn Beck was a danger to black bodies. Like, I'm sorry, Bodies in Spaces was a discourse, right? At a certain time. I feel like it was a time long before they did that podcast, right? Where that was, language that was like language that was getting used in like 2020, 2019, there about that, maybe even before then. But yeah, no, there's not, I don't know where she's fucking getting this. She's absolutely strawmanning the fuck out of Mondale.
He's a pretty moderate guy, actually.
He might have some views that aren't moderate, but we didn't talk about any of those things. Like the conversation was really not offensive at all, in my opinion.
But they didn't cite anything. He didn't endorse Hitler or anything.
It was just the fact that I spoke to him. But,
wow.
Unfortunately, when you have someone make a public spectacle about quitting and making it seem as though I had done something so wrong, it signaled to a portion of our audience like, oh, maybe Anna.
You did something really pathetic, right? You lost faith in what you were doing. You lost faith in progress in America. In like any effort to do any kind of progressive political project, you fucking lost faith in that. And yeah, when you lose faith in what your audience gathers around in the first place, you're gonna lose audience. You're literally turned traitor on your audience. And if you're black, that hits in a whole different way. That hits in a whole different way for all kinds of marginalized identities. The betrayal of TYT, it's not just like, a theoretical, philosophical or ideological objection that you have to them. That's it's affecting you on a much more direct material plane of existence, right? Than just somebody that is like, I do not agree with what Anna is saying right now, right? If you're one of the groups that's being targeted by the Trump administration and you see TYT, a network that you helped build, right? She's talking about grinding and working and building the network when in reality, it was the TYT viewerships. It was the TYT mods. It was the TYT volunteers. At the end of the day, chat, like, We don't, I create content. I make takes. I put out live streams. Hopefully people, appreciate them. But the community is not me. I do not make the community. That is you. That is y'all. All right, that create the community. And when you lose touch of that, you're lost. You're lost, because at the very it's only with the support from my community that I'm able to even do this. And to the extent that I will be able to do that, going forward, it's not me that makes this sustainable. It's you. For me to be able to be here and not have to do some kind of like remote work instead, in order to keep my body and soul together, is because of support from the audience, right? And it seems like Anna has completely lost track of that, lost touch with her audience.
Isn't who she says she is. Maybe Anna is like a secret, like far right winger or Nazi or I don't know.
How long had you been at the show at this point?
17 and a half years. It wasn't
so
too
that's
long
deep
ago.
cover. So you've been a secret Nazi for 17 and a half years.
Yeah, I'm really good at
You're
really
playing
good
the
at what I
long
do.
game, baby.
Yeah.
You're on Tucker Carlson, Anna. Look, this is the worst place you could possibly make this argument. This is the worst place that you could possibly fucking make this argument. This is a guy, look, I mean, like even Glenn Beck, I don't think has been as mask off as Tucker Carlson is, right? If you're talking to Sitch and Adam, if you're talking to, I don't know, even like, I mean, there's a million other right-wing creators that you could be talking to and making this like, yeah, they thought I was a secret Nazi, but I'm sorry, you're talking to the not so secret Nazi. You're talking to somebody who literally used his platformed Holocaust denial. It doesn't get more direct than that. Usually when we say Nazi, it's a metaphor for fascist, right? It's a euphemism for fascist. When we're, saying, like when Jink said Trump was a Nazi, I'm assuming he wasn't saying that, Trump is like, got a Hitler, got like a German uniform and shit like that. I'm assuming he was just saying that Trump is a fascist. It was a euphemism for fascism. But in this case, it's just the death of the metaphor, chat. Tucker Carlson is the real thing. You're on his show. This is something even worse than Glenn Beck. And the fact that you can't see what the problem your audience might have with Glenn Beck is, and you can't see, what problem your audience is, I mean, if they were left, if they were still around, that they would have with Tucker Carlson, which, yeah, is just straight up Nazi. I don't know what to fucking tell you. Look, I said before that a lot of the things that Tucker Carlson says about Trump are not real, are not right, are not, he's misrepresenting, he's acting, he's saying things that he doesn't believe in. And we found this out during the Dominion leaks, and we got his text, and we saw that he actually doesn't like Trump that much, and yada yada yada. But the one thing that was in those leaks that does confirm other stuff that he talks about on his program is that he's racist. He used the words, "That's not how white men fight." With the underlying belief being that white men are more honorable in fighting and in combat than other races. All right, I'm sorry, that's some Nazi shit right there. The metaphor, the euphemism have fallen aside. Tucker is the real deal. And you were on that show sitting across the table from a literal fucking Nazi.
Gabby Cliff super chatted $9.99. Tucker did call Mamdani a fake leftist, which will forever be burned into my brain as one of the funniest things.
Oh, I didn't see that. What was that on, Davy? Yeah, he believes in great replacement too. I mean, there's so many things about Glenn Beck is pretty bad too. I just can't remember. I just can't remember enough about Glenn Beck. Redmond Berry says Glenn Beck is a threat to human bodies, especially the content of the cranium. Yeah, he's also a threat to the content of my stomach, perhaps re-emerging as I vomit from having to watch him. But yeah, that's yeah. I gotta check out that clip. I didn't see him call Mamdani a fake leftist. It's on Turning Point. Oh, it's at the. Yo, we should have watched. We should be watching this stuff. I've got to retool my stream anyway, Chad. I don't have time. I haven't had time. I stream way too long to be able to make those adjustments that I really need to to make, but like stuff like the fact that we never covered this turning point, like that's, you know, I want to cover that stuff. I need to cover that stuff, and need to cover more stuff in general. And again, I'm doing another stream where I just cover one topic, unfortunately.
But
So I'm sorry to laugh.
let me just say this. I started working, like as you mentioned, I've been there for 18 years. Started working there in 2007. Okay. When TYT was basically a startup that no one knew about, the revenue for TYT at the time came from Air America.
Mhm.
Air America had gone bankrupt a few months after I started working for them. And Cenk
32 points from hitting the bonus goal, and 5 super chats from hitting the butterfly goal at this point.
Huger is amazing.
With how many? Oh my god, I think we're down to like 15 minutes. That's why I'm kind of rushed here, chat. But I mean, this is important stuff. 11 minutes. I'm sorry, it's worse than I thought.
Because he's like, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to find a way to keep this company afloat. And he did, to his credit. But
I'm going to find the way to keep this turd afloat.
I can't even explain to you how much of a grind it was building TYT. It was a grind, long hours, like blood, sweat, and tears, but we believed in it and we loved it. And I actually have like great memories of those years. We barely made any money at all, but we believed in what we were doing. And there was something really exciting about that. I went through all that. I helped build what TYT is today. And
I'm sorry, when was Adpocalypse? I'm trying to imagine the time that she's talking about. What was the time when TYT was barely making ends meet? Anybody know? Cause like yeah, the Adpocalypse, like, okay, so if you don't know, there's this thing called the Adpocalypse. It's when a lot of advertisers withdrew from YouTube because somebody put something ridiculous up. I can't remember what it was. And a bunch of people talked about it and were like, oh my gosh, I wonder if these advertisers know that their ads are going up with this kind of content. And they, you know, it got sent to them, and the advertisers withdrew their money. Everybody on YouTube at that point took a huge pay cut. It was very easy before that. If you're getting like hundreds of thousands of views on your video, you're making enough money easily, right? After that, it was anybody's guess. So the only time I can imagine that TYT would have been really struggling would have been, right after the Adpocalypse. And it's kind of surprising that she's saying that. Always a story of Ana Kasparian uses, and she mentions agreeing with King and not wanting a union.
Cliff super chatted $19.99. Tucker is pretty much corporate Steve Bannon. He wants that a shower white only social safety net state with vicious imperialism and brutal repression, so he hates Trump because it's just all about DA money.
That is who he is right now. Yeah, that is, it's very different though than the Tucker from MSNBC or the Tucker from the Tucker from the Daily Caller or the Tucker from CNN from what's it called? Oh my god, I can't remember. The debate show, right? That's a very different Tucker that we're seeing now that endorses the Steve Bannon New Deal consensus along with vicious imperialism, brutal race repression, and racism. Like, we can't forget that. And Trump's very much about his money these days, about how much he can personally profit or his family can profit from the Adpocalypse was around 2017. Yeah, so she doesn't give us a date, so it's hard to coordinate. But yeah, there would have been a time, was it 2017? Is that right? I thought, for some reason, I thought it was before then, but you could be right, Woody. You could be right. That was a long time ago. That's almost 10 years ago now. It's hard to believe. But yeah, thank you, Davi, for the super chat and the comparison to Steve Bannon's politics of the moment. Yeah, either Steve Bannon or Tucker. I don't trust them to tell us where they're really at.
The audacity of anyone coming in as a contributor or anything else to tell me who I can and can't talk to that's offensive.
Yeah,
that's offensive.
Look, I'm gonna tell you. All right, this is the thing, Walter. Sorry, not Walter. Mondale Robinson, he's a tanky. He's an authoritarian leftist. He threatened to gulag Anna. Poor, innocent, white Ana Kasparian was threatened and menaced by this black communist, this authoritarian that wouldn't let her talk to who she wanted to. Mondale came in and just yanked her out of that Glenn Beck interview and said, "You're straight to the gulag with you, young lady. I won't allow you to have your free speech because I'm Mondale. And even though I am literally a contributor to TYT, somehow I have power over you." But no, she's just sad because people agreed with Mondale, right? Even though Mondale, wasn't on TYT that much. Like I said, he's the mayor of a town. He's got, other things to do. He's got a wife. He's got a life. He's got kids. He's got a family. He's got all this other stuff to do. Even though he wasn't a huge part of TYT, his testimony of like why he didn't want to fuck with TYT anymore was massively influential, and it did change some people's minds. And from what she's saying, it sounds like they really took a huge financial hit. So well done, Mondale. That's kind of amazing. But no, Mondale doesn't have power over Ana Kasparian. Like, she's the executive producer of TYT. If anything, she has power over him. And if she really wanted to, I'm sure he would have agreed to have a conversation, right? If you want to make a play for your viewership, to retain your viewership, you just got to ask him. Yeah, Mondale, I think you got some things wrong. I think you got me wrong. Let's have a conversation. And if you could make a good case that you're not doing what Mondale says that you're doing, then the Dragon Gang will stay, and TYT won't lose its support. But they did lose their support, and there's a good reason for that. Bannon, I do believe he does actually believe that. I don't know. Read Naomi Klein. I don't know if you've Davi, have you read Doppelganger, Naomi Klein's book? She talks about Bannon a lot, and I am not convinced that he, like, I really do feel like he kind of plays games a lot. But I don't know. Does he want? Would he be willing to use social safety net policies for targeted towards like white families or something like that? Maybe, social safety net in order to secure the future for the white children of his racist fantasies. Maybe so.
Okay, I earned this. You're not going to come into my house and tell me what my beliefs should be, who I should talk to. F off. Good riddance. Go. I'm not going to be censored by anyone. Not my audience, no one on the right. I don't care.
So sometimes when people sell products on TV, I love this product. I use.
What a baby. What an absolute baby Ana Kasparian is. Last I checked Social Blade, the right-wing rightward shift is costing TY. Oh yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Tiverto. But she's tracing it all back to Mondale. I don't know how much of this was about maybe her having her feelings hurt, or Jink having his feelings hurt by what Mondale said, and how much is really like we look at our revenue and we see this big drop right there. I mean, it's possible. I'm very curious about that though. All right, what else do we have? 3 minutes left. Oh my God, chat. Let's see how much more we can. Is there anything else that we really need to see here? What's the next one? Wait, this is more Glenn Beck, isn't it? Oh, he's doing an ad read right in the middle of Glenn Beck. Okay, let's finish this segment at least. We're at 88, so there's some chance that we go into the bonus round tonight.
On our network, who he vehemently disagrees with. And he's had other hosts come in and like demand that those hosts get fired because of what they're saying. Hosts on.
Sure, she's amazing, and I'm so glad.
It can be in your garage along with the peace of mind that comes with having it.
I have a nephew who loves you, and he's always, "Uncle Tucker, you got to interview this chick. She's amazing," and I'm so glad. Sorry.
Does he have a poster, taped to the ceiling of Ana Kasparian?
Excuse me. I just, It just makes me laugh. I mean, I love what you're saying, of course. But you also are making a point about the guy you work with who started the company, owns the company, who even after some of your audience bolted over this, he didn't call you in and say, knock it off?
No, never. That's not who Cenk is. And by the way, I mean, he's had hosts on our network who he vehemently disagrees with. And he's had other hosts come in and like demand that those hosts get fired.
Trying to figure out who she's talking about. Hosts that he vehemently disagreed with, right? That would be, oh my God, what's his name, chat? What's the Zionist guy's name? Ben something? Anybody remember? Tucker reminds me of everyone I hated to go to college with. Yeah. God, I'm sorry that you have to deal with that, Davi. That sounds like a very cursed cohort that you were embedded in. They wanted to be more corporate, but just alienated the viewers and contributors. Anything other than looking at themselves for things going south, it feels like orchestrated move to the center. Ben Glebe, thank you. Yeah, Ben Glebe, that was who it was, right? So while they probably agreed with Ben Glebe on like trans issues, for instance, in fact, I feel like I remember Ben Glebe being maybe to the left of Cenk on trans issues. They definitely the one good issue that TYT has is Israel Palestine. Now it's not consistent because right after
Davi Cliff super chatted $9.99. Washed Glenn Trump stole your lunch because you cried too many times on TV. Go make more one-man stage plays. Probably the one right-wing media I got the biggest hate for.
Wait, Washed Glenn Trump stole your lunch money because you cried too many times on TV. Go make more one-man stage plays. Probably. Wait. Washed Glenn, like Glenn Beck. Trump stole your lunch money. Because Glenn Beck, yeah, I forgot that Glenn Beck likes to cry. In fact, I feel like, did Jordan Peterson steal his shtick from him? Like, yeah, Glenn Beck used to cry. He would always find a reason to, like, I guess Alex Jones does this too. He'd find a reason to tear up on on his like Fox News show back in the day. What one man stage plays? Wait, are you telling me? Sorry, Davi. Are you telling me that Glenn Beck has got a Spalding Gray thing going on? Like he's doing like a monologue. He's doing like performance art, like one man show kind of shit. Everyone stole something from Glenn Beck.
Infallible super chatted $5. Duck. Wait, goose? Duck. Geese? Oh my God. Chat, you were so close to that butterfly goal. He has one man stage plays. Wow. To be a worm in that man's brain, chat. To be a worm in that man's brain. But yeah, thank you for the duck, infallible foul. And it's literally just they read your emoji out. But that does bring us to 100. Even though the butterfly still elusive, chat, still elusive butterfly. The bonus goal not so elusive tonight. And what's winning right now? Is it still Thailand? Does Thailand stay winning? And just to let you know, when I cover Thai issues, there's gonna be some stuff I can't talk about. All right, I'll try to give you the best perspective that I can possible. But there's, just by virtue of the fact that I am relying on Thailand to harbor me while I'm running away from my own country. I gotta pull some punches in terms of that coverage, unfortunately. I can give you some background and perspective though, right? But if any of you are enterprising weasels out there,
you can probably figure out the part that's unsaid without me having to say that. So, yeah, that's so yeah. What did we got? Thailand is winning. Thailand stays winning. Destiny is mad in second place. Oh my God, chat, it's literally 3 points apart. 115 votes so far. If you haven't voted yet, make sure to go over to YouTube and make your voice heard, because it is three. There's 2 points separating the number 1 and the number 3. There's 1 point separating the number 1 and the number 2. That's how close it is right now. So definitely, if you're donating and you got an opinion, let me know what that opinion is, and I'll even if it's Vox Populi and you're just like, no, I don't want anyone to steal the election. I want the vote to, be whatever the voters choose, and then let me know that, because it could make all the difference in the world tonight. But yeah, we're very, very close between the story behind Thailand and Cambodia, the story about Destiny persecuting Pisco, trying to purge his community once again of Pisco Liddy, DGG law tuber, and then Vosh's grooming allegations, which, I'm not going to get mad at you for not necessarily, I don't know, chat. I feel like I would love to, I really need to confirm some things, right? I'm not able to go as hard against Vosh over those allegations as, I would if more of the stuff was confirmed. But I will show you what the story so far is, if we end up picking that, and try to give you an insight on what might be how Vosh treats underage people in his community. Oh, Davy says Vox Populi. Okay, so that is definitely, so yeah, your vote counts even more, as Davy just said Vox Populi. In fact, yeah, it's gonna be decided by the vote. It's gonna be decided by the vote. So get those votes in if you haven't already. Your vote could be the one that decides what we end up watching tonight for bonus content.
Because of what they're saying, it's offensive. And Cenk's like, no, we don't do that here. And I think,
I still wonder, yeah, I'm guessing that maybe somebody said fire Ben Glebe over his Gaza takes. Ben Glebe has definitely said some heartless shit about Gaza. Who else could that be? Somebody that they disagree with, and somebody that other hosts asked for them to fire. Who could that be?
No, never. That's not who Cenk is. And by the way, he's had hosts on our network who he vehemently disagrees with. And he's had other hosts come in and demand that those hosts get fired because of what they're saying. Oh, it's offensive. And Cenk's like, no, we don't do that here. And I think what informs Cenk's behavior, honestly, is the fact that at one time he was a self-identified Republican. This is when he was in college and stuff.
Yes.
And some would say he never stopped being that self-identified that college Republican.
And he and I have a lot of these heart-to-hearts, because I have these days when I am down about everything that's transpired, because I do feel like it's
Now, chat, what she's about to say put some real doubt in my mind about Cenk Uygur and whether he's ever meant anything that he fucking says. Anything that he fucking says. Listen to what she says about Cenk and how he gives her a pep talk when she's down.
Fair to paint me in a certain light just because you don't like the people I'm talking to. But whenever I need a little bit of a pep talk, he'll mention what it was like as a college Republican. And he's like, Anna, it was unbearable because they wouldn't let me talk in class. They would do everything possible to prevent me from being able to speak.
Who's they?
Other students or professors who didn't like his point of view.
In other words, the woke mind virus. No, it's the groups. The groups wouldn't let him talk. No. Okay, so wait. This has been a subject of controversy for Cenk. I don't know if Anna realizes what she's doing here, but she's actually casting doubt over a lot of what Cenk has done, said and done, right? So yeah, for the record, he was a college Republican. While he was a college Republican, in addition to being absolutely insufferable in class, from what it sounds like, and you know the type, chat. Did you one in chat? If you went to school with a college Republican who who was always raising their hand, always disagreed with the professor, and wanted their ignorant viewpoint to be given the same, sort of dignity that something that the professor say had been studying his whole lifetime, right? The field that the professor had written their thesis on, right? No, but Jink is in his ignorant fucking view from nowhere need to be given that same level of dignity. Otherwise, it's suppression of free speech, and they just won't let him speak his truth or something like that, right? I mean, I think we all know what this is, right? If you've been to college, right, you no doubt had somebody like this in your classroom, and it becomes a challenge for the teacher. This person is going to feel aggrieved if they are not given so much time that it actually cuts into the teacher's ability to teach. But the other thing about this, chat, is that Jink had a scandal. The reason that he left, what was it, Wolfpack? Was it Wolfpack that he left? Or maybe it was, when he was running for office, right? The reason that Bernie withdrew his endorsement of Cenk Uygur was because some of his college newspaper writings had surfaced, right? And they were really sexist. They were really misogynistic. They were bad. Now, I cut him a break on this because this is shit that happened 20 years ago. And he always tells the story about how he used to be a college Republican and that at some point he had an awakening. And, this was back when he was pro-Armenian. Sorry, he didn't believe, he was an Armenian genocide denier, right? Amongst other things. And sexist and, right-wing, right? So anyway, when this happened, Jink said that was a different person. I've grown and changed since then. Oh my God, how dare you? Look, that shit doesn't represent me. And I was given to believe him. Yeah, you wrote that in college. You've changed, you've grown, you're a different person now. You've got a completely different, political ideology. But listen to him bringing this up as a pep talk, right? He's talking about the nonsense that would come out of his college Republican mouth as if it is actually a very important viewpoint that needs to be paid attention to. And the professor and the other students would persecute him. Reminder, chat, he went to Wharton. He went to Wharton Business School, the same school that Trump went to, right? So this isn't some kind of, far left Ivy League school. This isn't even like a liberal arts, like a Midwestern like liberal arts school. This is straight up Wharton. That he's saying that in Wharton Business School, he's saying they wouldn't let a conservative viewpoint come forth in Wharton Business School, but he's also kind of like low-key saying, I had some good points then that were being suppressed. Chat, that does not jibe with my views have changed. I've learned and grown. The shit that I used to say in college, I disavow. He does not. He does not disavow that shit at all. Chat, I'm questioning at this point whether Cenk Uygur believes anything. Does he believe anything at all? Or has his whole career just been about being a showman, just being about being a minor celebrity and had nothing to do with, any sort of political passion or belief or insight, right?
Okay, liberals.
Yeah, liberals, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and that...
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, you called the organization the Young Turks. Yeah, this is the whole thing. It cuts against everything that Cenk has always said to try to acquit himself of these, accusations against him. The accusations that, got Bernie to withdraw support. I think this is also what took him off of, Wolfpack, maybe too. I mean, like, she doesn't realize what she's doing, I don't think. But she is twisting that knife in Cenk right now. I don't think she even realizes it.
Really, really frustrated him. And so now, as the CEO of the Young Turks, he's not going to turn around and censor other hosts because he disagrees with them.
A lot of people do, though.
A lot of people do. But to his credit, he doesn't. And that's why I've been there for 18 years. There have been other opportunities to make I love when people call me a grifter. I could have been a millionaire by now. I'm not a millionaire because I want to speak my mind. And TYT has been the only place that's allowed me to do it.
Good for you.
Yeah.
How is she going to be a millionaire? What is she saying? If she'd kept on being progressive, she would have been a millionaire? businessman with no ideological grounding. I mean, that's what he's sounding like.
I don't think, I mean, most people don't host shows, so they don't know the feeling. I have hosted shows, so I do know the feeling. If your audience starts to move out from under you, boy, that is, because that's your strength, that's your core, that's your revenue, of course. But more than that, that's your moral backing. Like you know, they may not like what I'm saying, but my people do. My audience does. And so if they bolt in meaningful numbers, boy, there's nothing scarier. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it is scary. I'm not
like what happened at the Daily Caller. We just watched that. He clearly went into the Daily Caller with the intention of creating a like a paper of record of sorts, like a right-wing source that was diligent about fact-finding and fact reporting, but had a right-wing editorial slant, right? And he gave up on that project. Right? He gave into those boos. He, at the end of the day, decided that, yeah, it's more important to be a large, influential, because it's not about money. Understand this about Tucker Carlson, all right? Any motivation you see on his part, it's never going to be about money. This guy is so fucking rich, it's hard to even conceive of. Like, he is in the money in so many different ways, from his own family to the family that he married into, to the, obvious, like, right-wing, grift, slush funds, right? This guy is in the fucking money. So it wasn't a decision about, he didn't make that decision because he was worried about not being able to make enough money. He could fucking fund a newspaper, right? If he really cared about getting the facts right, or what he said, like having a right-wing news outlet that was, as diligent about fact checking as, say, like the New York Times or something like that, right? He could have done that. He could have ate those costs even if it didn't make money. He didn't. Because what Tucker is about is his own celebrity, his own influence, and yeah, his own prominence.
I'm not going to lie about that. I mean, being scared didn't deter me, but I was more concerned about what it was going to do to the company overall, because if things were bad enough and we didn't have enough revenue to keep every employee, people are going to get fired or laid off. And I would really struggle with the guilt. I would feel responsible for that. And so I'm glad that didn't happen. And we're rebuilding, and it's a dream come true.
Perdition, I'm not sure what you're responding to, but I'm going to read your chat out nonetheless. The Armenian genocide was committed by the Ottoman Empires, continued by the three pashas, suggesting the Young Turks committed the genocide is akin to blaming Bernie for Trump, when we all know that it was actually Obama's fault that we got Trump, not Bernie's.
True for me, because I want to build an audience of open-minded people who aren't going to like run for the hills the second they hear a point that they disagree with.
Or that they haven't heard before.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of that where if you get past the initial shock, like you'll say something, be like, well, first of all, you're not allowed to say that. Second, I've never heard anybody say that. And I kind of hate you for saying something new. But I do think that wears off after a moment, and people are like, well, actually, is that crazy? Is that hateful? I don't think it is. And you can kind of convince them after that.
You have a decision to make. You can either build a niche audience, and I think that's the worst option, because a niche audience wants to be catered to, and you have to be very careful to follow a very specific script. I'm not interested in that. And I think that I personally went through an era of being a little bit radicalized on the left. And I regret that, because I unwittingly did build a bit of a niche audience. But those folks...
What do you mean radicalized?
Okay, Pernition, if you're responding to me at all, then you completely misheard me. What I said was that Cenk Uygur, in his college days and going into some amount of time at TYT, was an Armenian Holocaust denier. right? So in that case, the Young Turks, the modern media organization, denied the Armenian genocide. What I didn't say was that the Young Turks, the historical figures, perpetrated the Armenian genocide. So I hope that's clear.
I totally bought the narrative that like everyone on the right's racist, everyone on the right is greedy, that kind of stuff.
So Trump term 1, when everyone just got hysterical about Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
That was the era that I'm not proud of. And I was basically building my own prison and I didn't realize it. And what I mean by that is once you have a niche audience.
Isn't that a Creed song?
You're not allowed to.
Look, Anna, you do have a niche audience. In terms of your audience being very small, it's more niche than it's ever been. But what she's saying by a niche audience is like a audience that's centered around, I guess, a political viewpoint. She'd rather have one that straddles a few different political viewpoints so that way, if she, pisses off one group, then she can grift in the other direction, right? This is what Breaking Points does. I mean, look, I appreciate I appreciate Ryan Grimm. I appreciate Crystal Ball. I don't hate Breaking Points, but you got to admit that their strategy, same thing with The Hill, has been to be like to throw ideological bones in both directions, right? And thereby get themselves into a like if Breaking Points was a progressive outlet, then some of the transphobic shit that they have platformed would get them cooked with that audience, right? But because it's not, because at least around half of the audience is kind of right wing, they can do that. At the same time, they can put Ryan Grimm's reporting in front of a right wing audience, which I suppose is a good thing. I don't think that I read you're responding to another comment about their name. Okay.
Deviate from a very specific and narrow ideology. And I don't want that. I'm not an ideologue. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. I'm willing to recalibrate on policy if I see it implemented and it's not working correctly. I ultimately just want truth. I want justice, and I want a country that represents its people. That's what I want. That's my core.
Do you feel like it is bridgeable? Like there's so much anger.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and by the way, I do think the immigration thing and the crime thing sort of obscure it. Like the real fight is between educated whites. Like they're the ones who really hate each other.
Really?
I think that.
Tell me more about that.
Well, I think it's, I mean, I just know from my own experience, I often say this, but, they called me a racist for many, many years. And I would always say, if I was racist, I would just admit it because, like, there are worse things, but I'm not. And I would get so hassled.
You have admitted it, right? You brought on a Holocaust denier. I'm not this is not how white men fight. What the fuck are you talking about, Tucker? He's just going on with the assumption that his audience hasn't read the basic facts about the Dominion case, right? And then maybe he's right. Maybe they, like, as much as he wants to brag about having an open mind and, you shouldn't be afraid of facts that surprise you or that you disagree with, et cetera, like, he is absolutely living in a vacuum of truth about his own fucking history.
Always by the same demographic. And I would always say to my wife, no black person's ever yelled at me. In fact, I've been hugged by a lot of black people. It's just a fact. I'm sorry, it's just true. And they don't seem to think I'm a racist, but it's always middle-aged white women who were yelling at me at Logan Airport.
Mm-hmm.
And what is that? No, I'm not whining. I mean, I don't really care, but it's just interesting. And so I think it's almost like fratricidal. It's like professional class.
If Ana Kasparian had any spine whatsoever, what the fuck, chat? Like the whole, like all of chat shut up except for one person. Like, I'm not racist, but this is not how white men fight. I'm not racist, but I think that white men conduct themselves with a sense of honor that the lesser races are incapable. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Like, this guy is like so full of shit. And if Ana Kasparian had any backbone at all, had any fucking backbone whatsoever, she would be like, all right, you're not racist, but there's one pretty famous quote of yours that I don't really, I'm having trouble resolving this with your claim to not be racist, right? And look, this is where you see what Ana is pursuing with Tucker. Now, listen, I'm not completely against the idea of going on Tucker. If you think that you can go on his platform and you can introduce his audience to some new ideas, I say go for it. I say go for it, right? Mehdi Hassan, you know, yeah, go ahead. Go talk to Tucker's audience. That would be great. I'm not racist, but I employed racists to write my TV show. But you gotta push. You gotta introduce something new. And you can't be so beholden to somebody. And this is where Ana is, all right? So understand this, all right? She and TYT are at a nadir. Nadir is an opposite of a zenith. A zenith is a high point. Nadir is a low point. They're at a low point of their of their viewership, of their relevance, right? And she's counting on Glenn Beck and Tucker, not just because she has some kind of like anti-leftist hate boner, which I'm sure that's part of it too, but in order to get her that audience, right? In order to put enough audience back so that she's not just shouting into the void, right? And you can tell right here by the fact that there's no pushback whatsoever on Tucker. And especially not on something that might, that he's trying to hide. Like, this is like when he says I'm not racist, he's trying to hide something. He's lying about something. It's very easy to debunk. It's very, very easy to disprove. It's very easy to at least push him on that and make him give an explanation. Okay, you're not racist, so how do white men fight that's different than how other men fight? Please tell me. I would love to know, Tucker. How does that statement not imply a racist? And she can't do that because she is after access. She needs access to people like Tucker Carlson to just keep herself and TYT at all relevant. How do mixed race fight? Do I get my new? Yeah, you got to get new techniques. We got to come up with a whole new, fighting style for you. But yeah, no, she's desperate. So the fact that she's at a weak point, and look, he's at kind of a weak point too, right? He's not as influential as he used to be, but he's a hell of a lot more influential than Ana Kasparian and TYT. And so he's got all the power in the situation. He's clapping and she is dancing. That's what we're seeing. That's what we're seeing. She doesn't have the ability to push back on him without risking her access to a size of audience that she can no longer command. And that's what's dangerous about TYT. Apart from their own bad takes that they naturally have, they're also compromised. And they're in the fish tank with a bunch of sharks, with PBD, with Tucker Carlson, with Glenn Beck. They now need these people. The people that they used to make fun of, the people that they used to debunk, now are the people that are their boss.
As whites who read the New Yorker, read the New York Times, like they're truly angry at each other.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've just noticed this.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's propaganda and this thought that certain things are way worse than they really are, or that like their perceived threats, I think, aren't real to the extent that they think it's real.
Oh my God, chat. We just had a flip-flop in the poll. Okay, I told you to vote. Some of you did. And now Destiny, mad at Pisco, is in first place. What's going on in Thailand? Thailand is no longer winning. It's no longer W Thailand. Thailand, what's going on in Thailand? Cambodia is at 28% still. That's 1% behind. Vosh grooming allegations, 1 point behind there. So we still have a very close poll. I would encourage you, if you have not voted yet, make sure to make your voice heard, because you could be you could easily be the deciding vote right here. It's gonna come down to the vote, right? Because we got a huge amount of percentage of bonus on the Vox Populi. So it's gonna be purely where the vote goes. But right now, Destiny is winning. If you don't like that phrase, then get over there and vote. Get over there and vote for something else.
And by speaking out and by confronting you and by, doing what you're referring to, I think they get a sense of, I'm doing something about it.
Yeah, he's saying it's wrong for white people to fight each other. Yeah, he wants more cohesion amongst the whites.
Right. No, I get it. No,
Yeah.
I'm not even attacking him. It's just interesting to me. Because it's clear, it's totally real in their minds.
It is, of course.
It's not just performative. It's like I felt rage before. So, and as you so eloquently described, like,
Look, as much as I have a certain degree of disdain for wealthy whites, which I have no doubt that these are the kind of people in his social circles, right? As much as I've got some disdain for the victims of Kasparian effect, I gotta say, like, you should be mad. As many problems as there was with this country, something truly horrible has happened to it since 2016. Now you can make the argument that this is a downstream effect of the failures of the Obama era and the Democrats at large, the insistence of the Democratic establishment on choosing Hillary Clinton as their standard bearer when they, if they'd read the room, it would have been Bernie. But if you're mad about the fact that this country is going in the garbage can, and you blame that on Donald Trump, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Anyway.
like that rage obscures, and I think maybe it's designed to obscure the reality of like physical degradation all around us.
All around us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I think that is kind of the point. I think it is to some extent intentional. But what, since you do live in that world and have for so long, as rationally as you can, clinically as you can you explain what they're worried about?
Well, I mean, I think that their heart is in the right place.
Yeah. I'm giving them the presumption of good faith for sure.
Yeah.
I just want to know, like, when some rich lady yells at me in the ski lift line, she thinks I'm racist. I know they always say that. But then there's also like, there's a fascist takeover imminent. Is that part of it or what?
Oh, I want to hear what she has to say to this. Fascist takeover? This is like, oh my God, chat. Like, he's in the hot dog suit. Chat, this man is in a hot dog suit. And he's like I run into all these white people, all these white women, and they're always telling me that they think that because I'm wearing a hot dog suit, that I'm responsible for crashing the Wienermobile into the store. They're like, did you crash the Wienermobile into the store? And I'm like, what? Because I'm wearing a hot dog suit? I can't believe that you would think that. No, we got to get to the bottom of this. We got to find the guy that crashed the Wienermobile into the store, and we got to spank his little bare bottom. So stop wasting time by accusing me just because I'm wearing the hot dog suit. Just because I'm wearing the hot dog suit, right? And they accuse me of driving the Wienermobile. Like, clearly, that's madness. That's complete madness. How dare these These women, how dare these Karens do that to me? Anyway.
What is
Yeah,
the worry?
well, I mean, okay, let's talk about the fascist takeover because there is a part of me that's a little bit worried about that,
I am
to be
too.
honest.
I
Okay,
am too.
okay, so
Not just part of me,
Yeah.
a lot of
But
me.
what is his fascist takeover? What, the deep state's gonna come back? What is the fascist takeover that what is Tucker gonna propose as the danger of fascist takeover?
and look, I don't know what's in those women's heads, so I just don't.
Well, I mean, usually nothing, right? Because they are women. They think with their uterus. Of course, nothing's in their head at all.
I don't understand them, so I feel weird talking about what
I'm not like other girls, Tucker. I'm not like other girls.
they're thinking and
Every
what motivates
person
them.
should be worried about the centralization of power and the
Mhm.
use of technology to strip basic rights from citizens.
Yeah, like
Everybody.
What does he mean when he says that?
like the Palantir stuff concerns me a little bit. You know?
Anytime, yeah. I mean, the technology, not just Palantir, but all the emerging technology, supercomputing, AI, all of this stuff,
Yep.
facial recognition, like it could be used to enslave the population.
Hey, but don't worry, we got Trump in there to prevent that from happening, don't we? We got Trump there to make sure that no states are able to regulate the AI industry. So I'm sure we're good.
Totally.
Really easily.
Totally. Yeah.
So I don't know why. I mean, everyone should be freaked out about
Be
that.
worried about that, definitely. I'm also a little bit worried about, and I don't know how large this group of people in America happens to be, but you're hearing from them more and more.
Max left?
This idea that no, we need to move toward a
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Tucker loves the deep state. His daddy was one of Pappy Bush's flying monkeys.
That's what I was trying to put together. Davy, do you remember, like, I think it's Hassan that says this. He doesn't say Tucker Carlson. He says, like, Tucker. Oh my God, who was Tucker's dad? Let me see if I can find this. I was watching this morning. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I really do appreciate people, liking the stream. It helps me out a lot. It helps get out the message to more and more people. I should probably bully you about that more often. The other thing that I need to bully you about is the, we've only got one like on the Blue Sky thread. So if you're on Blue Sky, that's for you. If you don't use that, I'm going to stop doing it. I'm going to stop making those posts, right? It's supposed to be a section for you to talk about the subject that of the day. This it's the subject that we're talking about on Blue Sky, but it looks some days it's pretty disappointing that just no, like, it's in the it's there in the it's in the pinned it's been in the pinned the whole stream, and like thank you to the one person that liked it. Thank you to the one person who commented on that. But yeah, if that's not something that people value, then I won't keep doing it. So wait, what am I trying to say? Oh yeah, I'm trying to find the Hassan. What did I watch that was Hassan where he talked about Tucker? Tucker Carlson versus Ted Cruz. Okay. God, that's old. Let's see if I can find this. I know I got to get to the bonus content too. And thank you for the super chat, Davy. This is Hassan.
That is factually accurate. Like, he is charismatic and also was incredibly well read and a solid tactician. Everybody turns around and is like, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing, you're glazing. Fuck you, you love terrorism. But when Benjamin Netanyahu is a far greater evil and a far larger terrorist than Hassan Nasrallah actually is, like an actual terrorist straight up, all of a sudden, when he says that, everyone's like, nah, that makes sense. He's just showing respect.
I would put Assad in the category.
I got it for you. All right, you ready?
I was in the CIA and is responsible for Voice of America. I'm Tucker Buckley Swanson McNear Carlson. That's his full name.
Oh, that actually literally his full name.
Okay, I should know. My dad was in the CIA.
Yeah, that's Richard Warner Carlson. That was what Davy was just talking about. His dad, American journalist, diplomat, lobbyist, and director of Voice of America. Definitely like a CIA project. Also was a newspaper wire service reporter, magazine writer, documentary filmmaker, television, radio correspondent. And that's Dick Carlson, his dad, born Richard Anderson.
And is responsible for Voice of America. I'm Tucker Buckley Swanson McNear.
Buckley? Is that like William F. Buckley? Is that where the Buckley part comes in? Yeah, so it says his name is actually Tucker Swanson McNear Carlson. So wait, I thought wasn't Swanson the family he married into? McNear, where's the McNear? Yeah, they're like he's referencing other stuff, but like this was what I was talking about when I said don't, like Tucker's he's got, he's the recipient of generational wealth, right? He's not somebody that needs money. None of his motivations come from, for instance, not being able to make enough money at Daily Caller. It would have been from not getting the viewership that he wanted, or the fame or the attention that he wanted.
Carlson. That's his full name.
And
I should know. My dad was in the CIA and is responsible for Voice of America. I'm Tucker Buckley Swanson McNear Carlson. That's his full name.
You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things.
Anyway.
Post-liberal and like post-liberal democracy. You know what I'm saying? Like a rejection of the democratic process overall. Like Curtis Yarvin is one of the figures who's been kind of preaching about this. He sounds really dumb, so I don't know how seriously people really...
Anna, you're eating out of his ass right now, right? You're pouring the cornflakes in between his Calliopean cleft, and you're pouring milk in there, and you're getting a spoon, and you're just like going to town on those ass cornflakes. All right, like look, Curtis Yarvin has left breadcrumbs for suckers like you, and you were on that trail. You are following, and at the end of the trail is Curtis Yarvin's ass and the cornflakes and the milk and the spoon and everything else that you need for part of this complete breakfast, right? The bananas and the whatever else you adorn your cornflakes with, right? That's where you're headed. What's the difference between top messages and all messages? If you do all messages, you see what everybody says. If you see top messages, then like YouTube just like doesn't show certain messages. I don't even know why. But I think it's when people say spicy stuff, then sometimes YouTube like kind of shadow bans you. So has he mentioned the Franklin cover-up? I don't know.
Really take him, but he purports to want a monarchy in this country, which sounds insane.
Do you understand what he really means when he says that? Because that's important. If you're going to talk about Curtis Yarvin, you've got to understand what he's saying. You've got to understand, at the very least, his nature as a troll. All right. And the way that he trolls with that is he says that he's pro-monarchy, but when he's talking about a monarch, he's talking about a startup tyrant. He's talking about the way that a startup business is run, where you break rules and you ask forgiveness later, for instance, right? Like what Elon's doing right now in Memphis, right? In terms of the pollution that's going on to people in Memphis from the data center that he opened up there, right? It's just like it's a style of management, and Curtis Yarvin and the Yarvinites would like to apply that style of management, which is very, very monarchical, very much, you got one individual, the CEO, and they're the king, and they're gonna, they are the law, right? That's the essence of what Yarvin's saying there. It's really important to understand that Yarvin is not aristocracy. Yarvin does not want to take us back to an age of castles and knights and for all we know, chat, aristocracy may be a Yarvinite too, right? I don't know. Like, I always thought it was weird that she's like self-identifying as a monarchist, right? But yeah, like, I don't think she understands the point of Yarvin or Yarvinism, and she definitely doesn't understand that the hymnal that she's singing out of right now, if you turn it over and look at it, it says Dark Enlightenment. That's Curtis Yarvin's book. You're in the church of Curtis Yarvin, Anna. And you're like, I don't know about this Curtis Yarvin guy. And everybody else is like nudging each other because they're like, wow, what a sucker. What an absolute sucker. She's in the pew of the church of Curtis Yarvin, and she doesn't even realize it. She's like, I wouldn't want to get taken by somebody like that that's going to try to turn my country into a monarchy when they already have. They already have. It already is. The kind of monarchy that Curtis Yarvin hypothesizes, his butterfly revolution, the thing that he envisions is literally what Trump is doing right now. All right. There's only a few pieces missing from the puzzle at this point, chat. And I have no faith in the Constitution or the courts or the American democracy to prevent him from driving it all the way. So yeah, a little late on that one, Anna. A little bit late. Maybe you could have actually gone hard against Trump instead of equivocating everything.
I'm opposed to monarchy, and
yeah, we wouldn't want to have a monarchy, and we also wouldn't want to turn the poor into biofuels, into biomatter, into biodiesel, when we can instead just insert them into a Matrix-like program to I don't know, like he's like, no, I wouldn't want to do, anyway, sorry, chat. I know about, I've read enough about this dude and like the games that he plays. He says shit for attention that dumbasses like Anna are going to go over. Did you know that he wants to make it a monarchy? Did you know that he wants to turn the poor into biodiesel? And in real life, like he is he wants to run the country like a startup, and he is in favor of eugenics, right? That's how you translate his memes, all right? If you're just repeating his memes, you're doing his work for him. Because what he wants is for you to sound like a chicken with your head cut off, to run around and he's going to do a monarchy. He's going to do this. He's going to, like, in real life, he does have something really, really, really bad in mind, right? But it's not the literal thing that he said. He's a bit of a troll. You got to understand that. You got to understand Curtis Yarvin.
The truth, however, is that the trends you're describing have totally discredited liberal democracy. That's my fear. Mm-hmm. And I think maybe it's intentional.
Oh, for sure it's intentional.
So chaotic that we beg for a dictator. I kind of feel like that's happening.
I hope people aren't begging for a dictator, because you don't like the fact
2024 election, Anna. What do you think that was?
That the government isn't really representing your interests right now. Get a load of what it's going to be like to live under a dictator where you have no say at all.
Right. No, I'm talking more about like quality of life questions. Like if there are home invasions going on and the homeowner doesn't have any expectation the cops are going to save him, that kind of stuff, that's not theoretical.
That's not theoretical. Yeah. No, cops famously don't do anything for rich people. Famously, a homeowner, a property owner is the one that's gonna have like no, oh my God, chat. All right, this is enough of this. I don't know if anybody's even awake at this point. I don't know what's going on in chat, but either way, chat. Let's do the bonus content. Let's take a look at that. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so I'm gonna make the call now that we're doing Destiny versus Pisco. That's at 30%. Thailand, Cambodia does not stay winning. That's at 27%, tied with Vosh grooming allegations. Those things are going to have to be put off for another day.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Yarvin is just the worst of neoliberalism, but he also wants to be able to say the N-word.
He very much wants to be able to say the N-word. Yeah. No, he wants to be able to say... like, oh, I don't even know. God. Nuclear. There we go. The N-word. The N-word chat. Have you heard of the N-word? Have you heard of the N-word? Okay, what did we okay, so 10 I think we're at 125. That's my best count. Oh wait, I think there's also a super chat that I didn't read. Let me go ahead and do that. Chat, if I ever don't read your super chat, let me know, because I do intend to. Yeah, Amy Komori says, "Hi, I'm a weasel. You are a weasel indeed, and thank you for the super chat. Sorry for not reading it out immediately, but there you go." And yeah, we're at 125. We're gonna do the Destiny thing, I think. Let's see, Destiny and Pisco. That should bring us up for us. There we go. So this is the so this is from the channel Destiny DGG clips. Here, we should probably look at. Oh God, they've done a they did a anything else podcast on this. God damn. There's more to this than I realized. Let's see if I can find the other thing I want to find. Yeah, is his actual channel. So I'm taking a look because like I've noticed Destiny is targeting Pisco in a big way.
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad will against.
God damn. I can't believe he still got this Prime Kai debate up as his on his channel. But then again, I've still got my Innuendo Studios react up on mine, so maybe I shouldn't talk. Asmongold is about to turn on Trump. That is somewhat true. I should probably talk about Asmongold soon. Destiny crashes out on solving housing. Hassan fans infiltrate. Yeah, so he's defending Hutch, our new male soy bugman friend, that you know, is essentially the non-baggage vessel for Destiny and his community, and you know, is kind of become the butt of the joke at Live and Learn. He's defending Hutch. He's attacking Pisco. Hutch stands his ground against his co-hosts. Yeah. Okay, I think I got my head wrapped around.
Okay. Anyways,
So
there's just so much of
this is the podcast with Dan Saltman, and it looks like this is a segment where they have a little bit of a go at Pisco. Let's take a look at this first, and then I'll give you what I was trying to. Wait. Did I not open this up? Gotta have one more open. Yeah, this one right here.
Why did he even say that? Oh, why did he say, oh no?
Make him say, oh. Sorry, chat. Okay, anyway. So yeah, this is an official, this is what they said on the podcast. Let's go over that first, and then we'll go over the Destiny clip channel and what they posted. That's a high quality edit from the clip channel there. I hope that some of the NCC industrial complex people can take a look at this and benefit from the you know, the
sorry, I'm gonna
see the techniques. See what we're doing here. We're starting out with a sizzle reel. We got Destiny yelling, you know, stuff that makes you be like, whoa, what's Destiny yelling about? I better watch the video. Whoa, you know, what's you know, this, right? And then doing this you know, kind of cropping you know, Destiny, cropping Pisco, and moving them around the screen a little bit with a background like this. This is like the coming up screen, right? This is the sizzle reel. And if you want to make videos, including videos of including like clips of mine or segments of mine, you should be trying to do this this technique where you take the spicy thing that gets said, whether it's by me or somebody that I'm watching, and you put that up front to make the audience interested enough to watch the rest of it. Anyway, enough said about the clip channels. Let's take a look at what happened on the podcast.
Amazing shit here.
You thinking back to your Martha's Vineyard time?
No, I'm thinking the bottom left of this thing and how far I want to go. What thoughts I want to think.
I can't read it. It's too small for me. Going? Oh, Pisco. Uh-oh. Pisco's been fighting. He's in the trenches on this one.
You know why?
Daily streams. Multi-day streams. I think he's doing two streams a day fighting on this one. Uh-oh. He might be taking these cases pro bono soon.
No. I've done enough charity work for this year, so I'm not doing any
He's basically laughing at Pisco for for the fact that the DGG largely disagrees with him, right? He's like, "Oh, trying to defend that viewpoint. Good luck with that, Pisco." And he doesn't realize that Pisco does not have the DGG audience in mind, right? If some of them get de-radicalized, if some of them realize that what they're actually looking for is something more along the line of what Pisco's giving, that Pisco's a lot more honest than Destiny, a lot less spiteful, then maybe Pisco will gain some audience from Destiny. But by and large, Pisco is pivoting to doing content that makes it clear that he is not on Destiny's side when it comes to Ethan. He is not on Destiny's side when it comes to a lot of stuff.
no free relevancy for anyone. You know what? God, I messaged you that there's so many things going on in my brain. This is ADHD. I can't quiet it. One of the things that was the most off-putting thing to me about Pisco has nothing to do with this. It was when I was in here in the office and we have AE going, everything's going well. I remember him to my face trying to be like, yeah, so I think that, we should just, I'm going to have Steve start doing stuff in New York. I'm like, the fuck do you mean?
Oh man, this is going real deep for Dan.
It was a fucking cunt move. Cause it's like, it wasn't done in a way that was like sneaky, which I can respect.
Okay, so Pisco lives in New York. I think Steven and Dan live in Florida around Miami. So yeah, Dan is bristling at the fact that Pisco was trying to bring, and this is a reminder, Pisco was a Destiny orbiter. So as based as his takes are in comparison to the rest of this horrible sphere, just kind of gotta keep an eye on that. Gotta keep that asterisk, that scarlet asterisk on Pisco, at least for now. And remember, it wasn't that long ago that he was giving Destiny advice as far as like where to do his content, right? And look, I've opened the door to Pisco. If he wants to talk about his relationship with Destiny, if he wants to clear the air, if he wants to make any sort of announcement, any sort of official pivot or anything like that, my door is open, but I haven't heard anything back from him so far. So, DGG law tuber, he shall remain until we hear differently.
It was like out in my face, like you were like, he thought I was so stupid that I wasn't putting the pieces together of what was happening here. Like, hey Dan, you mind if I just like try to fuck up AE for you? Is that cool? Like, yeah, and I was like, what do you mean? We have a show here, a studio. You see the shit around you. It was like, oh yeah, but New York's where it's happening. I was like, okay. Well, in hindsight, I guess you made the right move, but that's not what I was talking about. I'm wondering, there was a very funny thing that we discussed at length for many, many times, many moons, over a problem that we had, and we were trying to come up with creative solutions to get rid of that problem.
What? This is a really weird thing to be vague about, because that sounds like it could be interpreted in a lot of really crazy
sorry. No,
ways.
it's not like we're trying to kill someone.
Or wait, what are we referring to right now?
I'm gonna message you. Cause I already messaged you before, and you must have forgot.
No, damn. I got so many plots and schemes going on at all points in time, apparently. Oh, no, come on.
That's so funny.
No.
How long do I have to wait to tell that story? That is the best story. And how it ended was so perfect.
No,
it was
1
so
year.
perfect.
Stop. Just
a year.
stop.
I'm gonna pee. Hopefully I don't get sued while I'm gone. Look, if anybody comes through the chat trying to serve me, tell them to just forward it to Pisco. Like I'll just get Pisco to be No, just kidding, chat. I don't think I want Pisco to represent me. Anyway, I'm gonna let this go. I'm gonna be listening while I am in the bathroom. I will come back as soon as I can. I will force the pee out, and I'll be back to you as soon as I can. I just really need to pee.
Stop. No, you're a bully. You're a big bully.
I am.
You're just a bully. No, you're a bully.
Okay.
You are a bully.
To people that are not nice to me, I am.
You're that person wasn't even not nice to you though, were they? No, you just want to be a bully.
By proxy.
How?
Well,
arguing on Twitter?
No, you're giving away a lot of hints right now.
No, you're such a bully.
Okay, I'm not going to say anything then. 1 year. 1 year, mark the day, everyone. This is, you know what? I will follow through 1 year from the day. By then it'll be fine, right?
It's just, the point would just be mean.
It's so funny.
But
you know what's funny is how it actually played out too. I'm sorry for all of you guys.
It's so mean.
Oh God. I'm sorry.
Be right
okay,
back.
I got to get back into it. Someday. Okay. The Pisco thing is cringe because this is a guy. I don't know why he's spending for someone who's an attorney, supposedly. I don't know anything about this guy. Has he ever been inside of a courtroom outside of like, hey, today we're teaching you about courtrooms class? Like, has he argued in courtroom for anything ever?
I don't know if he's done litigation, but I do know that he's a graduate from one of the top 5 law schools in the country.
Okay.
And worked in one of the big 5 law firms in New York. So
did you see the? There's a video. It's called Lawyer vs. Lawyer. God, I'm gonna have to send it to myself right now. It's so funny. Hold on. I have this lawyer. This lawyer video is great. The cliff notes of it was Pisco was going on and on and on about how bad Ethan's shit was. And then the legal mindset guy, who I guess is, to be fair, both of these guys have kind of similar levels of...
What do we find the video?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Well, don't describe the whole video.
I'm looking. I'm thinking. I have to remember where I sent it.
Did Darius actually drop out of the thing? Oh, somebody linked in chat. Nico, go. If that's not actually it, though, then God help him.
What?
Yes.
No way. This is it. Who wrote this? Who filed this shit?
Pay attention.
Casey Tron is often too obliterated. They should put scare quotes there or something. That is inappropriate. Unbelievable. Unhinged. Indeed, Casey Tron is too obliterated to comment on the nuke. This is one of the craziest complaints I've seen in a while. You put a picture of Hitler and Himmler in your complaint. Why? So unprofessional. Absolutely unhinged. I've never seen anything like this. Why are you doing this? If some boomer judge gets this, he's going to be like, this is some psycho manifesto.
Pay attention.
It's
Soak
not
it in.
good
I've listened to this.
It's not good advocacy. I don't even think it's good PR. I don't think it even looks good PR-wise. This is one of the worst complaints I've ever read in my life.
That is kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. That is kind of funny. One thing that's understated in legal writing and legal briefs is making the judge laugh, because the key is that these documents are boring as hell. If you've ever read a legal complaint, they are boring. They will make paint dry. They're really freaking boring. So if you can put something that is funny in there, but not inappropriate, you can't go too far. You can't go ridiculous, but it's kind of witty. It's witty. It's intellectually funny. That is actually really, really good legal writing. That's really good plan, because the judges, they're just bored to death reading the most boring things every day. So if you engage them, they tend to focus. They tend to be more keyed in, but you got to be careful not to go over the line. See that? This is good. This is good legal writing. Like putting obliterated. The word obliterated is funny, but it's not inappropriate. It's not inaccurate. It's good legal writing. This is very good legal writing. At one point, she's so wasted. Like, once again, it just makes you chuckle a little bit, right?
The dualities of lawyers, as I like to call it. But regardless,
To be fair, I would say that
careful, because the attorney that did this is fucking brilliant, is what I would say.
First of all, that's absolutely not true.
It absolutely.
Number one. Number two.
No, for a fact, it is true.
Whatever type of intellectual hilarity legal writing he's talking about is not.
This was hilarious writing.
Sure, but this is not. I think the people that did the Dominion lawsuits on behalf of them, they had a lot of funny things, but like their idea of like a funny thing was it was on when they were filing against the Mike Lindell guy and the opening of their complaint. Like I think it says something, I don't have the complaint in front of me, but it was something like Mike Lindell, a man who is both famous and infamous, recently known for being seduced by a Chinese spy and leaking secrets or whatever. Like that was a funny thing to include. Not really relevant to the claim, but funny. But it wasn't like pictures of Hitler funny. So where you draw the line, I don't know. The reality, something that I am quite confident to say is Pisco is drastically overstating how horribly that this is written. Now that might be because Pisco is either hamming it up for stream or whatever political bullshit, or because Pisco is in probably, my guess would be the most professional litigation environment ever doing corporate law. But my understanding is judges in all sorts of venues and jurisdictions across the US get horrible complaints all the fucking time. Lots of people who are representing themselves in cases submitting the worst writing, just like nonsense, gibberish, incoherent, garbled trash. So the idea that like this is one of the like the fact that this is a guess, but the fact that this even states like a coherent legal argument already probably puts it in the top 10% of like filed legal complaints. Yeah. So the idea, if this is like the worst thing you've ever read, I'm pretty sure I've read worse legal complaints. So I feel like Pisco's overstating a little bit. But I think this guy's also overstating like, oh, this is like hilarious. Like having a thing where it's like Casey Tron, potentially because she was too wasted to watch this, that would be like a funny thing. But like having where it's like obliterated, and it might be pushing a little bit, but who knows. One thing I will say also though, because I read one of these entire complaints, while there is this like memery in it.
Sorry, I'm trying to get what like I listened to what he was saying while I was in the bathroom. I didn't like the person that was saying like, you know, you got to be formal in your legal language, and this shit that Ethan put up there was just unhinged. The shit that Ethan's lawyer is like, you know, saying obliterated and, you know, having a picture of Hitler and Himmler and stuff like that, right? He's comparing that to Legal Mindset. Is that what's going on? Legal Mindset is like, that's brilliant because the judges, they read a lot of cases. I tried to listen to it. The only thing is I couldn't look at it because I was peeing. What time is it where I am? It is, I think it's 3:30. So Pisco is the one that said it's unhinged, and then Legal Mindset, and that they're calling that the duality of lawyers. And look, if you want to know who do you trust more, Pisco, an actual, you know, an actual attorney, or this guy who got his law degree, practiced maybe for 2 years before becoming essentially a content creator for Passport Bros and not doing and moving out of the country and not practicing law, right? I would tend to go with Pisco. Dan said Pisco is being stupid. So he's using Legal Mindset to be, this is the whole thing, is like Legal Mindsets. Look, there's a reason that, oh my God, who is it that said, that pissed him off by calling him not a lawyer? I'm not going to call him not a lawyer because my understanding is if you, you know, have the, you know, if you pass the bar, you're still a lawyer even if you're not practicing. But he's not currently, and he doesn't have nearly experience. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Pisco's got like some real law experience. This guy, not so much. listening in my shower, nearly fell laughing when the lawyer said they were talking up. Oh, when you figured out it was legal mindset that they were talking about.
I thought that it was way more. The vast majority of the complaint is very substantive. There's a lot in there about.
There's a lot of fucking data in this. It's not
yeah,
like
there's a decent amount. Yeah, and the Mimi shit, I would say, is maybe like a tenth of the complaint.
Like there's timestamps for like every specific like crazy thing that these people did.
But here's the thing. All right. I don't think I think that maybe a judge would like reading something. If you've got a little nugget in there for them to appreciate, that's not like obtrusive, but it's like if you read it, it's kind of funny. They probably appreciate that. But when you're putting in pictures of Hitler and the Grand Mufti, and not just that, but like also I think wasn't there like a picture of like Himmler or so, like I don't know. He's got like two, like look, if you're gonna have pictures in your filing, they better goddamn be pertinent, right? Rather than just being like, you know, I mentioned you know, the Grand Mufti and Hitler, and you know, since like first of all, that is something that shouldn't be in the filing, right? Being like Hassan's kind of like the Grand Mufti, you know, shouldn't be in the filing, right? You cannot expect a judge to know shit about the Grand Mufti and you know, his relationship with Hitler, or any of this shit. You cannot expect that, and also So even mentioning that, I think it's he's being indulgent. He's being extremely indulgent, and he's wasting the judge's time. And yeah, when you waste, like, you know, because you see how this works, right? You've got lines. You know, it's all of the filings. They have like lines, right? You know, 1, 20, 40, right? It shows you what like line you're on, right? And if you're taking up like, I don't know, 10 lines to show a picture, and the picture should be something like, I don't know, like if you're saying that your car got damaged because of somebody, a picture of the damaged car, a picture of a close-up of the damage to the car, right? That's appropriate. Picture of Hitler and the Grand Mufti, because you want to say that Hassan's kind of like the Grand Mufti, is not appropriate, right? But assuming that talking about the Mufti would be like, if you want it, like the picture should make things easier to understand if you insert it, right? For this, you know, if you really thought that the judge needed to know about the Grand Mufti, you would explain, you know, you would explain, you know, who he was, who put him in power, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's beyond ridiculous. I shouldn't care, but these guys are ass clowns, and they have way too much respect from their community.
The exact thing is timed out
a little bit. Although
like,
there is also like a whole section at the end where he like debates her about his video for the entire time, and it has no relevance at all to this case. But
so the reason that I think I have an issue with it is that the victory lap that he did on Hassan, who was proven to have lied, and then the thing is, it would be one thing if like the Trump, like he's like, Hassan goes on stream and he's like, hey, the Trump administration, they sent me an email and they said they're sorry for discriminating based on my viewpoint. That would be a different thing if Hassan wanted to say that. But Hassan didn't say that. Hassan said, oh, I didn't see that they fucking emailed canceling my fucking pre-check. And the fact that he took this to be like 100% vindicated, going on this whole tour of completely right, what are there to talk about? I'm such a god, I called it from day one. It shows dishonesty, because the best people that you can know in the world.
I'm sorry, is he saying that legal mindset is being dishonest, or Hassan? Judges don't even read your pleadings unless you get way into the process. The court process encourages settlements so that you don't, waste government resources. Settlements or pleas, right? If you're talking about criminal. Judge just rubber stamps timetables as to when you do things, or a basic order for most of the process. They don't read anything. The office of the court where it's called the registrar, skims your documents to make sure that they conform to basic rules. No one reads anything. Wow.
They're those that tell you when they don't know something. They're those that, to a certain extent, can be humble, but also knowledgeable about things. And when you show something that it's just like, I guess he hates Trump so much that he's just willing to suck Hassan's dick on believing this, even though Hassan is outright, blatantly, completely fabricated the entire setup. So
I've lost it, chat. I went to the bathroom at the exact wrong time. I got to be real. I don't understand what's going on. Who were we talking about? Who hates Trump so much that he's like glazing up Hassan? Like, we're not talking about Legal Mindset. I don't think Legal Mindset. I think Legal Mindset is pro-Trump. I'm so confused.
So far. So the fact that you would push so hard on that means that you have no charity on this other thing. So when you're like, this is the worst case I've ever seen, that's a strange thing to see for probably what I would call the strongest copyright lawsuit I've know of.
Yeah, the fixation, the focus is very...
Worthless opinion right there. Worthless fucking opinion. Look, the strongest lawsuit, let me give you a clue, all right? The strongest lawsuit is like, I leave this video running with you and Dan on it, and I don't come back from the bathroom until you're done. All right? That's the strongest lawsuit. Like they keep on fixating on what Denham's said about, and what Frogan said of, like, thanks for watching it here instead of on Ethan, so that you're, doing it ethically, you're not giving any views to that asshole, right? They think they cooked with that, and I swear to God, that's not what's important. There's four factors. There's four factors that are important, right? We've definitely got an infringement of copyright, all right? But the question is, do we have an affirmative defense of fair use, right? And that's going to be contingent on the nature of the content, the the nature of the reaction, and we had the four. Let me read these again because it's like important. Four factors of fair use. Four factors fair use. Purpose and character of the use, right? Is this for educational purposes? Is this for commercial purposes? Nature of the copyrighted work. Was this news, in which case, you'd have less of a, you'd have a easier time claiming fair use of something like that? Or am I reacting to the new Superman movie, in which case that's a dramatic work and you don't have, you can't claim that as, like, right, Chad? I can't watch a movie, I can't watch a show, I can't watch something dramatic or creative and claim that, oh no, but I was doing it for educational purposes. I had to break down, the filmmaking of Batman, right? That doesn't, right? So the nature, purpose, and character of the use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount or substantiality of the portion used in relation. So, yeah, like they used all the video, so that's a factor that counts against them. The effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. I'm trying to remember, one of these is like more important than the other ones. I can't remember which one it was. I suspect it's number 4, and if it is, that might be Denham's is out. I know that Denham's for sure spent more than twice the time reacting to it the length of the video, right? So that's going to be a factor in her favor. These are the things that the judge is going, and the jury are going to decide, whether this was fair use on or not. These 4 factors, they think that somehow them saying that they think that somehow them saying that they're glad that the audience watched it with them instead of with Ethan, so as to not give him views, is going to do anything more than maybe just give like it's going to be mentioned. It's mentioned in the filing for a reason. It's going to like tinge the opinions that the jury and the judge have of the defendants, but it's not going to decide whether it's fair use, right? That's not. They think that their malice and intent are not part of a fair use defense. In other words, does that make sense? It's just absolutely superfluous. I do think that this is a terrible thing for Ethan to open a can of worms for Frogan and Denims. They are reacting to slander. Oh yeah, specifically directed against them. Yeah, exactly. I don't think reacting to slander that one also uses portions of your content has been tested before. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not part, as far as I can tell, like, that's not part of the fair use defense. But like I said, the statements that they might color the judge's attitude, the jury's attitude towards them, and just like the fact that they're reacting to slander against them might color those attitudes as well. Frogan and Denims reacting to a react of their content. Yeah, Rom was a big copyright lawyer for Lionsgate. He's probably thinking the same rules apply for large production company as TEI. Yeah, and this is a completely different thing, right? Because like Lionsgate's properties, those are creative. There's no way in hell you can watch a movie, produced by Lionsgate and turn around and say, but I was doing it for educational purposes, right? It's a creative work, and therefore the nature of the work itself cuts against you in any sort of fair use defense.
Strange, I would agree.
Yeah, like he's spending all of his time on motivations.
Yeah.
Which is which have no bearing whatsoever. Copyright, registering your copyright is designed to fuck over people. You don't register your copyright because you're going to be giving charity out to the world.
Well, yeah. I was saying not to fuck over people, to protect your copyright, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you register your copy.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Yeah. Destiny's reminding Dan not to give the game away, right? He's like, this is designed to fuck people over, and is like, well, no, like more like to protect your copyright. But we all kind of know that Ethan's not protecting his copyright. He's not doing this to protect his copyright. He's doing this to fuck people over.
Copyright. The main thing you're doing is you're giving yourself the power to enforce your copyright in the future how you best see fit. That is the purpose for it. And Ethan Klein chose the purpose to see fit of going after people that said they wanted to maliciously fuck him over.
Sure.
So the fact that all of his streams have been based around like Ethan's lying, this is, poorly written. It's like, bro, what are you doing? This case is, I don't know of a copyright case that could be stronger than this. Like
I mean, there's a ton of that we can think of, but
yeah,
I mean,
I can't. No, I can't.
Rebroadcasting a game inside of a bar is a clear-cut case of copyright infringement. You would get sued.
It's not done maliciously. With the bar owner saying that they're doing it. Does
intent? Didn't he just say? I thought Dan just said that he knew that intent didn't matter. I thought that he knew that intent wasn't important. Right? As far as the fair use defense, intent is not part of that. Right? In the same way that them saying, make sure to watch Ethan's video. He's put a lot of work into it. Here's the link to that. Right? That wouldn't cover them. That wouldn't make a case which would go forward against them, which would be decided against them, into a case that gets decided in their favor, right? If they had the best intentions in the world, it wouldn't matter, just like it doesn't matter if, other than how it colors the judges and juries' opinions of their characters, right? It doesn't matter, right? It in terms of fair use, whether it's considered fair use or not, intent is not part of that. What did Pisco say? It's a liability thing. It's not an intent thing, right? Intent does not matter in copyright. That's right. I don't know where this comes from. I assume it's from Passport Bro. Well, this guy right here is Passport Bro lawyer. Like, right? Dan and Destiny share a tea sock for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Chad, if you're just joining us, this is a tea sock, aka a cha yen, aka a tika. And if you want to make a Thai iced tea, this is what you could use. This is what you should use. I'm using it actually for some green tea. But you're going to see the power of this thing in just a second. Second to last comment. Wait, I thought I just read that. Intent doesn't matter, does not matter. Oh, second to last. Okay. I made this argument elsewhere, but Denham's just shaking her head and breaking down laughing at Ethan slandering her might not be transformative if she wasn't directly reacting to Ethan slandering her. Her facial expressions and laughter are absolutely important in that circumstance. Yeah. Didn't that Aiden Ross fella stream the Super Bowl live on Kick? Yeah, Kick is like a different. I mean, look, I feel like they could get sued for shit like that. What else did he stream? Like Breaking Bad? So Ethan talking about why he registered his content for the reason of going after the people that won't matter in the case. Okay, that won't make a difference in terms of the fair use defense. That might color their opinion of Ethan, right? So they're going to read that. They're going to talk about that probably, and it might change how the jury or judge feels about Ethan, which could affect the outcome of the case. But in terms of the actual, letter of the law, when it comes to the affirmative defense of fair use, it doesn't really make a difference.
Have an effect actually, and it's also a factual as opposed to a fictional event, which is the fourth factor of copyright. On copyright, one of the factors is this a true event that's actually happening, or is this a piece of fiction that's being done? So rebroadcasting a sports game is actually rebroadcasting a factual event that's happening, and you're missing a level of maliciousness. You're not doing it to say I fucking hate NBC.
Sorry, so
and
the
fuck
maliciousness doesn't matter at all when it comes to it's not an element.
I'm sorry, Dan. How about you try reacting to UFC then? If you think the sporting event being a factual matter is going to be like, protective, go ahead and try streaming UFC. See what happens. See what happens, Dan. See if Dana White thinks that's funny.
It does for punitive damages. Absolutely does.
You're almost probably never getting punitive damages in a case like this.
On these ones, they will.
We'll see.
We can do some bets here.
I'll bet you $20.
Oh, for fucking Pete's sake.
These aren't going to be resolved if they go all the way for like 2 or 3 years anyway. But I mean, you can clear cut. Like if I were to go upstairs and rebroadcast a whole thing of like some sports event, I'm always going to get fucked on the sports event.
That's less though, because that's only like 2 of the factors. Like you're missing out on the first off, it's fiction versus nonfiction. You have the totality of the amount.
I think he's getting it wrong. Any lawyers in chat want to check that? Is it fiction versus nonfiction? Is that the distinction? I feel like it's more along the lines of like creative or not creative, right? And he's reading that as fiction or not fiction. I don't think that's quite right. This is the second factor, nature of the copyrighted work that we're talking about. Yeah, creative. Like, so the way that Dana White gets, gets out of somebody being able to, is able to forestall a claim of fair use on rebroadcasting UFC is that there are creative choices being made in the broadcast, right? In the words that the announcer says, in the commentary that is already baked into the fight, in the titles that are the camera angles, right? No, this will absolutely be considered creative. It will not be considered factual based on public documents is like news, right? So me watching CNN gives me a better chance to be able to make an affirmative defense of fair use, whereas watching UFC or Breaking Bad or Superman is going to fall under creative. Wait, there's 3A and 3B proportion of your work, which is made up of the copyrighted work. Okay, so the amount of the work that you use, the portion of the content nuke that they react to, and then 3B is the amount of their work. So the amount of Denim's work that is making up that is made up of rebroadcasting Ethan, right? So if Denim's only reacted for 5 minutes, if her reaction was 5 minutes longer than his content nuke, then he could make that would look bad on her. Instead, it's kind of the opposite, right? She's reacting for I think 2 hours plus, and his content nuke is under 1 hour. And then economic effect of the use, and so this is where, if Ethan hadn't if Ethan hadn't registered this with the Library of Congress, he would be there would be no money. They wouldn't owe him any money, and he wouldn't get any money because there's no way that he can show that he lost money on this, right? And if it was, it would be like a per view ad revenue thing. It would be like a fraction of a cent for every view that Denim's got. That's what she'd owe. Be a tiny amount. It wouldn't be worth suing for, right? The only reason this is worth suing is not because of real damages, it's statutory damages. Damages sort of used as a punitive measure. Anyway.
Used based on the work, the purpose, the commerciality of it.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Ethan's videos are filled with the works of others. And look, as much as I'd like to say that, there's a lot of transformation that goes on there, there's a lot of editing that goes on there, specifically because he's trying to rat fuck Hassan, a lot of the clips are very short of Hassan. At the same time, it's like he doesn't get that this law isn't settled at all right? In terms of what we've got, the four components of fair use. We haven't settled what is considered. We don't know exactly where the boundaries are between fair use and not fair use. And if the judge comes in and takes a look at it and decides to take a very expansive view of what it, or a very if the judge could say something like, yeah, any of their work, even if it's 5 seconds, right? The judge could make a decision that makes it virtually impossible for people to do React content, including what Ethan does. Word normally used copyright is transformative, but also creativity is a factor. Well, I'm talking Ash Bradford. I'm talking about the factors of a fair use defense, right? So my understanding is that there's two components of such a copyright case. The first is going to be, is this an infringement of copyright, right? Which in this case, obviously, yes. There's very few things that would not be considered an infringement of copyright. And then secondly, does the defendant have a, does the defendant have a fair use defense, right? And the transformative portion. In certain jurisdictions, there's also a rule about protecting your copyright. If you go after some people but don't go after others, they consider your copyright unenforceable. Interesting. Hassan lets people re-upload his copyright free. He gets annoyed by one bot channel that is Hasanabi Archive that AI clips him. YouTube said he can't have that channel taken down. Yeah, he would have to enforce his copyright on all of the Clips industrial complex.
It's rough because of their statements. Like if you went upstairs and you rebroadcast House,
hold on,
and you said, I'm doing this because I hate Fox and give me money, that would be worse.
You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit. Yo, Destiny's right. Destiny's right.
Being malicious doesn't play into the copyright infringement. It can only play into the damages part if he wins the
that's
case.
what I mean, counting that.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. But the so whether you're malicious or not,
does Dan understand that the damages part is statutory? It's not real damages. It's not he's not claiming, you know, lost money, lost revenue. It's not that. It's 100% statutory in this case, right? And it's 100% because of, yeah, I hate that Destiny's right. Well, look, if you're standing next to the most ridiculous man in all of broadcasting, it's going to happen a few times.
it doesn't play. I don't. That fourth factor, it's not fiction versus nonfiction. I think it has to do with the overall character of the work that you're.
No, that's fiction versus nonfiction.
Is it? Look at
it's the least important one though.
We'll look it up. There's also like one of the things that probably helps the rebroadcasting for the sports events is you have a fuck ton of case law, my guess is, and common law stuff to rest on for that. Whereas for this internet stuff, all of it is like very, very, very.
So this one, the factor considers the characteristics of the original work. Is it a factual or creative work? So factual would be like sports or I don't fucking know. What does this say for factual? News articles. That has less protection than fiction.
Sure.
So what Ethan did kind of sounds funny to call it fiction, but it's you know.
This is annoying me so much, right? This is annoying me so much because I've tried to do reacts to like MMA fights, to kickboxing fights, to Muay Thai fights, and every single time I've gotten shit canned. Now I haven't been taken out to court over it, but I have gotten copyright claimed by YouTube, and I'm pretty sure that if I pissed off like, you know, UFC or something like that, they would have my ass for breakfast, right? They would absolutely destroy me. And here's the reason why. All right, so while if I'm reporting, like if I'm on the local news and I do a segment that is like the Chicago Bears and the Milwaukee Cheeseheads, what the fuck are they called? The Pack Attack, the Milwaukee something pack. Chat, what's the Milwaukee team called? Or the Wisconsin? Oh my god, why can't I remember this team's name? I don't know sports. If I'm reporting, like, you know, got into an interesting game tonight. The Bears were winning in the first quarter. That was until the Pack. What are they fucking called, chat? The team from Milwaukee or whatever. Oh my god, I can't think of it. What Ethan did is, yeah, under the rubric of factual, even though that's got a bit of irony to it. What are they called? What is the fucking team? The Packers? It's just the Packers? I was like, it's just the Packers? That's a thing? Okay, the Bears and the Packers were having you know, we're fighting for the you know, top of the NFC you know, Central Division or something like that, right? I don't even know if they're NFC or AFC. Is it Wisconsin? It's the Packers. But like, right, if what you're reacting to is my sports segment where I'm reporting the game between the Packers and the Bears, then you might have a better chance than if you're actually rebroadcasting ABC's coverage or NBC's coverage or ESPN's coverage of the Bears versus the Packers, right? It's Green Bay. Thank you. It's Green Bay.
It's a creative work that he did for the most part. It's not a factual retelling of time. You know, there's humor in there, everything else. So the four.
I don't know, Dan. Our lawyer disagrees with you. Our lawyer disagrees, Dan.
Purposes is like, why did you do this? Is it for criticism, commentary, research, blah blah blah, or not? Second one, fact or fiction, true or fiction, true or false? Amount of it that you use. Did you use all?
I want to turn this off. Dan is so, look, I'm going to get ableist chat if I'm not careful. I'm going to be ableist to Dan, okay? And even Dan doesn't deserve that. Yeah, exactly. The nuke was meant to be factual. Yeah, it's in this schema of things, and the way that the court sees it, for this specific purpose, it's considered, factual. NFC team out of Wisconsin. Okay, so did I put them in the right division or whatever?
All of it, or only some of it?
Mm-hmm.
And then effect on the market. How did you affect it? So the problem also is that the effect on Ethan's market was quite significant, because we can prove that.
That actually doesn't matter. No, you can't. You absolutely can't. You can't prove that Ethan would have gotten views that went to Denim Surf Rogan. Especially it's on a different platform. Look. Let me throw you a bone here, Dan. Since you are struggling so hard, all right. That might be a thing if they were streaming it on YouTube. Right, if Ethan is doing his premiere on YouTube and they're streaming it at the exact same time, right? You might be able to make a better argument that you took some views, right? Because the SEO in the video is going to be similar enough to between Ethan's video and between their video that somebody who would have gotten served an Ethan, like the Ethan video first, might have seen their video first, just by the fact that they got the same SEO. Like maybe you could make an argument there. All right. Even then, it's going to be peanuts. It's going to be absolute peanuts, right? You're talking about ad revenue based on view. How are you going to calculate how many views went to Twitch, a completely different platform, instead of YouTube? He's infuriating because he's so confidently wrong. Well, yeah, look, when somebody's when somebody's as wealthy as Dan, they get this entitlement. Like Ethan does too. This is the reason that Ethan's so obnoxious as well, right? It is the entitlement that he has to being wrong, but also confidently wrong. There are enforcement mechanisms within the platform. You copyright strike the VOD or the stream done. You can still sue somebody though, because I've gotten threatened with legal action from YouTube, and I had that conveyed to me by YouTube themselves. They this other person tried to make a DMCA claim on one of my videos or one of my streams, and YouTube actually forwarded me their complaint and said, now listen, we're not taking your shit down. We're not taking your revenue. We're not doing anything to you, but that you still might face legal recourse from the person that did it, right? They could still go to court.
65,000 people that would have watched his show live and give it a balance and have it further increase its rankings in YouTube. You would not have that effect if you were to go upstairs and rebroadcast House and say you do it because you hate NBC, because it would have almost no market effect whatsoever. You would have to do.
You are an incredible dumbass, Mr. Saltman. You are a fantabulistic moron, Mr. Saltman. It is actually funny how wrong you fucking are. Like, dude, they couldn't claim that they're losing any money by you rebroadcasting Dune, but Ethan could claim, right? This is so backwards. No, you absolutely will get in a lot more trouble, a lot more legal liability from reacting to Dune with starring Timothy Chalamet than to Ethan Klein's shitty content puke. No shot those three women have the same CPM as Ethan? Yeah, good point.
Do it on something that's like...
Wait, Ethan got two of them entirely demonetized? Wait, what? Is this true? Ethan got them demonetized on YouTube? Same creators watched iDubbbz's content cop in the same way. Yeah, on the same day, right when it came out, if I remember correctly. video had twice as many views as Ethan's.
Coming out, like if you did it to Creator Clash while it was streaming on pay-per-view, that would have that effect.
Sure.
So see, even in our hypotheticals, it's hard to create a case that's worse than what Denim.
Do you think that Destiny will ever realize how bad it makes him look that Dan is his podcast partner? Do you think that like I mean, watching this, like I can envision a scenario where Destiny kicks Dan off of the pod. I don't think it'll happen. For all I know, Dan's, you know, got dirt on Destiny, and that's how he got to be the podcast host in the first place. Because everything about this guy is cringe. It's not about being right. It's about jingling the keys to entertain his audience enough that they'll go over to Pisco's stream and at him. Yeah, pretty. I mean, that's what he's trying to do with that. I guess we're getting stuck talking about the Ethan case here. They've kind of they're kind of spreading. Frogan and Denims are demonetized on Twitch due to the hummus gate. Are you serious? No, wait, they did for sure. Okay, so I know that Frogan and Denims got a month-long suspension each. But are they actually demonetized? Wait, when you say demonetized, are you saying that there's no ads that run on their channel? Or are you saying that they can't receive subs? Right? Because those are very different things. And my understanding is that all political content creators are demonetized by the fact that we have to give a content label, right? So when we stream, we have to label our content as political, and that the effect of that so far, this might change, right? But so far that means you don't get ads, just like you don't get ads at the top of the hour ad break on Twitch right now. Hassan doesn't have any ads either. Well, to be fair, he did finish his contract, and you know, he doesn't have to do ads anymore if he doesn't want to. But that being said, I do think that even if he wanted to, he probably would have that. Like I said, that the content label is what keeps the ads from running on your stream. No ads? Okay, so they do get subs and donos. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that's every political streamer, though, as far as I know.
Frogan and Casey Tron did. It's difficult. It's fucking hard.
Well, I would still say the sports game in a bar is easily.
You think that the sports game in the bar?
I've seen it coming back a little lately. You mean you've been seeing advertisements on political streamers' channels? Anybody getting ads over on my channel? Anybody get any ads on my Twitch channel?
To 40 people is going to have more damages and be more clear cut.
More clear cut because there's just so much precedence for it. You're probably not. Well, no one is probably ever going to like debating that. Would just be you've got a mountain of evidence and other cases behind you. Whereas for stuff like this, you're in a pretty novel situation. My guess is going to be there's a lot of novel arguments behind this.
I think they're going to get fucking smoked, pack watch style.
You want them to get pack watched, and look, they might. I really don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, there's not a lot of case law for this kind of stuff. And so it could really go in very different directions.
It is possible. I don't think that legally, I don't think they have a great argument.
I don't know if they have any argument whatsoever. It's going to be very, very difficult to say.
Yeah, they have an argument. The whole question, though, is that like all we have is four factors, four fair use factors, and maybe even some guidance as far as which are more important, but we don't know exactly what the breakdown is, right? So the purpose and character of Denims and Frogan and Casey Tron's use of the word, that is going to be a factor that I think redounds in their favor, right? They are doing commentary. They are doing reaction. They are doing disagreement with his work. They are pushing back on, in many cases, the lies that he's telling about them. So I think factor 1 is in their favor. 2, nature of the work used. Is it factual based on public documents, or is it creative? I'm going to say factual, even though, there's a lot of bullshit in there, right? But it's meant to be factual. That's the important part, right? It's meant to be factual. That is 2 factors in their favor, right? If it was a creative work, if it was even more like a ContraPoints video, I feel like Ethan would have better standing on factor 2. Factor 3 breaks down into 2 parts: the amount and substantiality of the work used. And that's going to be in Ethan's favor because they did use the entire work, right? So there's 1 factor in Ethan's favor, right? And then the proportion of your work, which is made up of the copyrighted work. I don't know about the others, but in Denham's case at least, this is going to redound in her favor, right? Because the majority of her video is her reacting. Over half of the video is her reacting. Under half of the video is it's close, right? But yeah, there's more Denhams in that reaction than there is Ethan, right? And then 4, economic effect of the use. Can he prove damages? I don't actually think this one's important here because we're talking about statutory damages. We are not talking about actual damages. I think the number 4 we kind of let go of. So by what I just went over, it actually does look like it's a little bit tilted towards Denham's sides, but I don't know what the judge is going to find. If the judge finds the 3rd factor to be more important, then maybe the judge will find in Ethan's favor. If the judge says that 40% of Denham's work is Ethan's video, maybe that's too much of a percentage, right? Because we don't have guidelines of like where it breaks down. We don't know where the boundary is between fair use and not fair use, and we won't know until there's more case law, and this might contribute to that case law.
I spoke for 10 minutes. Like, to put it this right, this is a long piece of content. I think it was like an hour and a half long, his shit, right? The content nuke. Like, imagine that the new episode of Star Wars came out tomorrow in the theaters. Do you think that you could rebroadcast that on Twitch and then stop a few times for 10 minutes?
No.
Because it's creative, dumbass. Because it's creative. It's a creative work. God damn it.
Why? How is that different than what Ethan did when he registered it the exact same way?
Well, you're talking about like enforcement versus
It feels different.
It feels different. Yeah, I'm sure the judge is going to take Dan's feelings into consideration.
But it's actually the same.
No. It's a different stage of what we're talking about. No legal proceedings. So, for instance, I would feel more comfortable rebroadcasting the entirety of a Star Wars movie that had come out 5 years ago than I would feel comfortable rebroadcasting like a minute and a half of like a boxing match that's like live, because I feel like I don't know if I'm ever going to get caught by whoever holds the rights to the whatever.
Well, I mean, you're talking about what was likely to happen versus what could happen.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What's likely to happen is just you would get your stream DMCA'd, and that would be the end of it.
But I'm just saying, like, in terms of who's likely to enforce their copyright and who's likely to like take you to court or whatever over it. When we're talking about like who's more likely to get taken down at some point in time, we're not at the who's more likely.
Destiny's thinking like a streamer, and it really does expose the it does expose the fact that there's a lot of people doing things in the streaming world that might be considered to be, not fair use, right? And until we know where that line is, we don't know, chat. We don't know if all of it is not fair use. We don't know if some of it is not fair use, right? But yeah, you can hear by what Destiny, his calculation there. Like, I think I can get away with watching an old movie. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe you can. But the fact that you're even thinking like that, I don't know. I feel like it kind of exposes something, right? Like the Ethan's pearl clutching about his copyright being infringed on is pretty ridiculous in the face of a streamer, on his side of things, being like, I could get away with watching an old movie if I wanted to. I could watch Star Wars A New Hope if I wanted to. Destiny's literally describing why Ethan was sued by Kavanaugh. Yeah, with a boxing thing.
Likely to win a court case.
I'm not thinking about this like what's likely to happen. I'm thinking about like how fucked are you? And I would imagine like if you were rebroadcasting the latest version of, you know, the latest episode of Star Wars, you know, that's in the theaters right now, you would be fucked. Especially if you're like, don't go to the theaters, watch it here. Make sure you pay me money.
Nope, that wouldn't matter. That would you'd be fucked anyway. Come on, let's be real.
Like
you can't broadcast Star Wars. Come on, we know this. We know this.
You're fucked, and people are not making the distinction of the fact that like this is the same. He registered it the same as Star Wars registers their shit. They're cooked. But anyways, I don't want to spend all day.
That's not what makes it fucking. Oh my god. Anyway, like I love that these guys have looked at the factors and they're still not. They still don't fucking get it. They still don't get it. Like those are what makes up a fair use defense, right? Those 4 factors. That's what it is, and that's why it's anyone's guess how the judge will decide this. Anyway, chat. That is Destiny and his podcast co-host. Now let's see. Yeah, that was about 0 about Pisco. Look at that. Pisco hates Ethan's lawsuit. Is what this is titled. We got like precious little Pisco. Let's hope we can make it up with this. All right, I'm supposed to give you Destiny hates Pisco or Destiny's mad at Pisco. Sorry that one didn't really wasn't super relevant, but this one is, I promise.
Should AOC?
I didn't even let him finish.
Basically, people who support like revolution, like violent revolution in this country, or the overthrow of our constitutional order. Yeah, I don't think that we should have in our coalition people who support illegal, unconstitutional revolution in this country. Because my number one thing is supporting the Constitution.
Those qualifiers are really scary. He says, I wouldn't support illegal, unconstitutional revolution. It makes me wonder, does that mean we would support some kind? Or those qualifiers were a little spooky.
That Hassan wouldn't fall into this camp of people we should root out from the movement. I haven't heard enough from Hassan to know that he is someone who would try to take away representative democracy overall. But
if you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, what would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education.
Re-education?
Anybody in chat can find me that episode of Leftovers. Can you find me this exact episode of Leftovers, right? Because I know what Destiny's going to do here. He is going to show you a clip of that. It's a video that if you watch the rest of the before and after, you'd have a very different opinion about what Hassan is actually saying. Anybody can tell me what the name of this video is that where Hassan debates Ethan, like this Leftovers? God.
Education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
Okay, second to last caller, DRT0. What's up? Hey, I wanted to ask you, basically my premise is that Trump and MAGA are worse than the lefties and the tankies. Yep.
It's like otherwise I'm gonna have to go to Pisco. I think somebody posted about this on Pisco's subreddit, but does anybody know? Can anybody just like guide me to the H3 leftovers in question? What is it? R Pisco. There's the subreddit. Let me see if I can find. I really want to play some Kingdom Hearts. Let's see, what's his schedule? Pisco's schedule. He streams. Oh my god, every day but Friday and Sunday. No, he does streams on Friday too. Yeah, it looks like Sunday. No, he has office hours. He streams every single day. Okay, wow. I know that somewhere in here there's a Okay, anyway, I'm gonna keep going.
Agree.
But you should still, liberals should still be intolerant and go out and root out lefties and tankies from the liberal movement.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you agree with this?
Yeah.
I think I agree with tankies to the extent that tankies are like.
So sorry, I gotta point out that when you're saying we should liberals should root out tankies and Stalinists from this is McCarthyism. This is a purge. That's what's going on here, right? This is it's different than like blacklisting people. Obviously, it's not as bad as the actual Red Scare, but it is along the lines of the same thing. And it is a great way for liberals to doom their movement to the dust pile of history, right? Because what's got energy right now and what's got the propensity to fight back against fascism isn't liberalism. It is, in fact, leftism. The thing that liberals are missing is a message for working people.
Supporters or people who fundamentally want to like destroy the project that I care about, which is I think defending the republic. But it depends on what your definition of tankies are. Lefties I think is too broad of a term, and there are lefties I think that should not be rooted out.
Do you think Marxist-Leninists as a whole should be rooted out?
Marxist-Leninists as a whole. Leninists? I think probably. If you're ideologically a Leninist.
So yeah, kind of an L for Pisco there. He doesn't know what a Marxist-Leninist is. That's okay.
Marxist.
It's not his wheelhouse.
Generally, no.
Basically, people who support
like
revolution,
like violent revolution in this country, or the overthrow of our constitutional order. I don't.
Democratic revolution.
Yeah, I don't think that we should have in our coalition people who support illegal, unconstitutional revolution in this country. Because my number one thing is supporting the Constitution.
Would you support? You wouldn't also support?
Those qualifiers are really scary. He says, I wouldn't support illegal, unconstitutional revolution. Makes me wonder, does that mean we would support some kind? Or those qualifiers were a little spooky.
Our coalition, people who support.
Yeah, you got him, Destiny. Pisco's a secret tanky. He doesn't know what a Marxist-Leninist is, but trust me, he's a tanky.
Legal, unconstitutional revolution in this country. Because my number one thing is supporting the Constitution.
Would you support? You wouldn't also support, I guess, legal means to remove democracy as well, right?
Yeah, so even if it legal means to remove some of the basic structures of our Constitution, like representative democracy at all. So someone who says that they're against elections, against having representative democracy, but it comes in different like shades of gray. So like I, for example, want to get rid of the Electoral College. I don't think that makes me anti-democratic. I, for example, want to get rid of the Senate not being proportional. I think that's not anti-democratic, or that's like a change that I would make that fundamentally changes the election system. I would like pass a law that gets rid of partisan gerrymandering. That's affecting how the state's conducted. So there are some structural things that I might change about how we vote. But yeah, if people had an ideological position and wanted to institute like a dictatorship, I don't think they should be part of the coalition. I don't think they're real Democrats.
Okay, then do you think that Hassan wouldn't fall into this camp of people we should root out from the movement?
When you say root out from the movement, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he shouldn't be allowed to LARP as progressive and as a Democrat.
I wouldn't
show unopposed and pretend that he's like a just your
chat. Anybody? Let's see. I haven't looked at it. This is the episode? Okay, just give me the name. Just give me the name of the episode. I think only mods can link stuff. So can we get the name of the leftovers episode? Hassan is laving the leftovers. Okay, episode 58. Okay, leaving the leftovers, episode 58. Oh, so they changed. I see what you mean when you say they changed that. Yeah, because I'm not finding it on Pisco's subreddit, which is good for Pisco. It means it's a fast-moving subreddit. Mama Noodle commercial? Wow. I'm getting advertised to like I was Thai myself here. The Mama Noodle ad. Actually, I think I had some Mama Noodles for breakfast. It's like a ramen brand that's really popular around here. All right, so what are we looking for? We're looking for re-education. Okay. Education. Free education, where people get free housing. Okay. Guaranteed education, higher education, housing, higher education. There we go. It's re-dash education. All right, so do we get... Do we get through that yet?
Joe Rogan for the Democrat.
So yeah, we saw it in the sizzle reel. Let's take a look at that clip in slightly longer form. I'm gonna give it a little, like 30 seconds before, see what we come up with.
And so if the will of the people is to go back and to do, you know what I mean? Social. Because they're like, yo, this is a free country, right? Well, we want to do capitalism.
Problems have been solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But they're saying, no, we want to do, because they're like, yo, this is a free country, right? Well, we want to do capitalism. We think the market should regulate the prices and shit. Like,
It will
and we
always-
don't think the workplace should be socialized.
Okay, that's a great question.
And what if
you have to ask why though at that point? Because
people never can be explained by why anyway. You know what I mean?
Some people are gonna be dumb. You're right.
It's like you don't. It's just gonna exist.
Some people are gonna be dumb. Truer words were never spoken, Hassan, considering who you're sitting next to right here.
Yes, you know it is.
Yeah.
And so if the will of the people is to go back and to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes.
Did you see what he's saying? The resistance to backsliding into some form of capitalism from a government that had achieved socialism would be similar to how capitalist governments educate people against socialism, but without the same degree of violence. So not McCarthyism. That's what he's saying. Is that clear? He's saying similar to how capitalist countries do it, but without the violence, without the blacklisting, without the COINTELPRO, right? So if you justify capitalism, if you justify our system, then this is not objectionable to you. If you think that if you're like Ethan and you're like you're justifying the resistance against socialism from this country, then what Hassan's proposing is something of a less severe nature than that.
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education.
Who brings up re-education? He says the solution would be education, right? So how do you prevent a socialist country from backsliding into capitalism? Education. This is what capitalism was. This is what capitalism did, and this is why we moved to socialism. And this is how we moved to socialism. That's what he's talking about. And Ethan is like, re-education? Re-education? You mean a gulag? You mean a camp? You mean a concentration camp for capitalists? You mean, and by capitalist, he doesn't even mean capitalist, right? A capitalist is not somebody that believes in capitalism, chat. A capitalist is somebody who does capitalism. A capitalist is somebody who owns the means of production. But Ethan wants to present this, canard that Hassan wants to put people into re-education camps for thought crime. If they thought, hey, maybe capitalism would be good, and he's like, nope, gulag for you, work camp for you. Get your trowel because you're going to Siberia. you're gonna get that that Solzhenitsyn experience that Solzhenitsyn himself never actually had, because his wife confirmed he was lying about half of that shit.
Re-education, certainly, yeah. I know that that's like a
Let's put
trigger
them in
word.
camps.
No, not like that. I know there's a
Talk about bad faith.
trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education
100%. They
camps.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think.
Do you see this, chat? Ethan was trying to fuck Hassan even way back here. Even way back here, he was trying, like, his plan was to bring Hassan on, do a political show, and then one day kind of like discover that his guy is not great and take Hassan's audience, right? That's why I got no sympathy for Ethan and all of his crying about the fact that the opposite happened. He had a political show with Hassan. He showed that he didn't fucking know what he was talking about. And yeah, is, you know, super bad faith here. And instead of Hassan's audience leaving him, it was Ethan's audience leaving him.
I think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance.
So yeah, he's openly against the re-education that China did in Xinjiang province, right? You know, some people will you know, use words like genocide to describe what happened to the Uyghurs. Hassan, you know, is, you know, talking about the
I know there's a trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about?
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education
100%. They
camps.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good.
So yeah, he's talking about mandatory re-education camps in Xinjiang. Now, for the record, China claims that they were dealing with a terrorist problem, right? So this is very similar to moves that the United States has made around the war on terror, right? This is the, you know, seeing a Muslim minority as a threat. And their response was, yeah, to do re-education camps and to do mass surveillance. And Hassan is making it really clear that, you know, although he sees, you know, good points and bad points about China, this is not something that he's signing off on. This is not something that he thinks is good. This is not something that he would want to see these aren't tactics that he would want to see a socialist nation take, in other words, right?
The massive surveillance apparatus that they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be good about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
How many times does he have to say there's no camp? He's not saying do a camp. But Ethan keeps on trying to, and look, Hassan, you know, something that I hate about him is he always loves to bite the bullet, right? Rather than saying, I didn't say re-education, Ethan, stop putting words in my mouth. He's saying, well, no, like, let me tell you about what re-education actually is, since it's a buzzword that people use to try to, you know, signify some kind of Orwellian dystopia, when in reality, you know, it can be, you know, it can be, look, if your choices are whether to, I don't know, like exile capitalists, whether to imprison capitalists, you know, whether to, I don't know, make capitalists perform, you know, be permanent janitors in the society, right? Which, you know, like, right, give them some menial job to make up for all the exploitation that they've done. He's talking about, well, no, they should just be, you know, they should be given a chance to be part of the new society, right? They're not going to control the means of production anymore, but that, you know, this is him being lenient. This is not him saying, you know, Mao was right about the landlords. This is him saying, you know, I don't know, we can give these people, you know, another chance despite, you know, what they did when they had the power, right? Specifically capitalists, not people that believe, not capitalist as in the ideology, but capitalist as in the social class?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on. It depends on crimes, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say.
Re-education is just a euphemism for brainwashing for most people. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't bite the bullet on that one. Like, you don't have to defend the concept of re-education, considering what it means to most people.
Or someone is doing South Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that.
Do we need to see this, chat? One in chat if you want to know more about the purges in South Korea, because I feel like a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people think that the South Korean, war conflict started when North Korea invaded, and it actually there's a lot more to it than. I feel like this is a moment in Star Troopers where you like, would you like to know more? Things I care about Korea.
Thank you to Surfshark for sponsoring this video. More on them later.
Do you want to watch a little cartoon, chat? One? Yeah, this is super important. And vote one, but after we finish the clip, I kind of want to look. We'll just watch a short amount of this, hopefully.
Later.
The Korean War, June 25th, 1950 through July 27th, 1953.
So this is Tika, a friend of the VOD, Things I Care About. Here, let me also give you Tika's copy link address. Yeah, I'm gonna also give you the place where you can subscribe to Tika, not this Tika, but the Tika on YouTube, right? You can subscribe to if you think stuff like this is interesting and you like animated videos like this. I will put the link in chat. That's Things I Care About. Okay. So yeah, we're going over other YouTubers that have made videos on the Korean War in the oversimplified style.
This helped. North Korea got ready and surprised everyone with an invasion in 1950.
Out of nowhere, chat. Out of nowhere, like the Spanish. Oh, sorry, I gotta quit making that Monty Python joke. But yeah, this is what they're saying.
The North launched a surprise invasion of the South on June.
That's oversimplified itself.
25th, 1950.
On June 25th,
Oh God, infographics show. I watch a lot of their stuff. They had a backroom series.
75,000 soldiers from the North Korean People's Army rushed across the 38th parallel.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Let's cut the bullshit and propaganda. Let me tell you what really happened. Saying that the Korean War started when the North invaded the South is an oversimplification that doesn't really help us understand the conflict. After all, the Korean War was originally a civil war. Did Abraham Lincoln start the American Civil War when he invaded the South? You're goddamn right he did. States' rights, brother! No. Civil wars are complex issues, and there's usually no single starting point. But we can begin by looking at the Korean society of the late 1800s. It was divided into a handful of powerful landowners and a massive amount of poor farmers who barely made enough to scrape by, with practically no middle class to speak of. They also had a complicated neighbor. For many years, Japan minded its own business and was closed to the outside world. Hello, Mr. Japan. I am Commodore Perry. I come on behalf of the United States of America. You may have heard of us, greatest country on the planet. I'm here to start trading with you guys. Wow, we're flattered, but I'm afraid we're not really interested in trading with anyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't worry, happens all the time. No. I'm sorry you thought I was asking. What? The Japanese were humiliated and forced to act.
Yeah, that's the original free market, chat. You see, don't you love all the freedom the free market provides, especially when it's forced on you?
Accept. Then they did what any reasonable nation would do: beef up their military, start a war with Russia, beat Russia, start a war with China, beat China, and then go on a murderous rampage as you pillage and plunder everything in your path. And Korea was very much in Japan's path. They imposed a series of unfair treaties upon Korea and gradually increased their influence until they formally annexed it in 1910. The Japanese attempted to erase Korean culture and eventually prohibited the Korean language. If Koreans wished to continue speaking their own native language, they were forced to hide their identity. Thankfully, they had Surfshark VPN, today's sponsor.
Oh my God.
Surfshark VPN.
Look, go click on Things I Care About's channel, and if you want to support using their affiliate link for Surfshark, go right ahead. In the interest of time, I'm going to cut past this, although, yeah, this is definitely a channel you should support.
And get up to 3 through guerrilla warfare, but also through intellectual movements and peaceful demonstrations, which time and time again were brutal.
So we're in, the Japanese occupation of Korea, the suppression of the resistance, the Korean resistance to the Japanese occupation.
Really suppressed. The Japanese occupation of Korea closely resembles the Nazi occupation of France during World War II, due to its brutality, control, and long-lasting effect on the occupied country. In 1931, Japan invaded Manchuria, an area of China with many ethnic Koreans, and Korean resistance intensified as they formed more decentralized guerrillas and secret societies. Within a few years, a man who took the name Kim Il-sung rose as a prominent guerrilla leader. After witnessing the failure of
the original Kim, or is it? There's some question about
peaceful demonstrations and the unrelenting brutality of the Japanese, Kim had become convinced that armed struggle was the only possible solution to the occupation. Kim was a vital part of the fight for Korean liberation, but his figure would later be enshrouded by disinformation. That is not the real Kim Il-sung. Kim was a hero. This man is nothing but a look-alike, a lying fraud propped up by the communists to deceive you into slavery. That's ridiculous. This is the one and only Kim Il-sung who bravely resisted the Japanese, blew up the Death Star, and threw the One Ring into the fiery pits of Mount Doom from whence it had come. The truth probably lied.
He also found a unicorn, chat, and he bowled a perfect game.
Somewhere in between. To solidify their occupation, the Japanese implemented a carrot and stick system. Collaborators, who were mostly aristocrats, got the carrot and were often rewarded with special titles and powerful positions. But dissidents got the stick. The Japanese formed the National Police, which included many Korean collaborators. This police force was tasked with destroying resistance at any cost. They ruthlessly slaughtered anyone suspected of being remotely friendly to guerrillas, and the word guerrillas was a very broad and vague term. I see here that you have been a loyal subject to the Japanese occupation. Wonderful, you get a carrot. Wait, it looks like she still owes a tax payment from last season. Yes, I'm so sorry. Between the harsh winter and my landowner's cut, I didn't have any surplus. Is that so? Or are you lying and trying to undermine our rule? Are you secretly part of a guerrilla? Give me that. You, young lady, get the stick. During their occupation of China and Korea, the Japanese slaughtered millions of peasants and committed acts so atrocious that I cannot talk about them without getting the $sign stick. The guerrillas fought bravely, but they remained mostly decentralized and disorganized.
So you might ask, why are we starting with Japan when really the question we're asking is the Civil War, the South backed by the United States, the North backed by China and the Soviet Union, right? Shouldn't I skip ahead? There's a reason that we're watching this, Chad, and that is because some of the tactics that the Japanese used and some of the people that were empowered by the Japanese come back under the United States control of the South.
1941, a massive Japanese counterinsurgency operation killed almost 200,000.
Just like some of the perpetrators of the Holocaust come up again when they are brought into the United States via Operation Paperclip to work on things like rocketry, right?
And freedom fighters.
This is a very bad behavioral pattern that the United States has of taking principled moral stands against enemies that are truly reprehensible, and then later basically supporting these same people.
Almost completely wiping them out. Kim Il-sung saw this disunity as the main culprit for their defeat, and in him arose a new conviction. If Korea is ever to be free from outside occupation, we need unity by any means necessary. There can be no dissidents and no political alternatives. From now on, it will be my way or the highway. Fighting continued until Japan surrendered in 1945. The US occupied the southern half of Korea and the USSR the north. Well, now that the war is finally over, it is time to let both Koreas unify once again. Of course, I would want it no way else. But what will you do about the country's politics? Will it be capitalist or communist? Capitalist. When the Allies arrived at Korea, they found plenty of local people's committees established in the country, which proclaimed the People's Republic of Korea, led by the Christian nationalist Cho Man-sik. In the north, the Soviet Union ensured that communists found their way to positions of power, and Kim Il-sung soon emerged as the leader of the new republic. But in the south, the US refused to recognize the People's Republic of Korea and even outlawed the People's Committees. Instead, they created the United States military government in Korea, with MacArthur as the supreme commander. The US occupation of Korea would be chaotic, as not a single US troop or general spoke Korean. There was a running joke among the locals that it was actually the translators who were running the country. For over 1,000 years, Korea had always been one nation. The division was created and enforced by foreign powers, and Koreans on both sides of the parallel wanted nothing more than to see their country unified once again. But there was another matter to resolve: what to do with the war criminals from the losing side of World War II. Let's see, you Nazis are guilty of killing millions of innocent civilians in the Holocaust, conducting horrible lab experiments, sentencing millions into forced labor, and starting a devastating war that ravaged the continent. You are all sentenced to either death or a long time in prison. Aww. Except for you, and you. You are coming with me. Alright.
Operation Paperclip.
Now for you. You are guilty of killing millions of innocent civilians, conducting horrible lab experiments, sentencing millions into forced labor, and starting a war that ravaged the continent. Not mentioning that you forced between 200 and 400,000 women into sexual slavery for your soldiers. No, no, no. Bad Japan. Bad Japan. No more, okay? No more. Do you pinky promise no more genociding? I pinky promise. Great, that's settled then. Unlike with Nazi Germany, Japan was allowed to maintain its power structure and faced no war crime persecutions. The communists in the north executed many of the highest-ranking Japanese collaborators and allowed others to flee the country. The north also redistributed land to the poor, nationalized key industries, passed several sexual equality laws, and created a national program to provide free healthcare to every citizen. But the South did no such thing, and Japanese collaborators remained in positions of power to the point that the South Korean bureaucracy was indistinguishable from the one under Japanese occupation. Even the infamous National Police remained operational, as the US and the new South Korean military government worked together to exterminate the remnants of the guerrillas that had once fought against the Japanese. This was a massive slap in the face to ordinary Koreans who lost loved ones to the Japanese occupation. Okay, we gotta find a way to reunify Korea. Absolutely, but who will be in charge? How about this guy? He is an activist for Korean independence and widely liked in both the North and South. That sounds right, but wait a minute. Is he a communist? Yes, but he's one of the most popular figures in Korea. No, not him. Okay, how about we both leave and we let them figure it out by themselves? God, no. What if they choose communism? No. Let's just let the United Nations figure it out. How about you guys leave and we supervise elections? You? No way. You're basically America's fan club. Okay, then how about we hold elections, but only in the South? That's a great idea. This was in fact a terrible idea. The US brought Syngman Rhee to Korea from his exile in the United States to become president. But many Koreans rightly saw these elections in the South as the beginning of a permanent division of the country, so they boycotted and demonstrated against it. The inhabitants of Jeju Island, mostly leftist, were
So here we come to the part that I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the United States purging, or being, like the way that anti-communism worked in a client state like South Korea.
Particularly active in their protest against the election.
We saw what it did in the United States as far as blacklisting people, as far as the the intelligence service, harassing people in operations like COINTELPRO, right? It's a little bit more severe in places like United States administered South Korea.
And right-wing youth organizations began to terrorize the island. Many of these terrorists had worked for the Japanese occupation, and now they exerted extreme violence against the local population. In Hagui village, they captured a pregnant 21-year-old woman named Moon, whose husband was allegedly an insurgent. They dragged her from her home, stabbed her 13 times with spears, and left her to die with her baby half delivered. Other women were serially sexually abused, often in public, and finally blown up with a grenade in the vagina. As demonstrations demanding unification with the North intensified, the US military government deployed the National Police to suppress them. The police arrested 2,500 people in Jeju, and the islanders later found the dead body of one of them and realized that he had been tortured to death. This was the final straw. On April 3rd, people revolted along the northern coast of Jeju and attacked 11 police stations. After the elections, in which Syngman Rhee won by an inconspicuous 92.3% of the votes, the incidents escalated, leading to the death of 35 police and rightists. The US took a direct role to assist the newly formed South Korean Republic in eliminating the insurgency, using the same tactics once used by the Japanese. The islanders were massacred, leaving 60,000 dead.
And I don't know if this is confirmed or not, but some of those tactics that they're talking about are like bioterror, releasing insects that carried the plague or other other like pandemic diseases, right? This was one of the supposed tactics of the Japanese during the occupation and during the war to control Korea, and then the subsequent occupation, and supposedly these tactics came back in the United States fight against the North Koreans.
Of the 400 villages, only 170 remained. The right-wing youth organization was given control of the island, and by 1949, 300 of them had joined the island police, and another 200 were either in business or local governments. But elements of the South Korean army stationed in Yosu had refused to embark for Jeju to kill their fellow Koreans, so President Rhee set out to crush them as well. The US was even more involved in this operation. Its intelligence was vital in the planning of the operations, and the US Navy was responsible for transporting Korean troops. Among the US supervisors was James Hausman, who would spend 3 decades operating in Korea and later called himself the father of the Korean army. The violence of the suppression made him call the Korean army and national police brutal bastards and worse than the Japanese.
But yeah, he meant that as a compliment.
Oh my god, what have you done? If you burn their bodies with gasoline, you can hide the method of execution and even blame the death on the communists. It is hard to grasp the scale of the violence in South Korea during this time. Guerrillas made brutal assaults on police, who then took the guerrilla fighters to their home villages and tortured them for information. They then shot them and tied them to trees as a lesson for the rest. Yet despite the brutal methods, the insurgency persisted. After all, the South Korean insurrectionists had good reason to be upset. While the North had implemented social and land reform and taken some steps towards gender equality, the social structure of the South remained as unfair as ever. And not only had the brutal Japanese occupation gone completely unpunished, but the new administration had protected and even elevated Japanese collaborators. And now that it seemed the country's division would be made permanent, brutal violence was once again exerted upon them. It is estimated that 100,000 Koreans were killed in the South from the political violence. President Ri forcefully enrolled about 300,000 people into the Bodo League, a national re-education program for suspected communists.
Oh, I thought that was a communist. Chad, I thought the re-education was only communists do re-education. Wait, what is it? What? The United States supported re-education efforts in South Korea?
All of this before the Korean War as we know it had even begun.
Yeah, I want to point this out. The Korean Civil War, the North and the South, hasn't even begun at this point, right? We just have the division along, the 38th parallel, and a separate puppet state in really a puppet state, kind of on both sides, but with a more popular figure in the North and a less popular figure in the South.
It's just one of the reasons why I get so upset when people begin discussing the Korean War in 1950. Well, things I care about, but what about the communists? For the past couple of decades, North Korea has been a brutal dictatorship. Amnesty International has documented forced labor camps holding between 1 and 200,000 people, and around 600,000 North Koreans died in a Great Famine in the 1990s. But North Korea in its origins was vastly different, and we do not currently have evidence of North Koreans killing their enemies in the large numbers that we saw from the South and the United States. The North Korean leadership was mostly happy to just let them emigrate. With help from the United States and the Soviet Union, both Koreas militarized rapidly, and the North sent hundreds of thousands of soldiers to help the Chinese Communist Party in their civil war. Millions of people migrated across the 38.
That's the Mao contingent against the KMT, who lost and ended up occupying Taiwan as the Republic of China, and then the communist under Mao became the People's Republic of China.
Parallel to live in the government of their preferred ideology, polarizing the countries even further. The North viewed the South as a puppet government of a foreign power, no different from what it had been under Japanese occupation, and wished to liberate it and unify under its rule. The South believed that the North was a totalitarian communist regime that posed a threat to its democratic way of life and the future of a unified Korea. Skirmishes soon broke out across the 38th parallel. Problem: your sponsor won't help you if you launch an unprovoked general attack. Solution: provoke an unprovoked attack. The superpowers tried to deter a civil war. The US did their best to keep hot-headed Southern commanders from going buck wild. But go buck wild they did. According to internal American accounts, much of the extensive fighting along the border was started by Southern forces, but the North was more than happy to strike back. On May 4th, 1949, the South attacked the North's position at Kaesong. In early August, the North attacked units occupying a small mountain north of the 38th parallel, killing hundreds. The only question was which Korea would lose patience and strike first. There is some debate about what happened next. I'll let the armchair historian explain the official US version.
Observing this weakness, Kim Il-sung began to believe that he could rapidly invade and conquer South Korea. Eventually, Sung launched his invasion, but claimed to his dying day that it was a righteous response to a surprise attack from the South, which was conveniently defeated so decisively by the Korean People's Army that no evidence of the invaders was left.
But in reality, there is indeed some evidence. Here are some South Korean and international sources that back up this theory. Whatever the truth may be, the North decided to invade, and we finally get to this point.
On June 25, 1950, 75,000 soldiers from the North Korean People's Army rushed across the 38th parallel.
Korean Popular Army forces assaulted the 1st Regiment of the Republic of Korean Army south of herWhen, inflicting heavy casualties. The ROK 7th Division was stationed at the strategic town of Uijeongbu, and they had not joined the battle even by the morning of June 26th, probably because it waited for reinforcements by the 2nd Division. But when the 2nd Division arrived later that day, it quickly collapsed and the South Korean troops panicked. A hole opened up in the Uijeongbu corridor and North Korean troops poured in, moving closer to the capital. Fearing a popular uprising, President Ri ordered the massacre of the Bodo League members. South Koreans killed between 60 and 200,000 of its own citizens. Many of these people were not even communists, but had been enrolled to comply with Ri's high quotas. The South Korean government and its American allies initially attempted to put the blame on the North Koreans, and it wasn't until the 1990s that the Truth and Reconciliation Committee managed to establish the truth. Morale in the South Korean army was already low because of their lack of firepower and poor training, especially compared to the hardened North Korean veterans who had recently returned from China. Ri's government had become increasingly unpopular, and many soldiers despised their officers who had served the Japanese. As people across the south took up arms and harassed the South Korean army from the rear, countless ROK units mutinied and fled. In these dire conditions, Seoul could not hold any longer. President Ri had promised to stay in the capital, but fled the city aboard his special train. The army and police began a chaotic retreat, during which they blew up the Han River Bridge without warning, killing hundreds of their own police, military and civilians who were crossing it. Before the police abandoned the capital, they massacred between 4,000 and 7,000 political prisoners. Americans photographed and recorded the incidents, but did nothing to stop them. These killings were also initially blamed on the communists. The capital fell quickly, and the North continued its advance. During the Battle of Daejeon, President Ri once again addressed his people. My loyal subjects, know that I wholeheartedly believe in you and your ability to defend the nation. That is why I have decided to stay here in Daejeon until the very end. Wow, that means a lot to us. Maybe we judged him too soon. That's great. Go Ri! Wait, where is he? Once again, President Ri broke his promise and escaped far away from the front lines. Military morale evaporated and civilians panicked. Within a week, half of the ROK soldiers were dead, captured or missing, and almost 70% of the total military equipment of the South had been lost. General MacArthur visited the front lines and concluded that the ROK army had mostly ceased to fight. The Civil War could have ended right here. Korea unified once again under North Korean leadership. It could have been just another in the long list of civil wars in developing nations. Again, thank you to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring this video. Remember to use my coupon code.
I forgot that it's actually in part 2. God damn it.
But the US urged the United Nations to approve an intervention. At first, the Americans made the mistake of severely underestimating the North Korean army. I can win this with one arm tied behind my back. Just give me one American division. Still, these primitive, barbaric hordes pushed southward with dramatic success in the summer months of 1950, with one humiliating defeat after another for American forces. During this entire time, guerrillas were wreaking havoc on the Allies. As a response, South Korea and the US began a brutal campaign and burned down every village that was suspected of harboring communist sympathizers, usually with napalm. In July 1950 in Nogun-ri, American soldiers machine-gunned hundreds of helpless civilians who had taken refuge under a railroad bridge. According to survivors, they returned again and again for 3 days, shooting into families who desperately tried to hide in drainage pipes. By the end of July, the American and ROK forces outnumbered the KPA 92,000 to 70,000, but the retreat continued. In early August, the 1st Marine Brigade went into action and finally halted the KPA's advance, and the front line stabilized at the Busan perimeter. The North worried too much about covering its flanks, and instead of quickly marching on Busan, they stayed put. This was likely the mistake that saved South Korea, as the pause gave MacArthur time to organize a defensive line. Americans and their allies now had 5 times as many tanks as the North Koreans, with vastly superior artillery and complete control of the sky. At the end of August, North Korea launched another major offensive along the perimeter. 3 battalions crossed the Naktong River, taking Pohang and Chinyu, while also pressuring Gyeongju, Masan, and Taegu. This offensive saw some of the heaviest fighting of the war, with 20,000 American casualties, including over 4,000 dead by September 15. But MacArthur came up with a brilliant plan. He sent 80,000 Marines to navigate treacherous waters and land at Incheon, far behind enemy lines. The Marines landed practically unopposed and took Seoul back by the end of September. The North Koreans panicked and quickly retreated back to the parallel, while many guerrillas escaped into the mountains of the south. As the Allies recaptured the south, they found several mass graves with the executed prisoners of war by North Koreans. North Korean mistreatment of POWs would be common throughout the war, in part because of the poor conditions they were able to provide, but there are many documented instances of mass executions of US and South Korean POWs. It is estimated that during the war for the South, the North killed between 20 and 30,000 people. The invasion of the South left tremendous casualties for all sides. And again, the war could have ended here. The Americans had won. The Communists had lost. Truman could have re-established the parallel as the border and called the operation to contain communism a success. But President Truman didn't just want to contain communism, he wanted to roll it back. Let's keep going. But what if the Chinese join the war? They won't join. Just trust me. Truman should not, in fact, have trusted him. While Stalin kept his distance, fearing that an escalation of the war in Korea might lead to another world war, Mao believed that China held a debt to North Korea for the sacrifice of so many Koreans during the Chinese Revolution. The Allied offensive began in early October. The North was forced back time and time again with massive losses, and
that's just to show like what the some of these re-education, purging of one's political enemies. This is something that the United States did in its pursuance of the Cold War, right? The same shit that Ethan is trying to hang on us on. Oh, education? You mean like re-education? You mean like in camps? You mean you want to torture people until they say communism good, capitalism bad? We did that. We liquidated people. We like they brought in people that weren't even communist and executed them, right? This is not something that you can hang on communism. This is, unfortunately, something that our own government carried out in pursuance of the, becoming the global hegemon that it is today. So anyway, I think we're good with that. Let's watch the rest of this.
America is aligned with, because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not. Those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that, I think if there's any kind of like terrorism happening,
sure, yeah. If there's violence, that's obvious.
I do think that there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, would probably be a lot better than like, a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America.
So when he says rehabilitation and re-education, right, that is in the context of as a alternative to imprisoning people, right?
still a little bit confused about the ideal mechanism of a socialist country, whereas where people still have individual freedoms to like form, to assemble, and can also be like, yeah, I'm a capitalist. So
But what he doesn't get, and we've just illustrated this, is that authoritarianism is not. It's neither endemic to socialism or communism, nor is it something that does not occur in capitalist states as well.
what? And we're trying to grow our movement. I don't understand the organization of the socialist free country, because it seems to me to have a socialist country, there needs to be some amount of dampening of,
What about to have a capitalist country? Does he not understand that during the Cold War, there was a massive suppression, purges, blacklisting, etc., and yeah, killing of dissidents in the United States, right? It's
right.
Well,
because like for what I said.
Yes and no, because my point is always the same. It's that this is a constant. This is consistent. What you're describing is consistent with the American formation. It's consistent with capitalism. It's just a reality that will always exist. Violence and who gets to do violence is an inherent part of politics, because politics is, at the end of the day, a distribution of resources and a distribution of violence. Who gets to have what resources and who doesn't have the resources as a consequence of that. And if they do something to get those resources, what the state will be able to do. The state has a monopoly on violence across the board, no matter what happens, right? I'm not an anarchist. A lot of anarchists will get mad at me for saying this, but the state should have some level of...
Yeah, how would somebody be a capitalist when all basic needs of people are met? Somebody can say they are a capitalist, but when the threat of homelessness and starvation is no longer on the table, he won't get anyone working for them. Yeah, it's look, realistically speaking, if a socialist government is doing its job, right, assuming that it's not, if they're taking care of the people, yeah, the only time in which there'd be like a capitalist movement would be either the interference of a foreign government or the attempt by the former capitalists to try to retake their holdings and try to reassert dominance over the means of production. Yeah, South Korean was authoritarian for a long time. Both capitalist authoritarian and communist regimes today. True.
Of a violent mechanism, because no matter what happens,
yeah, and Little Bruz, as far as the sponsor block add-on, I generally will show creator embedded ads, out of appreciation, that they're, that we're watching their content. In this case, things I care about is a content creator I know, and I feel like would be okay with me just and I took longer than I meant to. I watched more of their video than I meant to, because I didn't remember exactly where the part that I was trying to show you was at, but yeah, I did give you their link if you want to go subscribe to them, and if you want to go find that video, and if you're thinking of using a VPN, feel free to find that video and use their affiliate link, so that you're throwing them some money while you're doing it.
And there's different forms of violence as well. The structural violence of poverty, or direct violence in the form of military boots on the ground, military warfare, imperialism, police violence, police brutality. These are all different forms of violence.
There will be some exertion of force required to maintain a socialist country.
Yes, not just a social country, any country.
Sure, any country.
Yes.
But please recognize the force that's exerted to maintain capitalism. Do you think it's not in people's interests, right? Yeah, there's a hell of a lot of force. Like the majority of what the police do is in service of those who, those who hold the means of production.
I agree. Until we reach a point of I guess, until we reach a point of production and our productive output has gotten to a point where it's so streamlined and so organized that there is no need for a state. But I don't know if we will ever be able to get there, where the state withers away and we have a classless, borderless, moneyless society.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's not in a long time.
Techno-communist.
It'd have to be like post-World War III or something.
Or Star Trek.
Let me ask you, I guess, another angle here. Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism.
Okay, anyway, so that is the extent of the clip that we saw, right? Now, I just want you to watch how Destiny characterizes this versus what Hassan actually said, because there's a huge disparity here.
I would support the Democrats not spending their capital on Hassan until and unless Hassan is willing.
So just to reorient everyone, this is Destiny reacting to Pisco. Pisco is talking to a caller. He has call-ins occasionally, and this caller is going to refer to that clip that we just watched from Hassan, and ask Pisco, if he stands by Hassan with that, if he defends that, whatever.
To vocally signal his support for Democrats over Republicans in the electoral system. That's I think the limiting principle there. I haven't heard enough from Hassan to know that he is someone who would try to take away representative democracy overall. But maybe you think, but if he took the position that we should support Democrats in an election and y'all should be voting for your local Democrat every time, and he took that position strongly, I think the Democrats should probably consider.
They just don't think he's that bad. Nobody thinks anything's that bad. That's it. That is the answer to everything. I just need to sit with that in my mind and let that cook it for a few weeks. I don't know what the. I guess it's all just like none of the extremists are that bad, I guess.
Building bridges.
What do you think? Can you infer?
None of the extremists are that bad, says the guy that fucked Lauren Southern, probably fucked Nick Fuentes, and definitely reignited both of their careers. None of the extremists are that bad, says the guy that we can thank for Nick Fuentes being at all influential. Nick Fuentes was dead in the water before Destiny platformed him to bring him back into relevance, right? He's even said this. He's even said that like the resurgence of Nick's career is something that he is very much responsible for. Same thing with Lauren Southern. Now Lauren Southern hasn't really stayed with it. I think she's got other things. I also think she's it sounds like she's got like conflicts within the right. Some people that really don't like her on the right. So Lauren Southern hasn't been nearly as influential as Nick Fuentes. But those are two dead careers that Destiny fucking resurrected. What did he do that for? So he'd have some content. Literally just so he'd have some, and he's giving Pisco shit for not, Pisco, for the record, chat, Pisco doesn't love Hassan. Pisco is not supporting Hassan. Pisco does not agree with Hassan. Pisco is just, at some points, some of the things that Ethan has said about Hassan, Pisco is called bullshit. That's all.
What Hassan's positions might be based on the things he supports and statements he's had about other subjects, or do you need him to tell you, oh, I want this system in America specifically, or can you also take his statements on systems in other countries, or also statements about his strategy? Because previously he said that his objective is to be a gateway to Marxist-Leninists.
He said Marxist-Leninists?
Yeah, to the deprogram guys, to their, he said that he's a pipeline.
Sorry, I'm asking something specific. So you think that, are there statements of Hassan supporting Lenin?
So I don't think Pisco knows this, although he's going to later say that he did know it and he read a whole book on it. But Marxist-Leninists, this is not like Marxists and Leninists. Like ML are referred to, it's a political ideology called Marxism-Leninism. You call them Marxist-Leninists. It's like Marxist-Leninists or ML. It's not two separate things. I think this is like the early ideology, like right after Lenin came over. This is like the extremist hardcore. When people say they're MLs, they're telling you that they're tankies. And like,
there's a bunch of different ways that Destiny will define tankies, and it becomes utterly incoherent when you see him refer to people like Chaos is Mel, who I've had my own disagreements with, right? But a Marxist-Leninist who is on the left, conflating people like that with third positionists Duganites and national Bolsheviks like Infrared Haas and Jackson Hinkle and Caleb Maupin, right? He doesn't see the difference between these two people. I have had beef with both of these, both of these contingents, and yet I do see like a huge difference. Like I would not put tanky Twitter, anywhere near where I consider, authoritarian fascist, honestly, assholes. And that's the thing that they're missing about they just don't have the analysis to be able to see when somebody is feigning left but moving right. And that's exactly what you've got with Infrared Haas.
Lesser words. It's somebody saying like, "Oh, I'm an ML," is like a person like, "Oh, I'm a Christian nationalist," right? Oh,
might I remind you that the last time that Destiny talked to Infrared Haas, he let Haas dog walk him through Hegel because Destiny knows nothing about Hegel. So he and his chat got to learn about Hegel from a Nazgul, from a Nazi. Like that's because he's just so fucking feckless, so fucking useless.
Fascist, right? This is more or less what we're talking about. It's not like a Leninist or Marxist. There might be a thing. I think Leninism was a thing. I don't know, but I don't even know what the fuck that entails. I don't think anybody calls themselves Leninists today or whatever. But Destiny, that's what I meant. I should have been more clear. Oh no, it's fine. I'm surprised Pisco hasn't heard this term before.
I think I've seen him support one party or win Cuba. I'm pretty sure he supported the USSR for various things.
So he supported the government. He thought the Soviet Union was based, and he thought that the Castro was based, and the Chinese Communist Party is based.
In terms of like he's signaled about things they've done wrong, but he generally has shown support for their style of governance as well.
Okay, if he support their style of government, unless he's willing, again, like I said, unless he's willing to show that he, by supporting mainstream Democrats who almost certainly do not have that allegiance, I wouldn't want him around. Like if he's not going to support mainstream Democrats, and I think supporting mainstream Democrats, if you said some cringe things in the past, I'm not going to say that you're necessarily cut out of the coalition, but supporting mainstream Democrats, I think would be a signal to me that he's enough ingratiated in the movement that I really wouldn't care as much on the statements in the past where of a character to suggest that he, I don't know, he's only supporting his candidates to institute autocracy. But I think support for, like, for example, if he vocally supported and said, everyone should go vote for Joe Biden, everyone should go vote for Kamala Harris, you would think the Democrats should embrace that message, right? And retweet him when he does the endorsement?
I wouldn't give a fuck. Like, he would be the equivalent to Richard Spencer telling me to vote for Joe Biden.
Correct.
Really?
Good example.
He thinks Hassan endorsing a strategic vote for Biden and or Kamala would be the same as Richard Spencer say, what did he say?
Tweet him when he does the endorsement?
I wouldn't give a fuck. Like, he would be the equivalent to Richard Spencer telling me to vote for Joe Biden.
Correct.
Really?
Good example.
You're so useless, Destiny. You're so fucking useless. Your analysis is trash.
Except actually, I'm sorry. It's not a good example. It's a fine example for this, but I would say it's not a good example because Hassan Piker is far more radical than Richard Spencer has ever been publicly. So I would say that Richard Spencer is not even close to.
And you wonder why there were so many groypers in Twitch poll. This is the guy that literally glazed up Nick Fuentes.
Who's radical, and now especially not even close to as radical as Hassan Piker is. But for the purpose of this conversation, it's a good example.
I wouldn't give a fuck. Like, he would be the equivalent to Richard Spencer telling me to vote for Joe Biden.
Really?
Yes. Like, I don't. If Richard Spencer or the KKK wants to say to vote for a Democrat, I'm not gonna.
And this is a good example too. I was gonna bring this up too because I remember Ron Paul getting trashed for this when I was a big Ron Paul supporter. And sometimes Republicans get trashed. It's like, oh, the whatever from the KKK said they'd vote for you. The correct answer.
He was a Ron Paul supporter. Wow. That explains a lot.
Isn't like I disavow their vote. The correct answer is, well, listen, a lot of people vote for me for a lot of different reasons. Just because somebody's voting for me doesn't mean I endorse every single thing they believe in. Like, that's it. Like, that you don't have to endorse somebody because they fucking vote for you. That's crazy.
Say, oh, then you're part of the big tent. I'm just gonna say, okay, you vote for me, good, but I don't give a fuck.
So you would think the Democrats should not like do interviews with us on?
No, absolutely.
Only
for somebody who's actively supporting terrorists, he actively supports terrorists, actively is supporting almost every terrorist organization.
Says the guy that actively supported the IDF, right? And I say that with the admission that Ethan at least, has not, like he's going farther than Ethan ever did in his support for the IDF.
And against the United States. Like
only how do you say it in English? Debating style or
but like let's say,
not opposition on this.
Let's say that like AOC wanted to sell some package that she's putting through in the Congress and she wants people to know about it. Should she go on Hassan's stream to be like, hey, this is what we're doing in Congress?
No.
Okay. And the reason is because you view Hassan similarly to Richard Spencer in that how?
You legitimize the extremist and illiberal content creators that want to subvert and undermine the liberal movement. They are using the veneer of liberalism to be a pipeline to Marxist-Leninism.
Yeah. So, by the way, same thing. AOC should not go on Fox News as well, correct, for an interview?
Yeah, he called his own wife a terrorist, if only for a moment. You know that, like, I don't know how to take that. I feel like what Ethan was trying to do was be like, yes, my wife's a terrorist, with the assumption that people would find that ridiculous, and that nobody would take him serious. Like, I think he was being sarcastic there, but yeah, he did technically say that his wife is a terrorist.
No. Oh my God, please, Dirt, if you pick this out, I'll hold elections, okay, to make you a conductor again. I don't know if he's just saying this to tease out a better comparison or if he really just made the comparison. AOC going on Fox News is good because she's going on Fox News to fight Fox News. AOC going on Hassan is bad because Pisco is implying that she should go on Hassan's stream to support Hassan. There's a massive difference there. These are totally disanalogous.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Ash Bradford. I think that he thought it was going to come off as sarcastic, but it doesn't read that when you rewatch.
Close to Fox News, she...
Oh.
Sorry, I'm going to ask that one more. Yes or no? Should AOC...
I didn't even let him finish! He's going to say... He's about to say it, though.
In trying to promote her legislation, let's say hypothetical, should she go on Fox News, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say why? What's the difference? So what I said initially was that if Democrats engage with Hassan Piker for interviews or stuff like that, it should be in the way they engage with Fox News for stuff like that. So in like a combative or setting, or like an enemy behind enemy line setting.
Yes.
Cringe, I know, as a term. I don't know how to say it in English otherwise.
But once you fear, oh, you're legitimizing Fox News, you're going on Fox News.
No. Well, I mean, like, yeah, you can talk about legitimizing Fox News potentially, but it's in the conversation of, are you legitimizing somebody in the way that you platform them when you argue against them? That's way different than, are you legitimizing somebody who you're calling your friend and openly accepting their endorsement and endorsing them back? It's a totally different claim.
You're going behind enemy lines to promote your site in a combative scenario.
Let me think about that, all right? I'll think about that. I think that there's something to be gained. So, like, so for example, let's say that Hassan offered me an opportunity to come on his stream to talk to his channel about an issue, like to talk about, for example, why the Kilmar-Abrego Garcia case is like really important. Do you think I should take that opportunity?
Wait, can you repeat that as well?
If Hassan, let's say that one of Hassan's mom reaches out to me and says, hey, we really want you to explain the legal position right here about Kilmar-Abrego Garcia to our audience to suggest why it's so important. Should I take that offer?
Yes, sure.
Why?
I mean, the same reason you would go on Fox News to do it.
Okay, so then it looks like you're okay with using Hassan's platform in certain circumstances.
Yeah,
of course, but no one said otherwise. If Hassan wants to say we should vote for the left candidate, nobody would say, oh, no, we reject their vote. But there's a difference between that and like endorsing them as a platform and a friend and saying that this is a good platform that we agree with.
Yes, okay. I'm okay with engaging in confrontational discourse with our enemies.
No, it's not just like, well, come on the stream because we want to know the legal breakdown of this case. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to go on to do it.
The same way if you go on
Fox News
to discuss the Kilmar case,
yes,
they will ask you probably like
tougher questions, right? I think that if I went on Fox News, I think that they would ask me tougher questions. I think Hassan would probably just like accept because he's already ideologically committed against what they're doing with Kilmar, right? So I think that it would be a softball with Hassan.
Yeah, but Hassan would probably he won't maybe say, oh, Trump is right to do this, but maybe he'll say, oh, but Democrats did the same thing or similar.
Yeah,
thing.
then fight that, right?
Obama.
But then I would fight that. Is the difference maybe because I'm not legit?
But you wouldn't. I don't know if Pisco would fight that. I wouldn't trust Pisco to fight it right now, based on the unbelievably fucking retarded and uninformed shit he said about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. I don't think I would trust Pisco to fight back on it.
Yeah, Ash, I haven't heard Destiny speak to Zoran's candidacy either. I'm not sure where he stands.
Anything on these platforms. He seems to either not understand the underlying facts or he's too ideologically bought in to actually push back against them.
Legitimizing
which ironically enough is the whole issue with like responsible platforming is would you push back enough, given the adversarial platform?
Because I'm smaller and you would view that differently than AOC? I'm just trying to find a place where we can distinguish, right? Because you wouldn't have a problem with AOC doing this, like Hassan inviting AOC to say, this is what the administration is doing, this is why it's so bad. I think you'd have a problem with that.
No, my main point is if you go on shows like that, you have to basically stand on business and know what their motivation is like.
Okay.
Because previously when politicians like AOC have gone on his stream, he's pretended or he's portrayed himself as like the lefty liberal who just wants healthcare and free college. But we all know, and he said like directly that he wants much more than that, including not liberalism. So the same way you go with a mindset of what the platform is on Fox News, you should go.
Like, it's so weird to, like, do we acknowledge?
I love when these guys say liberalism and they think that it means democracy. When you can't even have a democratic workplace under their paradigm of liberalism. They never tag liberalism correctly with the other thing that it endorses, which is very much not democratic, which is its view towards capitalism. Its view towards capitalism is laissez-faire, as in let people continue to accumulate wealth, let them control more and more capital, and allow the poor to be immiserated and utterly controlled. Like, right? Because that's what happens when you allow one group of people to continue to aggregate leverage on another. They like, I don't think they understand. Well, I don't think they fully appreciate what liberalism implies, and the the inverted autocracy of liberalism under the United States.
Does anybody have the streamable? Like, it's just insane that you have this guy knowingly and openly talking about how he tries
to go to the deprogram. That's not.
It's the, what is it, like, I exercise free speech when you're in power because those are your values, but when I'm in power I oppress you because those are my values. Like, that's, it's like he literally, he's open about doing this. He just says it openly. And the fact that people are like, oh, yeah, we should like advocate alongside him and work together with him, and it's like,
it's really hard to,
I'm sorry, we have like a full, I'm just gonna listen to this full segment, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for me it was a pretty run-of-the-mill radicalization process. Bernie came around and I was like, oh wow, he's saying stuff I haven't heard before. Yeah, why is our healthcare so expensive? Stuff like that. And you know how it goes. I heard the rhetoric like, oh, he's not actually a socialist, he's a social democrat. I'm like, okay, what's the difference between social democracy and socialism? And
like, this is also why, and I know people get mad at me for saying it, and it's not 100% fair, but I'm sorry, you got to understand. I don't even use the term sock dem. Do I? Maybe I do. I don't like the term sock dem. When somebody tells me they're sock dem, I don't trust them. If you're a dem sock, I consider you.
It's really funny. It's really funny because he used to claim to be a sock dem. And not just him, but all of Twitch Bowl, right? That was the de facto thing. They would all virtue signal by putting that sock on their dim and saying that they are, essentially Democrats who advocated for, I guess, a safety net, like a Scandinavian style government. And now he's like, yeah, no, sock dim means you're sus.
Tanky. If you're a sock dem, I'm like 50-50. When somebody says I'm a sock dem, that's the equivalent to me hearing a conservative say, I wish we just had more like, immigrants from Europe, I'm like, that's the equivalent there.
And then
because so many of these people, like, blatantly, like he's talking about it right now, they abuse they'll wear that sock dem label to try to propagandize you. That's what they try to do.
Not actually a socialist, he's a social democrat. I'm like, okay, what's the difference between social democracy and socialism?
And then you mean the same thing that you used to do by calling yourself that? The same thing that you used to do, like appealing to people's desire for, better material conditions in a way that is fundamentally incapable of addressing their lack of power and their lack of dignity and their lack of self-determination under the liberal capitalist system. All the things you keep saying, bull, assume that's short for bulwark? Wait, sorry. Is the thing you keep saying bull? I'm not sure. What am I saying? Bull?
Read a little bit more about that. And then the turning point for me was when I picked up State and Revolution and read that. And then things started to click.
Great book.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. For anybody who hasn't read State and Revolution, it's short. It's easy to read. It stood the test of time really quite well. He's a funny guy. Like, London's sassy. I love it. But that was an interesting process.
Twitch poll. POL. Twitch poll is essentially referring to the old order of Twitch politics under when Destiny was part of the platform, right? Essentially, these were, liberals who would call themselves sock dems and feign some kind of opposition towards, the creeping fascism of the Trump administration, all the while having, really targeting, like kind of embracing right-wing content creators because they're useful to have debates with, while marginalizing people to their left, because a person to your left can show you to be full of shit in this case. Yeah, State and Revolution. Yeah. It is quite readable.
Because, a lot of Americans, myself included, were by default kind of apolitical in that it doesn't really affect us very much. You might dislike conservatives depending on where you live because they're, loud and obnoxious and racist and all that stuff. And so you've got a gut reaction, negative reaction against that. But that doesn't mean that, you consider yourself political. And I was that way. But it's really hard to find accurate information here in the U.S. when everything from, our textbooks to like children's shows to, sitcoms as you grow up to the news to movies, blockbuster movies, it's all so steeped in anti-communist propaganda, even to this day. And it's so you have this ingrained cultural revulsion or fear of anything.
Yeah, there is something called the Bulwark. Bulwark is a network. It's a YouTube channel and a media, group. I guess you could say. Tim. Oh my God, what's his fucking name? Bulwark. Tim. I'm gonna have to look this up. But they're never Trump Republicans, is what they are. They're never Trump Republicans who ingratiate themselves to liberals by talking shit about Trump. Kind of like the Lincoln Project. The Bulwark. Tim Miller. Yeah. Tim Miller is the, kind of main person behind the Bulwark.
That is seen as un-American. And that term has been so heavily conflated with left-wing economics, left-wing politics. I mean, properly left-wing, socialist and beyond, not the Democrats, which are clearly a right-wing party.
What do you mean? The Democrats are... I thought they were communists. What the fuck?
Yeah, this morning now they've arrested their political rival, Donald Trump. We are living in communist America.
Yeah, I don't get it.
That's what the government does stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting, it's frustrating, and it's why I made my channel the way I did. When I not sound conspiratorial or anything, but like when I had my eyes open to the reality of how the United States actually works, I was like, okay, how would I have wanted this explained to me when I was first learning about this stuff? And so that's why I took the 101 approach, because the average American it's not just that they're starting from square one, they're starting from like square negative 30. You have to first pick apart all of the things that have been programmed into them, and then you can start to build upon a basis of reality.
You're describing the reason why so many people simultaneously consider me to be a Democratic Party mouthpiece or a suck dem or whatever the fuck, but also a threat to America as well, because I do, just like you said, I do advocate for social democratic reforms, and I do think that in order to develop any kind of mechanism of pushback, a robust labor force that has any kind of speaking power, any kind of fighting power to strike at the heart of the imperial core where value is generated.
Class consciousness.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. Despite, I perfectly understand that social democracies benefit tremendously from American imperialism, Western imperialism, and would not exist in the way that they do without such atrocities committed, right? But, if you want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form.
When Hassan says that, he's talking about like the ability of, let's say a country like Chile to elect Salvador Allende. From all we can tell, Salvador Allende was not some kind of revolutionary communist who was gonna, take the, country in a vastly different direction, but the United States supported a coup against Allende that ended up, the first 9/11, right, was what happened in Chile, right? And that's not the only place that wasn't the first place the United States has done this kind of thing. It's not the last kind of place, right? What Hassan is talking about when he says the United States needs to get out of the way, he means stop interfering with other countries whenever they start to move towards the left.
Simultaneously still doing agitated.
Like, this is advocating for the abscondment, basically, of the United States as the world leader, right? To abandon their position so that other more revolutionary places can pick up. And to do that, you're undermining the United States while advocating for social democracy, knowing that social democracy...
We don't own Chile. We don't have a right to Chile. All right, the Monroe Doctrine is a fucking load of bullshit. It's imperialism, right? If you are really worried about authoritarianism, you should notice that imperialism is a form of that, right? When the United States gets to decide who can and cannot be president in Chile, that is, there it is right there.
Hopefully, when you talk about empowering workers to be able to strike out, right? This is, from what I understand, this is like one of the core tenets of Marxist-Leninism. ML tankies need the vanguard party. They need that revolutionary, violent force to come out and to kill the landlords and to eat the capitalists and to rob from the rich and to kill everybody and to get rid of all, because you need that singular, powerful, authoritarian, like the authoritarianism is not like an unfortunate byproduct of ML. It's like, it's like the first step, right? Is you have that vanguard party, you have that authoritarian regime that eventually will give way to someday.
Never mind all the people that are crushed under the foot of capitalism. We're not going to regard that as violence. Only when somebody takes their home back, the place that they live in, that happens to belong on paper to something called a landlord, and they recognize that, like, no, this is where I live. This is where I live. And me living here does not mean you get to keep like 2/3 of my fucking paycheck. Fuck you. I live here. I am paying you nothing. All right.
Hey, I guess.
But yeah, that's authoritarian. That's authoritarian for somebody to take control of their destiny. That's authoritarianism.
It's like the socialist communist utopia afterwards. But he openly advocates for it. He's talking about weaponizing that SOCDEM label. He's talking about, like, earlier when they...
I'm sorry, you are putting words in his mouth, Destiny. You are fighting ghosts. You are fighting fucking ghosts. All right, you're not reacting to anything Hassan's saying. You are reacting to your own, fears of, I don't know, communists coming and taking all your guns.
They told that joke about, like, oh, I guess the Democrats are communists now because they arrested their political opponents. They're laughing because it's obviously not true, but they would arrest their political opponents. And Hassan said as much when he was on the show with Ethan. He's like, yeah, capitalists go to re-education camps.
Your propaganda that goes beyond,
right,
social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young.
And it's so funny too because these guys will blatantly talk about this is not like a radicalization funnel in a bad term. He's just explaining how the propaganda model works.
Put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized, and so on. Can only work and can absolutely utilize, for example, the stuff that Hassan does, because Hassan does one very particular thing that social democrats that, for example, we would never call to this podcast or we would give a lot of shit to, because they cut the funnel from both sides. What do I mean by this? They introduce people to lukewarm socialist ideas, etc., and then they want to keep them there, right? Well, whenever Hassan introduces people to socialist ideas, yes, the lukewarm, not so scary sounding ones, keeping your power levels low, it's hidden, and so on. He does not stop them from progressing through the funnel and getting additional information and so on. He doesn't agitate against, for example, the revolutionary perspective and so on and so on. That is the main difference. You do your part in the funnel for the cause or whatever the fuck you want to call it. We'll talk later about if what we're doing actually does anything, etc. But as long as you do not try to keep people exactly there where you want them and don't want them to evolve, etc., then you're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause. But unfortunately, there's a lot, especially for example on Twitch, motherfuckers that do the opposite, and they just because they want to farm their audience as much as they fucking can, and then they generate drama, which is
like, they want to virtue signal as radical by calling themselves communists or anarchists or libertarian socialists or whatever. Meanwhile, essentially truncating the horizon for their audience to be able to gain more insight on things like dialectical materialism, historical analysis, like things that might allow them to see why social democracy in and of itself is not sufficient. It only slows the progress, the accumulation of wealth, and ultimately leverage that is what is really creating autocracy. That is really what is what creates an autocratic atmosphere in the fucking economy.
It's just like they describe themselves as a virus, right? Like, and then people are like, oh, well, we should produce as much stuff inside the cell as possible. Let's bring in this foreign RNA.
They didn't describe themselves as a virus. What are you talking about, Destiny?
To come in and
you smoking,
print off so many proteins for us. Like, this will be so great and amazing. And it's like they're literally telling you, like, our goal is to come in and we pretend to.
You understand he's using fascist rhetoric there, where he describes communists as a pathology, as a bacteria or a virus, right? Taking what is yours, taking your your infrastructure and producing the proteins that they want, right? He's basically using, this is fascist tactics. This is fascist rhetoric 101, right? You should hate, like, and it's extremely emotional. I mean, it's not an appeal to logic. It's an appeal to emotion. Somebody's going to come in and they're going to secretly, take what is yours and use it against you. You better be afraid or you're going to get infected.
To be
Don't get bit by the communist zombie.
a friend initially, and then we will continue to radicalize them and infect them and grow as a cancer until we've taken over the entire thing. Like, it's like,
which is almost 99%.
It's just surprising. It's amazing to me that people would look.
Destiny's not even mentally equipped to understand what Gopnik is saying. Yeah, and that's why he's not engaging in any way. Yeah, the voices in his head are what he's responding to, not anything that's going on the stream.
That and be like, okay, yeah, well, let's work with them up to a point. Like, hello, what, why?
Other socialists, etc., and that
I stay away from all that noise.
Exactly, and that is reactionary shit. That is quite literally like anti-progressive and hurts the movement much more than it helps. So, yeah, those are the two different
I hate records, right? I mean, they've always been around, and I think originally records would operate. Like almost like in a way that you salt a workplace, right? Like they would come in, they would have a different ideological perspective, and they would do these things. Nowadays, I think in America, especially, American exceptionalism, American individualism, American capitalism is so ingrained in the minds of people that like they do it without realizing. Like there are plenty of forms of what people would consider radical politics in leftist spaces that that people engage in, where they are unintentionally doing wrecker shit without recognizing that they're doing that. You have anarchists, rad libs. I mean, I guess there's more historical precedent to that, but you have so many different flavorings of like the Nat socks or whatever, which is hilarious because that's just the most like anti-materialist perspective. You can have like nationalism in that regard, and all this other stuff that people engage with, and it just purely is that fight is purely fought on aesthetic grounds, which is inherently one, a mystification of class politics, and two, very liberal. It's the most liberal thing you can do to be like, oh my god, like you wear expensive clothes, like you're fucking not a real leftist. Like you need to, as a leftist, you need to, or as an anti-capitalist or socialist, like you can't have a house, you can't make money.
You need to live like an ascetic.
Yeah, which is inherently like it's inherently anti-socialist. Like I'm no dengist, but it's you know the quote I'm obviously referencing, but like socialism is not a poverty.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Exactly.
prosperity is glorious for all.
It is.
There's a very good article by Jonas.
I don't know. That's just like, okay, let's work with these people. Like
directly that he wants much more than that, including not liberalism. So the same way you go with a mindset of what the platform is on Fox News, you should go on Hasan.
Got it. Okay, so it's not a categorical. Democrats don't work with Hasan. It's use Hasan for your own ends.
Yes.
Okay.
You don't work with Fox News. You go on Fox News.
Okay. And so you would be against, for example, like them announcing Hasan endorsing a candidate. You'd be like, Hasan, you shouldn't go to Hasan's stream to accept an endorsement from Hasan.
Absolutely not.
No, you wouldn't go on Richard Spencer's stream to accept his
Correct.
endorsement.
Okay. Let me think about it, a little bit of that and how I feel about it. In general, I have no plans whatsoever to like. I want there to be clarity. I despise it when lefties are anti-electoral or make a false equivalence between Trump or Republicans and Democrats. It pisses me off, and I think it's incompatible. But if there are people who acknowledge over and over.
That's what every political commentator does to a certain extent. What is the point of having a platform if you don't use it to further your political point, given that's what your content is about? But there's a difference. I'm open about the political point that I'm pushing, and if I am like a little bit more radical in some direction in a way that I'm not saying, like it's generally still like directionally the same thing. Like let's say that like my public position is I think we should have a 15-hour minimum wage, and privately I'm like, fuck, but if we get like a 17-hour minimum wage, like, oh, that'd be pretty great. But when you are pushing one ideology and you actually like have subsumed, or not subsumed, you actually have a totally different ideology that you're trying to radicalize people towards, but you're wearing the mask of another ideology, like they just talked about. It's fundamentally a different type of thing. I mean, like it also depends on, I don't know which direction you're criticizing from. I don't think Hasan is using a bad strategy insofar as he's concerned. Like I think he's probably doing the right thing. It's more effective than like what they call them wreckers. I've never heard the term before, but it sounds like there are people that come in.
Sorry, that's an inter-leftist concept. It's not something you need to concern yourself with, right? So somebody that starts a fight and tries to, I don't know, magnify the difference between two perspectives that should be maybe recognizing something like a diversity of tactics philosophy, and instead tries to, focus the opposition, internally rather than externally. Rather than fighting capitalism, we're fighting each other because our labels, our tendencies are slightly different, right? That's what a wrecker is. But again, it's not. This is like an internal leftist conversation. It's not. It's like explaining a transmed to a cis person, right? It kind of doesn't make sense, right? It's usually a conversation that I don't really want to have, right?
And with extremist ideologies, the same things that Nazis identified, where it's like, you can't come in with tiki torches. You're going to look like a fucking loser. You have to be more subtle than that. And that's essentially they were talking about with all the crazy, the rad libs and the anarchists or whatever. It's like, you can't come in like an unhinged loser like that. You got to be like more.
He doesn't even know what these words mean. Like, right? You've been around this shit long enough to at least know what a rad lib is, Destiny. But I don't even get that he's recognizing that Hassan is using this word as a pejorative.
Chill, like be a sock down, but don't ever fight against the rad.
He thinks being a rad lib means that you are like wearing your heart on your sleeve. You're being too blatant about your desire to abolish capitalism or something like that. He thinks that's what a rad lib is. Yeah, it's just not.
Rad libs, but be suck them, and like funnel people that way is what they were talking about.
The benefit of voting for Democrats over Republicans, it's someone I'm going to consider making an ally. Now, Hassan doesn't do that, and Hassan additionally, like you said, has the baggage of anti-liberal positions, but I'm just going to be honest with you, like...
He has an anti-liberal ideology.
And additionally, like you said, has the baggage of anti-liberal positions.
Only in as much as liberalism is a fucking form of capitalism, is a capitalist strategy. It's like Destiny, if you had any fucking idea... I don't know, maybe somebody as wealthy as Destiny could say that like liberalism is really an ideology that is like somewhat in his interest, right? But most of us can't. For most of us, liberalism is something we get inculcated with. It's not an ideology that's even meant for us, right? It's meant for capitalists. But we adopt the values of the capitalists, right? The money that is supposed to trickle down from supply side economics, that never trickles down, but what does is ideology. What does is morality. And the morality that they espouse and yet do not practice themselves is something that a lot of us working class people can get inculcated with without even realizing it.
But I'm just gonna be honest with you, like if there are people who are willing to support Democrats consistently, I think the Democrats should consider, especially the big platform.
If our minds are one, if we're connected right now, then the next thing you should say is, okay, so if the KKK were to come out and endorse the Democratic Party should start platforming the KKK.
Not willing to work with them, Like Vosh, for example, is another example. Like Vosh, he obviously disagrees a lot with Democrats, but he will always say that he's going to support voting for Democrats. Would you say something about Vosh? Like Vosh is a better example, right?
Problem with Vosh. I don't think Vosh is. I mean, Vosh is also not for liberalism necessarily, but I don't think he's for revolutionary communism. That's one thing that's saves him a bit more than Hassan.
So,
but
Destiny, if you're looking for what a rad lib is, Vosh is a great example. Vosh is a perfect example.
The thing is, I'm not really fearful of their kind of LARPing communism, right? I almost feel like it's at current state in politics. I don't think there's much danger of this Marxist takeover. And so maybe it's because I'm not taking that threat seriously in terms of what our country will turn into. And so maybe I'm not seeing the downside in just using their platforms to convert people to Democratic voters.
When we're in the midst of a fascist takeover, yeah, I would say that you could maybe put your concerns about communist takeover to the side if you were really that inculcated with a philosophy that has nothing to do with your interests, like liberalism, right? A philosophy that's literally made for, to reify essentially the interest of capitalists, or at best to delude you that your interests are not diametrically opposed to theirs, right? That's...
Like, just as a reminder, Donald Trump was the laughing stock. Just as a reminder, you want to talk about not... You know what summarizes this whole thing? Hold on.
Right? I almost feel like it's... At current state in politics, I don't think there's much danger of this Marxist takeover. And so maybe it's because I'm not taking that threat seriously in terms of what our country will turn into. And so maybe I'm not seeing the downside in just using their platforms to convert people to Democratic voters.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
When you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice.
Donald Trump was a joke when he started running. Like, you have to be careful about the environment that you are preparing, and to prepare an environment for actual tankies to take over, but to think that you can constantly hold them at bay is such an unbelievably risky political calculation. But the thing is, they don't even think that's what they're doing. They just don't think they're that bad.
Consistent support, right? That was your measure.
Yeah, like I wouldn't just want Hassan support Mamdani. So for example, he supports Mamdani. I support Mamdani, right? So I support voting for Mamdani. I support him in the primary. Definitely support voting for him in the general. And in that respect, like, I think Hassan, with respect to Mamdani, he's doing more things than some of the mainstream Democrats are doing, right? Some of the mainstream Democrats aren't even supporting Mamdani. So in that respect, specifically on Mamdani, I'm happier with Hassan.
So maybe we'll get a Mamdani take for Destiny. People were asking about that earlier. I don't actually know what Destiny has said about Mamdani.
Than I am with a lot of mainstream Democrats, including...
It's just nobody thinks Hassan is that bad.
Including like Kirsten Gillibrand. So I'm supporting of primarying Kirsten Gillibrand because of how outraged that makes me. And so, for example, I think that Hassan is better on Mamdani than Kirsten Gillibrand.
But why do you think Hassan and boysh support?
Yes. He's just asking good questions. I think that the Democrats should endorse Mamdani in the general election. You should. However, if somebody comes up to me and they're like, oh, well, look at Anderson Cooper. He's not endorsing Mamdani. I'd say, oh, I'm disappointed. And then somebody says, well, look at this guy over here, Mohammed Abdul. He supports Mamdani because he wants him to genocide all of the apostates in New York City. Aren't you happy that he's supporting Mamdani? Aren't you happier with him than you are with Anderson Cooper? No, not really. No. I don't think I would say yes to that. No, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's more ideological, and I think it's out of convenience, for sure.
Oh, but Pisco even admits it. It's more ideological and out of convenience. But Pisco doesn't think the ideology is that bad because he either hasn't dug into it or he doesn't care or agrees with it more. Or...
but that's just what I mean. I think that it needs to go both ways. And I wouldn't want Hassan. I know. I wouldn't want Hassan just to support the candidates that are the most ideologically aligned with him. I would want him to acknowledge the benefits of voting for Democrats overall, which he doesn't do. So, yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so I want to repeat.
Yeah, like Sneeko endorsed Mamdani. True.
Hassan isn't consistent in his support.
I agree.
Only, just to reiterate why he doesn't fit your criteria, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
And also, since he's admitted that he is a subversive, specifically trying to subvert like the Democrat Party to usurp the power structure to his illiberal ideology, then you have to be extra careful about his statements of support and his appearances on liberal media.
I'll be careful about that. Hey, thank you so much for your input here. I think you would agree, though, that you would vote for Hassan over Trump, or no?
In the current everything as is right now, yes.
Nice.
But for Hassan to be a candidate, it wouldn't be like it is today.
I like that comparison. Would you prefer Hassan over Trump?
Like Trump has a coat.
Yeah, it's just a hypothetical. No, but like under current circumstances, you would substitute, if you could, Hassan for Trump. You wouldn't prefer Trump to stay in office.
But I think there was a disconnect with the previous chatter who you asked this.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a very not good hypothetical because you're comparing like the hypothetical mask on Hassan with the mask off.
So ideologically, do you find yourself ideologically more compatible with Hassan Piker or with Charlie Kirk?
With mask on Hassan, yes. With mask off Hassan, probably with Kirk.
Kirk, interesting. Very interesting.
Because mask off Hassan is basically
authoritarian tanky communist.
Some Bernie and
Bernie? I can't even believe you said Bernie. Oh, why did he even say that?
Last caller.
Oh, why did he say? Oh no. Sorry.
Criteria, at least for the moment.
Yep.
And also, since he's admitted that
he's misheard. Wait, hold
on. Specifically.
Sorry, maybe I misheard. Maybe I just misheard.
Liberal media.
Very interesting.
Because mask off Hassan is basically some mix between
some Bernie and mask off Hassan.
Oh, he said myself.
Okay, got it. Hey,
and yeah,
thank you so much. I gotta get the last caller, but I really appreciate it.
Did the caller break Destiny? Kind of. Yeah, I don't think he even understood what was being said. I don't think he was really engaging for most of that. Definitely not engaging with Hassan. And I'm not even really engaging with Pisco very much, right? The video is titled like Pisco is showing scary red flags or something like that. What is it? Pisco's starting to give very serious scary red flags, right? Is the name of the clip. And in reality, what it is Destiny's worried that some of his audience is becoming, they're getting out of his control, right? They've intellectually surpassed him, much like Boss did a long time ago, and that he's anticipating maybe losing more of his audience to Pisco like he did with boysh. I don't know. Only time will tell. Pisco's getting a lot of attention from people like Crystal and Kyle. He's been on Breaking Points. His, the fact that he's a lawyer and, he's got that insight will probably make him a useful guest on other shows as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Pisco end up on Pierce Morgan, at some point. So, yeah, will Pisco maybe surpass Destiny? Maybe take some of his audience? Yeah, but it's only the ones that are, there's a lot of real dunderheads in Destiny's community, and I'm sure that they're not even going to understand what Pisco is saying. Pisco's not claiming Hassan is Satan. Must mean he's turning red. Yeah, basically. That being said, chat, I gave you 8 hours today. I am not supposed to do this. You gotta, like, the next time, okay, whoever was like, don't watch the clip from things I care about, you're probably right. I need to curtail it. I need to cut it back. But I'm always like, oh, but I want to show you this, or I want to show you this, or I need to comment on this. And I gotta stop doing it, chat, because it's just not leaving me with enough time. And it's making me go crazy. 8 hours of a stream is too much for anybody. But Hassan, I need to like kind of drill in somehow. Like I both need to cover more topics, and I need to spend less time on each topic. And I don't know how I'm gonna manage that. So that I have enough time to edit videos and put them out on my channel and do the other things that I have to do to grow the community, so that it's not just one person. Because chat, it was like, let's be real, there was one person that supported the stream tonight, and I'm very thankful that they did, because otherwise, chat, I would have done 8 hours for free. Okay, I wouldn't have done 8 hours. I would have done more like 4 hours for free. But yeah, no, it's not right that one chatter should have to create, and I get that there's a lot of people out there that, you can't support me financially, and I totally understand that. I'm in a space where I'm not able to support other streamers financially. So I totally understand that. I would ask that you hit that like button, because that's something you could do for free. It helps out the stream, and I appreciate it greatly. The other thing that you can do if you want to, you got Prime, you can hook that up to your Twitch account, and you can use that to you get yourself a Twitch Prime account. That is also no money out of your pocket, other than, ostensibly you've already paid for a Prime membership. But that supports the show as well. So like, I don't want anybody to think that I'm like yelling at them for being a free rider or anything like that. It is on me, chat. If I find that the entire stream is supported essentially by 2 people. Okay, I'm overstressing. Yeah, I'm exaggerating it. I'm exaggerating it a little bit. It was more like oh, okay. 3, 4. There's 4 people. There's 4 people. But there, like that, ideally, right, it would be, it would be more people donating less money, because I never want to, for the stream's, viability to rest on like, just a few people. So, if I'm finding that not getting enough support, it's on me to try to expand the audience. I do that by creating videos. I haven't done that in like a year, right? I've been so concerned about just trying to make each month work that I end up streaming for way too long and for way too many days. And the only solution to that is to try to, dial it in to where I'm doing like 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours of the stream, and then maybe have an hour or 2 to burn on bonus content if we get there, and otherwise just go back and grind. But anyway, chat, with that being said, I spent way too much time on a lot of things here. Leftist small streamer Twitch sphere seems to be a nice community. Spend more time over here and get to know people on this side, and they might add you to their recommendations. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. And if see, here's the whole thing, Ash Bradford. I have dealt with a bunch of people in the leftist small streamer Twitch sphere, and some of them are really awesome, and others of them are absolute snakes. some of them ended up not even being leftists, right? So yeah, I've been a little bit burned by that in the past. But if you know good people that are doing good work, then go ahead and recommend them to me, and maybe I'll raid them at some point, or hang out in their stream, or get to know them. Oh my God, what is this? I can't tell. Can't tell what's going on. And I still need to cover the Epstein stuff more. I feel like I haven't given you the definitive, Epstein Trump stream, or the, kind of South Park. I need to cover the South Park thing in more detail, but I also have a whole bunch of videos that I need to get out. And I am just like, the thing that I do is when I do 8 hours, then I get myself into a place where I can't sit down and edit after that. Like my legs are literally going to sleep on me. Oh my God, what is going on here? Okay, well, I only see one small leftist streamer streaming right now. I believe this is an Australian streamer. So I'm gonna go ahead and Maple Takes and Sad Girl are my people. Nice. I'll check them out. I'll add them. I'll follow them, and maybe try to check them check their community out. Yeah, that being said, chat, I'm sending you over to Zachap. I don't know if I've talked to this streamer. I don't really know. Just let me make sure. Let me take a look at who's in their chat first, right? That's a great way to know if somebody is cool or not. Yeah, I don't see any red flags here, so let us start the raid into Zachap. Give this streamer my affection and support, and yeah, I don't know if I'll have time to talk to them or not. I'm raiding you into Zachap right now. Oh yeah, let me do the shout outs to the Patreons. All right, so like I said, there's a million different ways you can support me. Sometimes people ask, what is the way where most of my money actually goes to support the stream and doesn't go, to the platform. And that would be, that would be Patreon is probably the platform that takes the least out of your donation, and passes the most on to me. The other option would be Throne, also, pretty similar, right? But yeah, everybody that supports me at the $5 level or above, I give a fancy shout out to at the beginning and ending of each stream. So let me shout those out now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey, Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette, Moe Noape, Jules K, Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There we go. We're rating you in. Fly my pretties. And I will see you again tomorrow. And for the rest of you, Moe Kyun. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you for liking the video. And I'll be back hopefully tomorrow with more content. And maybe not go for 8 hours. That's crazy.